And welcome to EWC Hardcore Trivia. Today we have the gentlemen from Core joining us, Stable Ronaldo, Jason the Ween, Adapt, and Marlon. And today we're gonna figure out which one of them is the smartest. Just by looking at you guys, I don't know.
I had a 2.1 GPA. It's not bad.
I got an associate's degree of arts.
4.0.
You graduated?
Oh,
high school.
My God.
Graduated high school with a dual credit degree.
I didn't even think that was possible. Either way, this is how it works. You guys have already figured out the buzzers. We have a couple trivia questions here for you. Now, for round number one, each one of you is going to be able to answer one question, and you can pick your category by ringing your buzzer, which you can begin now. Stable, well, no, honey, that was just a skill diff. Stable Ronaldo, go ahead and choose your category first, and I will.
Food, I want food.
Food? All right, food. Name the bitter compound in oversteeped Darjeeling tea.
What?
What the f? Easy, yeast.
Oh, okay. Maybe the answer was yeasty, but not really. Answer is polyphenol derived tannins.
That was my next guess. That was my next guess. That was actually my next guess.
Minus 30 points for Ronaldo there.
Oh my God.
Bro, it says minus 30. Right?
And feel free to buzz in to choose your next category.
Guys,
Marlon, for you.
I'm gonna go geography.
You're
Geography.
Geography.
All right, we like geography. What is Gland Switzerland's official 2025 population within 100? We'll give you 100.
Gillian's.
You don't know this?
Switzerland. Population
We were just
by
talking about this.
100.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go, so obviously that's a city. Obviously.
Facts.
Well, it is 168,000.
168,000.
Hey, it's close. It's close.
That is fairly close, but is it within 100?
Come on, 100.
The correct
We
answer
can say
is
100,000 maybe in between.
13,700 residents.
Oh, you're close. You're close.
I mean, that's not bad. That's not a bad
You
answer.
were right there.
All right, now between Jason and Adapt.
Oh, bang.
All right, Adapt.
Movies.
Yeah, I'll do
There's
movies.
no Oh, there is movies. I can't read for a second here. All right. In the movie The Lion King, what kind of animal was Simba?
What the?
No,
Gotta be
this is.
Oh, this is.
Okay, so everybody got like Einstein questions.
I got-
and
yeah.
then you got that third grade question.
Damn. I'm gonna go lion.
And the answer is actually a lion. That is correct. A point for Adapt on the
How do
board.
we get like the hardest question of mankind? Yeah, go ahead.
Jason, and your final question for history. This gives you the opportunity to tie up with Adapt. Name Henry VIII's third cousin executed in May
I think I know
1541.
how this is gonna go.
Oh, no.
I think this is gonna go.
Darren Watkins.
No, it's Samir Woods.
Ronnie Nets.
Was that just like a honorary degree that they gave you?
You don't know Darren
Or-
Watkins?
God.
You know Darren Watkins Jr.?
You don't know Darren Watkins.
Clearly,
He's a key part
you
of
don't
history.
know Margaret Pole, the Countess of Salisbury.
Oh, Jason, dude, Mark, come on. Of the
guys.
Salisbury, yeah.
Disappointing, incredibly disappointing first
Incredibly
round
disappointing.
for everyone
dunderhead.
besides Adapt. Now, Adapt, as the winner of this round, you get an incredible opportunity here. You may eliminate one player from entering
What?
round 2. You have 5 remaining seconds. 5, 4,
I'll do
3,
Jason to win.
Yeah, get it.
Two.
Jason to win.
Jason. You're gonna have to stand there in sorrow,
your buddy don't even
sadness,
want-
and silence.
No.
For round number 2, you will be answering questions in the same category, so buzz in whenever you're ready. And Ronaldo is first. What is the escape velocity of Earth?
Oh my God, that's so easy. 32,000 meters per second.
Ooh, I'm sorry, but we are actually looking for 11.2 kilometers per second.
I mean, honestly, not bad.
Right there.
It was actually right there.
I was
you
right there.
were fairly close.
I was very close.
But that is
very close.
incorrect, and
Thank you,
that's
yeah.
another minus
Okay,
300
yeah,
points
all
for
right.
you.
Oh, God.
You got him on, yeah. Go ahead.
Are you like delayed or something? Like, what's going on there?
No, you got it.
Okay.
Your question. What is the third closest galaxy to the Milky Way?
Oh, that's so easy.
Third
Bro, you know
closest,
this.
third closest galaxy. You got the Milky Way.
Yeah.
You did. You got the Segway.
The Segway.
You got the- I'm gonna go that way.
Yeah,
That way?
I'll go that way. Yeah.
And while you were close, the answer we were looking for was Tucana 3.
Oh my God.
Bro,
What
the
are we doing?
Tucana.
Now wait, Adapt. What are you
Bro,
doing?
Dad, come on, bro. Lock in,
We
man.
also would have accepted Safeway.
Oh.
All right, and Adapt your question. What is the bright yellow object at the center of our solar system?
Oh, bro. What? Yeah.
Some may perceive it as orange.
I feel like it's the sun.
And the answer is the sun.
Wow.
Adapt, that's another 300 points
Fire.
for you.
Gotta respect him, man.
Yeah, you two are kind of struggling. For the third and final round, Adapt, you get to select who your final opponent will be.
We'll give Marlon a break, yeah.
Yeah.
Give me stable.
It's I'm
You
I'm
were
gonna
wrong?
step up.
Oh, this is.
All right, even though he's at like
It's
negative
not obvious.
300
Yeah.
points.
No. He plays the next round. Me and him one-on-one.
Marlon, I'm so sorry, but we're gonna have to take your buzzer and you must stand there in sorrow, silence,
It's okay, Marlon.
shame,
Welcome to the team.
suffering. And for our third and final round of EWC Hardcore Trivia, we have 2 potential categories for you to choose your question from.
Oh, who gets to pick first?
Adapt does because he is currently
of
in
course,
the
yeah.
lead.
Hey,
Challenge
I see
myself.
you go for the.
I'm gonna challenge myself. Let me get gaming.
Okay. Yeah.
Gaming? All right. We're going to go to you first, Ronaldo. What
just talked
landmark particle was discovered by the LHC in 2012, proving the existence of an invisible energy field?
I mean, bro, come on. We had a conversation about that on the bus.
I'm going I think this is like a trick question. I'm gonna go dark matter.
Dark matter.
Yeah.
And the answer is the Higgs boson.
Okay. I mean, not too far. Not too far.
Close.
You were right.
Minus 47,000 points
my God.
for
I don't
Ronaldo.
know if that matters.
And the final question for you for the win. What color is Mario's hat?
I'm gonna go red.
And the answer for the win. Red, Adapt has won EWC Hardcore Trivia. A round of applause from all of his competitors.
I'm actually not clapping.
Nothing but salt
Smartest.
Yes.
from Ronaldo, unfortunately. Tell us how you really feel.
This is. Okay, can I? Okay, give me a gaming question.
All right, your gaming question is, what was the release date of the first video game console ever commercially released?
Yeah, go yourself.
Unfortunately, this seems like a skill diff for poor Stable.
Adapt doesn't know this. What is it?
Listen, I already won. I got nothing to prove.
Would you like your question? If you get this answer correctly, not only will you have bragging rights over these three for all of perpetuity,
Go ahead, ask it, bro.
they will have to sit in economy on their flights home.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Would you like to take the risk?
I mean, take the risk, bro. What is the?
What do I got to
first
lose?
What is it?
letter
Let's
of
hear it.
the-
Might as well, bro.
All right, partially built right here in France, the LHC has led to breakthroughs in particle physics. Though not intuitive, the first letter of both particle and physics are the same. What is that letter?
P. It's P.
And the answer is P. Gentlemen, I hope you brought your comfy neck pillows, sweats. You're sitting in economy, or rather, maybe in the cargo hold. Adapt, anything that you'd like to say to your losing
No, I
colleagues?
knew I was going to end up on top regardless.
Core, thank you all so much for joining me. And Adapt, when can I be expecting my check in the mail?
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm going to connect you with Griff and we'll sort it out after this.
Fantastic. All right. Make sure those 2 extra zeros that we discussed. Thank you all so much for watching the EWC Hardcore Trivia.
Come on.
Appreciate it, y'all.
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The game trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion. Incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's keyframe is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem, in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down. You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
The EWC is all about breaking records with the best of the best. That's why I'm out here at the racetrack today to do just that. I've got my driving instructor, Vincent. Vincent,
Hello.
what is the record for this lap?
50 seconds here.
50 seconds?
Yes.
Easy. You think I could do that?
Maybe. Let's see.
Let's go.
3, 2, 1, go.
And here we go.
No. Break.
Okay.
And reverse for go.
Now,
Can go.
usually in my car, I have one of the little screens that pop up.
Stop.
With,
It's good, it's good.
This is good?
You
Okay.
can upshift for the one.
All right,
and
I'm
you can go.
upshifting. Okay, here we go. You know what? I didn't adjust my mirrors before. I'm gonna park right here.
No.
I need to know who's on my 6.
We are solo on the track. We are solo. It's good.
See, that's how they get you.
I think you can faster.
We're about to set a record here, okay, Vincent?
Yes.
I'm gonna need you to be patient with me, okay? Because right now, I'm going for accuracy. We're doing this my way, all right? Haven't you heard that Frank Sinatra song? Fly me to the moon. You gotta lean into it, Vincent. You gotta lean into your turns. Lean with me. Lean with me, Vincent. Yes. You are feeling is the G-force, all right? This is what pilots feel when they jet off into outer space. Do you feel like an astronaut, Vincent?
Yes, a little, a little.
They're gonna write songs about me, Vincent. And there she went down the track, blazing trail behind her, and all the racers looking out. No, they couldn't find her. You know what they call me? They call me the Yellow Flash.
Try to be fast. Try to be fast.
How do you feel about stopping for a little sweet treat? There's a place right here. All right, one sec. Excusez-moi, je vous want me water, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Merci. Okay, this one's for me. Thank you. Merci. Oh, did you want any?
No, it's good.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Where's the cup holder?
No, don't have.
Okay, you're my
take
cup
it?
holder now. Did you just throw out my water?
Yes.
Maybe I wanted to drink the rest of that. Did you ever think of that?
You drive.
That's true. Don't drink and drive. You're right. That's a very bad habit. Oh my God. I can feel the wind through my hair. The adrenaline is like nothing else I've ever experienced. Look at how beautiful the scenery is here.
Yes.
We're about to cross the line.
A little bit.
We're about to cross the finish line. Yeah!
Nice, nice. Good job.
Woo!
Little slow, but good job.
Nobody has done that before.
Nice, nice.
We
Maybe.
did it. Celebration. That's the sound of my people. After weeks of celebrating only the greatest losers, now I myself have become one. We did it! Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This is a fantastic honor. I'd like to thank my driving instructor, Vincent. Shout out to Team Liquid, who also doesn't have any points on the board. Maybe they can aspire to be me. I'm going home a winner. Who's a winner? Someone will be proud of me, right?
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Today, 5 more games will determine who advances to the next round. Team Falcons take on the Mongols, the title defenders of EWC. Legacy wants to get their revenge for Cologne against Na'Vi. Vitality will see if the crowd gives them wings that made you silence the giants in the very city he was born in. We will see if Paris remains gracious to the dragons of Team Spirit. Time for everything to be verified on the server. Welcome to Day 2 of the playoffs.
It is indeed. Welcome to the Esports World Cup here in beautiful Paris, France. We have La Grande. We're in La Défense, and there's going to need to be some defense on the stage today because we have elimination on the line as always here in the playoffs. It is do or die. We're still here in the round of 16, and we've got some more teams to send through. And perhaps some grudge matches happening as well. Joining me here on the desk, we've got our wonderful experts. We got Pimp, and yesterday I let you yap for a little while. So Nathan, how are you doing today? MBK, the French legend in the house.
Well, thank you very much. Very big introduction. Very good. Very happy to be talking about Counter-Strike as always. Very good set of matches we have. Yesterday was a blessing, and today is going to be even better.
It will be even better indeed. Jacob, yesterday we got all the maps. Today, you promised 2 O's only.
Yeah, I think there's a higher likelihood of that happening today. I think yesterday, as you said, we had all I guess all the favorites ended up winning, but they were being put to the test by all the underdogs. I think the same could be the case today, but I don't see them being able to pressure them as much as yesterday. I'm looking at a Na'Vi, I'm looking at some of these, favorite teams and Falcons as well playing over on the A-stream. I think they'll get the job done today, Mike, in a little bit more convincing fashion.
Well, nothing has ever gone unexpected in the world of Counter-Strike, but what we expect is that these games are going to matter not just for CS. They matter for the Club Championship as well, because here at the Esports World Cup, we're part of a broader competition. All of the games factor into this Club Championship, and it's everything on the line. If you see the rankings coming in right now, Falcons sit atop of it. A win today would help their chances very much of securing that #1 place, being the Triple Crown winners of the Esports World Cup Club Championship. But all gamers, they've still got gamers competing in every game but this one. So they are definitely a threat to retake that first place spot. And Na'Vi, who we're about to witness with a win in Counter-Strike, they would need to lift that trophy for the 2nd time in the club's history. They might just give themselves a chance to snatch away first and snatch away all that glory.
It does look like a 2-horse race, to be completely honest. I know there's a theoretical chance of Na'Vi and perhaps
1,000 points for first base, man.
Yeah, there's a theoretical chance.
There's 3 other games.
For those two making it, Mike, but there's also something to be fighting for in terms of finishing 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. There's a lot of money on the line for all these clubs, so you're fighting for every single point you can get, and by all means, there's no shame in being 2nd or 3rd when you're going up against all gamers and Team Falcons, who so far at the Esports World Cup have been dominating.
Yeah, there certainly isn't. For an organization, right, getting that extra million between 3rd and 2nd place, that could be a huge difference in actually making your operational costs possible.
And that's where everything is beautiful at that tournament, especially for Counter-Strike, where you have Na'Vi competing, where you have Falcons. Every single point is going to matter. So, there's no matchup, not a single game you have to take lightly. You have to be at 110% every single time, and everybody is ready. So we have Counter-Strike here, we have every other game. They all want those points. They all want that ranking. I think Jacob said it properly. There's not about even 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Doesn't really matter. Just get in there. Get into that top 3. Get into the top 2. Get as many points as possible. And, count on your players. They have to get the job done.
And for more organizations, as you were saying, Jacob, as you go down the rungs, those places matter too. We saw Furia. They're down in 20th. Win here in Counter-Strike, 1,000 points, that would slingshot them up into the top 10 if I'm not mistaken. So that would be a huge change in the club's fortune, and I'm sure, Counter-Strike for them is so important. That's going to be a major boost for the organization.
It would be massive for them if they were able to pull off a big surprise and make that happen in that regard. Same could be said for a team like G2, who's also part of that list, not doing too well here at the Esports World Cup as a club so far, but as you said, going into the grand final, maybe even winning the tournament, pulling off a big upset, that would slingshot them up in some higher price layers, so to speak.
Certainly would. We've got our prize pool for Counter-Strike. It's $2 million on the line. 600K for first place. This is the largest prize pool that we have in Counter-Strike. That's a lot. What would you do with $2 million, Nathan?
Get back into Counter-Strike fully. Somehow make it some way. No, it is. There's a reason why this tournament is now regarded as one of the best for Counter-Strike, and with all the team, it's so important for everybody. There is the Club Championship points. There is the legacy of Counter-Strike itself, because every single good team is here. There was the last chance qualifier into the groups. I don't know, so many teams were here. I think it's one of the biggest tournaments we've had probably of all time. Like with the last chance qualifier, I don't really see any tournament that was bigger than that with so many teams that were actually competing in there.
It's also building the prestige of what is the Esports World Cup, right? Because I agree with you. Now we had it for a couple of years, Mike, and it keeps on building in repetition for that matter as well. And, you know, you look at the tournaments coming up for Counter-Strike, we have tournaments every single weekend, some bigger than others. I think this one could be labeled as the biggest tournament before we head into the second major of the year, which is going to be the one in Singapore hosted by PGL. So I think this is important, especially for a team like Vitality. You see them still part of the mix right here. They have to get the job done today, but playing on home turf, Mike, and potentially playing their last tournament with the full roster where they are favorites to win. Pressure is on Vitality right now.
It certainly is. It certainly is as well. And I mean, I think to your point about just the size of this event, this is the playoffs. We have 16 teams in the playoffs. We started with 32. There were even more teams in that last chance qualifier, whittled down to just 4 spots to join that 32. It's a pretty wild array of the best of the Counter-Strike world. And now we just continue to knock names off of this list. So you can see the upper bracket, G2, Furia, Foot, and Mouse survive. But today, there are going to be some big names toppled. I mean, one of FaZe Clan or Vitality, one of Bait or Spirit. Maybe one of those is a bigger name, but the other one's having a real rough time. So there could be some crazy things coming in. This is our schedule today. We got Na'Vi Legacy to start things off, and then that Bait Spirit game. I'm so curious to see what Spirit we get at the end of the day.
That's the thing, right? We don't know what Spirit are going to turn up. Sometimes we have them as one of the predetermined favorites to win trophies. Other times, as we've seen so far this tournament, it's been a little bit lackluster. But for now, I think we should focus a bit on what happened yesterday, Mike, and recap what was a beautiful day of Counter-Strike.
We do have our STC Rewind hitting the board here. Foot managing to get it out. What a great first map from Magic, though. Let's give them credit. They have been one of the delightful surprises here of the Esports World Cup.
You had everything. You had tactics, you had aggression, you had passiveness, you had individual action, clutches that were really spinning the game. But at the end of the day, the favorite just won. Like, that's pretty much how it goes. It was a very tight best of 3. Again, there was everything, but they were just a class better. Foot was just a little bit better than the others.
Yeah, end of the day, Foot got it done in a rather convincing fashion on Mirage as well. So we can give credit for Magic for making the playoff, for making a fight out of that game, for bringing some nerve to the game, for having us on the edge of our seats for the vast majority of the game. But end of the day, Mike, it felt like Foot were the right winners, and they played better Counter-Strike over the course of 3 maps.
They did. They did. I mean, this victory was deserved, and I think Foot in general are looking pretty ferocious. They're a fascinating team. I mean, you still definitely see the struggles, you see the wobbles from them, but then you see the firepower when it's all hitting, when it works, and XFUD seems to have been the perfect addition.
Now, speaking of struggles and wobbles and whatnot, Mike.
Take it, Jacob. Take it.
Go on. The Mouse game yesterday versus Gamer Legion. That was arguably the most entertaining game of the tournament so far. At least the most entertaining game I've watched, but it wasn't always pretty. Sorry. Mouse really had to fight for it. They really had to dig deep, both on the first map on Mirage, where they were in a losing position, especially on the second map, you know, on Ancient, Nathan. I don't know how you felt about that, but that was chaos from start to finish.
That's exactly the point I was going to say. It was chaos, and that's where the best games always happen. When you don't really know what's going to happen, they're going to walk through smokes, they're going to miss kills, they're going to get crazy actions. That's always the games you want to watch, and then it ends up on the third map where you think this is done and dusted. Gamer Legion, they pull out the upset, it's 10-2, and then Mouse, every single round, advantage or not, you seem that they had it. They were in the right position, they had the multi-kills. And, you know, talking to the players of Mouse after the game, they were all smiles, everything happy, the best feeling in the world. It was that close, very, very close, that it goes the other way, and then it would have been a completely different story.
I'm sure it's going to be a fewer smiles in the demo review.
100%, you know, and has to be said, we had the biggest story of yesterday, at least according to me. Selex, you know, new guy coming into Mouse, a young prospect, having a terrible series on the first 2 maps, playing arguably the worst game of Counter-Strike he's probably ever played as a pro on Ancient, just to come alive on Nuke and be the one single force within Mouse to prove that comeback possible for them. I think to me that was the greatest and most positive story of yesterday, that you have a youngster who's out of it and then all of a sudden turns it around, and now all of a sudden he becomes the star of the game, and he's the one who secured the win for Mouse.
This segues nicely into our story of the day presented by Crunchyroll, because another team that we're looking to wake up from some sleepier form is Spirit. Will the sleeping dragon wake? That's the question we're going to answer at the end of the day, because Spirit as a team should be world beaters. We know our expectations. They came into this tournament the #1 team on the VRS. They have not looked it in the slightest. Started out with a BO1 upset to GG How, have looked like they're struggling past teams like Big that they should be trouncing, and now they're up against a bait team that we know can bring a lot of fire, that has an Opper in Sizzy that shows his best form against the best the world has to offer. And this one, I think we need to see a better Spirit than we have seen here in Paris if they're going to make this a series.
I'm a bit worried on behalf of Spirit. I don't know what your takeaway has been, Nathan, but it's night and day. Naturally, when they play their A-game, they're title contenders. They can beat pretty much anyone in the world. But what I've seen from Spirit, the last couple of games, the grand final loss to Mouse as well, I'm starting to worry a little bit. My alarm bells are not ringing just yet, but I'm almost ready to do it.
Yeah, you don't really know where you're going to stand with them. Are they going to come in all guns blazing and just destroying everyone or not? There's also a bit of a question mark for what's happening within the coaching staff, because we had a transition between Hattie that was absent for some time, and then Sutfi came in, and they just looked statistically better in utility and the way they were playing, and then Hattie comes back, and then he goes back to like a more of a average kind of looking team. And that's the kind of things that you don't really want to have. You want to be consistent in everything you're going to be bringing to the table, all the players being confident and comfortable. I'm not that worried, because the more you're going to be under pressure, the more you're going to be into the bracket, the more those players are going to reveal themselves into being better and being better as a team and better together, right? So like B8, yes, they have a lot of things going on for them. They have the individualities. They can really shake Spirit up. I still think Spirit is a class above.
Well, we're going to have to see that, but that's going to be later today. So we'll table this conversation for now, gentlemen, because it's time to dive into our first matchup. It's time to dive towards that stage as Na'Vi, the first ever champions of the Esports World Cup, match up against Legacy. And this game is going to have a lot of promise. Legacy actually hold the series this year. They've met 3 times. Legacy have the edge 2-1, but in their last meeting in Cologne, that was Na'Vi's triumph. So there's a lot of history between these two teams.
Yeah, I feel on paper, everyone should have Na'Vi as the favorites, and I think that's fair as well to walk into this game with the expectations that Na'Vi are the favorites, and it's their game to lose, so to speak. But I think Legacy is still moving in an interesting direction. You know, bringing in a guy like Try should make them a better team. Having Art as an in-game leader is always going to give a little bit of flair on the server and a little bit of unpredictability. The problem is when you go up against Na'Vi and the 5 players you see on your screen right here, together with Blade as a coach, where they've had 3 days to prepare for this game specifically. Like, I don't see a world where Legacy can come in and surprise Na'Vi in the veto, in the way they play, in how they approach the game. I feel like Na'Vi is one of those teams who have a very solid foundation that they can get away with playing their B game and still beating teams beneath them.
Usually that would be the case. I think for Legacy it's a bit special because they showed promises of them being a very good class. They've been winning tournaments, which is not given to anybody and everybody like in a tournament circuit. So winning is already something. Individuals are showing up. Art is going to cook up some random things that are going to be there. But yeah, also Na'Vi now has the crowd. And like when you come on the stage and you have that kind of energy that is given to you, that's going to make a difference in the gameplay. The one thing also that's going to be interesting is going to be the maps that are going to be played on, because Legacy is going to try to go on maps where there's going to be more randomness, where you can play through the smokes, where there's going to be random kills and random stuff happening. That's going to play into their advantage, where it can really make Na'Vi uncomfortable. And that's why it's been so tight between those two teams in the best of 3s they've been playing. You never really know what to expect. There's going to be a bit of randomness thrown into it, and that plays into Legacy 100%.
I just wanted you to hear that for a moment. The fans are ripping, roaring, and ready to go here. Serious support for the Na'Vi players here in Paris. Nice to see they travel so well. And they brought their shiny new Esports World Cup duds for this one. So Na'Vi are really ready. They want to be back in towards that final, back towards lifting that trophy as they were 2 years ago. This is a tournament that means a lot to the organization.
Yeah, it is, you know, and also a tournament they've been preparing for, to be completely honest. They decided not to play the Blast Bounty tournament. They decided to start off the year with a boot camp, which is atypical for a lot of the teams. You saw Falcons, you saw Vitality, you saw a lot of teams try to play the Blast Bounty and get off to a strong start. Whereas Na'Vi, they decided to go for a boot camp. So fair to say that they've had their eyes set on this tournament. They wanted to come into this season starting off with a strong result, and that has to start right here, right now. Making the playoff is not good enough for Na'Vi. That was a bare minimum almost. Beating Legacy in a game like this, bare minimum. So it's almost like their season begins today, Mike.
It is indeed, and this man might be a huge part of that season. Imma, a player who has at times been under the microscope by the community, looking to re-earn his place here. Has stuck around. Navi haven't been shy about the fact that they did explore some options during the break. They had those conversations, ultimately decided that wasn't in the team's best interest. And so they come back in with this 5, with this squad, hoping that it is enough to lift trophies.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a question mark with Ime. He has some moments of real brilliance when he's just going to take over the server. There are also moments where he's not really there and he's just being the support and utility player, which is not necessarily what you expect from him. So I'm praying, I really hope for Navi that Ime is going to show his best face right now.
Well, we'll find out how he's going to be utilized because we've got an interview with Alexi B.
It's Navi versus Legacy. I've got Alexi B here. We're about to get to the bottom of everything going into this matchup. Alexi B, you come into another playoff. How do you guys feel?
I think we're feeling good. You know, we had 4 days of practice and obviously some media for EWC as well. But yeah, we're feeling good.
You said that Navi still needed another level against the elite teams. What tells you that that level is here and now?
I mean, that's just, you know, us playing this game, and you know, we know we have a tough bracket. No matter who wins this game, it's gonna be tough matches leading into the grand final. I do think that Legacy for us, maybe they're not considered as an elite team by like all of the standards, like top 5, but for us it's been like a kryptonite in some tournaments. You know, they've been playing great against us. Last time I think we won, but regardless, it's gonna be a tough match.
Who do you think benefits from that recent familiarity of knowing each other? I mean, it's for as many times as you guys have played against Legacy here. Who do you think benefits from that the most?
You know, I think it's pretty 50-50. I don't think there is, you know, when you play against each other for many times, and we also played practice versus them before coming here. So we kind of know each other's play styles. They do have something new with Try being their AWPer. So yeah, maybe we benefit on the fact that we've been together for longer. But you know, it's a morning game and you have to be ready.
Legacy showing 86% on Inferno. Does the number matter, or does the head-to-head matter more in this matchup?
I think the head-to-head matters, and I do think that we are sharing some, you know, maps that both teams are quite strong. But I do think that it all comes down to the preparation and all comes down to, you know, how the individuals are shooting.
Let's go. Thank you very much for your time, Alexi.
Thank you.
Fun fact for Navi, in the 2 trophy lifts they've had this year, they lost to Legacy in both tournaments. Unfortunately for them here, they can't pull off that same recipe because if they lose, they are out. It's elimination on the line. Interesting that this has been such a faded rivalry, though, throughout the year.
Yeah, it speaks volume to how competitive Legacy have been, you know, against a team like Navi. And that's something they need to take and use in this game. I also think Navi have a decent amount of respect for Legacy, which I don't necessarily think is a good thing. I think that means that Navi are coming in super well prepared for this game. They're not taking this lightly whatsoever. And as I said, Navi are one of the teams that probably benefits the most from this format, being that you have 2-3 days to specifically prepare for one single opponent. We saw that in Major, you know, we've seen it plenty of times. The more time you give Navi to prepare, the more dangerous they are.
Always. But also on the other side, the more time Legacy has to prepare, the more they can bring a lot of things and then bring a lot of different things, right?
I need to call the one thing here in the veto, which is that we have Cash as the decider. I was wondering
there
how
we
this
go.
would mirror previous vetoes. Here's the mix-up, and Legacy showed some masterclass on Cash when we got to see them in the group, so that is going to be downright thrilling. I think it's time to dive into the game. It's time to dive into the action. It's time to get this game underway. Legacy versus Navi. Elimination on the line, the 4th bout in 2026 between these 2 teams. Much on the line. These 2 teams, a lot of respect, a lot of familiarity between them, but a lot of familiarity that we've learned over the last few weeks of the Esports World Cup for these 2 gentlemen. So it is my pleasure for one more time to hand it over to Buckethead and All In.
And it should be a very exciting way to start the day off. Na'Vi Legacy. CT side start for Na'Vi. A matchup and in recent history favors Legacy 2-1 in terms of series. Maybe not what to be expected, considering the ranking of these teams, considering the expected caliber of the two teams, but statistically, to be the truth, a hit towards B is how it starts off. All the utility floods on in, and now impact to be found. Wonderful. First shot to be found by him. He is traded back, but a falling shot does connect to at least keep us even in the 3-on-3. And Na'Vi the decision of how this retake to ensue.
Bit going to try and push forward with these dualies. Nice little 3-on-3 retake. No kit, a little bit of a smoke, a little bit of a flash. Some utility about to pop on through this church side. Auto backside. Oh, default makes amazing one tap with that P250, but Ema with a strike right back. Nizma finds one on the trade. It's down to just Ema, but Art seals the deal, and it will be the opening pistol here for the Brazilian Legacy squad.
Art and Nissim doing a great job there. Make sure their team stays started off hot. And a really good defense from Wonderful early on. Not only the 2 kills, but so much damage. Trying to keep his team in, just wasn't able to get it over the finish line.
The chants are going already, Donnie.
It's all about passion. Get to the playoffs. Chance to staple yourself as a quarterfinalist within EWC. It's all on the line. It's all do or die.
Another Nova. Last 2 days, we've been blessed with some good Nova plays.
Shotgun meta becoming a lot more prevalent recently.
I'm all for it. I'm an XM guy, but I can be brought over to the Nova side. I'm completely fine with that. 100%.
We'll have to see. Legacy's fine with it. They're looking into a stack. Not where the Nova is stationed, but still plenty of weaponry to work with. Mostly pistols. Aren't not going to continue to push through that smoke. The defensive utility does a good job to block out the T's, but as the flashes come through, they decide to push. Great damage with a nade. Alexi tries to find more with that 5-7. But as he falls, the bomb gets planted. Low HP on try. A real good chance for Na'Vi to try to go for this retake. It's going to have to wait for his teammate, Wonderful. Making his way in through CT. There isn't a kit for these players, so retake does want to come in. Has to be with a bit haste. Wonderful waiting for a potential push through the smoke. Try tucked away in dark. The Galil, good for the first one. Wonderful, gonna fall back after that. No point in continuing to go for it. Try to take a gun away if you can. Long range Nova does do the job. And able to survive into the next round. But it's still Legacy with a win in the column.
Nova definitely pumping up the money here for this CT side a little bit early. And keeping it close keeps this T side economy in check fairly well. Not much money left over on the board, even with one rifle being saved. And again, we've seen throughout this whole week, this whole event, the 5-7s have really come into a really big playstyle. And the second round force, we've seen a lot go the way of that force buy.
Well, Na'Vi another chance to do it. They do have a similar weaponry to work with as the previous. Counter utility towards B once more. Instead of the stack up, only Alexi B left to hold over there. And a group of 4 Legacy. One does retreat, but still the bomb stays there. And now pull away, go towards A. Keep Na'Vi on their toes with the utility.
Does seem like you're going to readjust here. Focus a little more on this mid area, trying to maybe put Bit and Wonderful to a test. Again, 5-7s, Novas. A little bit of a good counter or a push up mid, but maybe a one and done kind of scenario. Unless they really line up for this 5-7 on Bit. Can't see him having too much impact from this position at the very least. Wonderful wandering his way up towards Halls. I say that, and they look like they're going to line up for a 5-7 tap from Bit, but he comes up short. Lotto takes the kill. He's up with 45 HP, and the Nova and Apartments still kicking around.
Yeah, Wonderful could hold and strike, but Moto spots him out. 2 players towards there, so the shotgun rendered it useless. Although Art does push into it. Wonderful, a chance. Only a dink. Not enough damage to net himself a kill. And with 3 players on the side of Na'Vi, all stationed back towards the T apartments. Just going for some kills, try to stunt the economy once more for Legacy. But 3 easy rounds for him. 3, for the most part, clean rounds. Got a little scary in the previous, but they're not going to let that happen again. Not even going to lose any guns, as Mikaze, the only one to save. Armor 5-7, at least something to work with in the next round.
5 alive for Legacy. Obviously a good boost in the economy, bolstering the finances of this T side, making sure things don't fall apart. So it will be a little bit of a free round. They're going to keep those Galils and that single MAC-10 on Art as the Na'Vi chants start revving up here as the rifles come into play. Wonderful has his the M4s on the rest. A little bit of utility missing on Bit, but other than that, it should be a bye where Na'Vi can find themselves their first round against a little bit of a lesser bye from Legacy right now.
And a really important part of this matchup is going to be that op battle versus Wonderful and Try. Wonderful finding really good form in recent history. And then Try, the new player on the side of Legacy, coming over from the shambles of Passion UA. Definitely adding impact to this roster that was already scary to begin with.
The Lil Spray coming up empty. It seems like this won't be the B-hit simulator that was looking like early on. It will funnel their way up mid. All 5 now turning around, a little bit of an about face, and may have spoken a little too early as they look to favor that B-side. Minute left on the clock. Art going to throw out some utility over towards that library area, keeping Ema around just a little bit longer, maybe holding that rotate, but actually could potentially show their hand a little early, as he's actually going to rotate off being smoked.
Na'Vi very aware of the play that was attempted. Not selling to the fake. But B has to be defended. Mikaze, Molotov into pit. Dancing around the pillar, trying to spray, but no kills fall in favor of the CTs. It's all Legacy. As clean as can be. Bit and Wonderful stuck on the A bomb site. No way in hell they go for this round. So that's a 4th already in the hands of Legacy.
And again, 5 alive. That is 2 rounds in a row here for Na'Vi without a single kill. A single defensive kill at the very least. The only real impact we've seen thus far are these late round after bomb has been planted scenarios for Na'Vi. So Legacy, they've come early on to play and they are showing up strong. Na'Vi looking a little weak on that defensive hold, especially on that B site now. It's been nothing but success for this Legacy squad.
Yeah, really clean entries there at the end of the day. I mean, just efficient. Na'Vi did have a decent setup towards the side. They had the stack leaning there. Utility was there to counter the push that came in from Legacy, but at the end of the day, if the shots are hit by the Ts, it's going to be very easy to entry into that bomb site. Now, as we say that, there is the saved over rifle and op on the side of Na'Vi. Looking at the rest of the team, plenty a bit worse for wear. Probably going to see some upgraded pistols, some armor. But that'll be all she wrote. A heavy reliance on Wonderful and Bit into this round. As a timeout is called, let Blade talk to his team members. The mastermind behind Na'Vi, obviously Alexi B, the IGL, but Blade, his praises don't need to be sung. One of the best coaches, if not the best coach of all time. An absolute mastermind when it comes to our pretty little game of Counter-Strike.
Obviously, he's been in these kind of scenarios before. Many years of being in the scene. It's nothing new to him, man. A little bit of a 4-0 start for the opponent. Doesn't mean you can't swing right back into this. But we've seen how, over the last couple days, the early advantages for a lot of these teams can sometimes amount to nothing once those sides flip. Again, this is Legacy's map pick. They are on maybe not their preferred side, so giving them 4 straight rounds early on could lead to a little bit of a demise in the second half.
A lot of utility in towards B. Demau just blind, running and swinging and spraying. Alexi B actually able to quell that fire. Hey, you know, when you talk about the map picks coming in, the prospect of a third map on Cash, a very interesting scenario that we could find ourselves in, because I believe not a single official played for the likes of Navi
Legacy
yet.
has 2.
Lexi has at least won this tournament as well. So it could be interesting, but it's all about getting there that's going to be more important. And Wonderful is able to find one more with the scope. Still, Legacy stacked up towards the B bomb site. A minute left on the clock, plenty of time to redirect themselves if they choose. But now a player down. A lot more of a difficult situation to find yourself in, especially when Bit swings mid. Absolute perfection on the timing. As Nissim falls, it's all up to Try and Lado.
Na'Vi still split 2 to a site, so very doable scenario here. Wonderful gets baited out for the shot. Maybe the recurring shot followed up there on Gelato, gets the kill. Nade goes deep in towards Dark. He takes the brunt of it, but on a single point of HP. He's not only the sole defender, he still has Lexi B still on the other side of Oranges. Swings, gets the kill, and it will be the first round here for Na'Vi.
Lucky to survive with 1 HP there. Would have been a lot different of a situation if he was able to be more comfortable on that bomb site knowing the Opper's dead. Wonderful, doing a great job just baiting for his teammate, staying alive just as long as possible for an easy kill collected by Alexi B towards the end. With all that said, now we got even buys on both sides. Now we have the real chance to strike. Try does get his trusty op out. And again, an important battle that will unfold in this map. How does the op head-to-head look in this current situation?
Something we talked about a little beforehand is this is going to be a big op battle here. Try gonna hopefully for the Legacy squad hold off Wonderful and having the normal performances we see out of him. As Ema swings, gets the kill, but Art with a little bit from Death Molly gets the kill. Wonderful obviously finds a shot.
Oh.
Jamal finds one towards Bit, and it's a 2-on-3. Man advantage for Legacy. There's defuse kit on Lexi B. Oh, but is going to get tagged up from the spam through smoke down to 33. And what a shot from Nissim. And it's going to be just one alive for Na'Vi, and this will be a save, and it will be a 5th here on the board for Legacy. Na'Vi put to a stop early on.
Legacy doing a great job to play those trades early on. At the end of the day, if you're able to continue those one-on-ones, keep it even numbers, T-Side won't feel bad about that at all. And then Dumau made a great swing to get that last kill, open up the bomb site. You just got to deal with 2 rotators coming in, and clearly wasn't much of a problem for Legacy. And Lotto's performance within recent history is something that also needs to be discussed, because truly keeping himself as a contender for a top-rated player within recent history, almost MVP performances, although his team hasn't really made it far enough to find himself in true contendership for those actual titles, statistically, right up there with the best of them. Another timeout.
Na'Vi quick to use these timeouts. Obviously trying to gather themselves before things start slipping through their fingers here early on. But this is map 1. Again, Legacy's map pick. So not everything's going too bad. Ancient will be the next one in line, and hopefully, I feel like we will see Cash here today. Map 3, if we end up getting there, that is.
In a very good likelihood that we will. Last time, these teams faced off against each other. It was at the Clone Major. The maps were the same as the first two maps, Inferno and Ancient both being won by Na'Vi, but a different look for this Legacy roster, a bit more swagger beneath them than they showed during Stage 3 of the Major. So interesting to see if the dynamic can change. I mean, already has. Because the last time these two teams played on Inferno, Legacy was only held to 4 rounds. Already surpassing that.
Brewers today obviously did a little bit of VOD review off this one. And they found some crack in this defense that they are absolutely exploiting right now. Molly going to go out towards this lane spot. Flash off is wonderful. He's going to reposition over towards Ninja. He focuses his attention a little more towards Halls. Nima stuck in this corner. The old happily sit there. As, what a shot. Now, man advantage. Make it 2. Try finds one with the op bit out of the round. Maybe another as Springs. It's a shot, and it's already 2 alive, and this is what I mean. This Legacy squad is like a well-oiled machine right now.
Pick apart the kills. That's all you got to do. And as soon as this bomb gets planted, it'll be a fall-off from Alexi B. In an attempt to save the rifle. Still a player stationed towards A for Legacy. And more going over to try to take the weapons out of the hands of Na'Vi. A very, very precise Legacy to start this series off. And Wonderful going to do all he can to keep that op alive, but more players approaching towards him. Nissa might have the timing in from apartments. Wonderful misses the shot. Should only be a matter of time until he falls, but either way, 6 rounds on the board for Legacy. A jump out, Wonderful stays alive for a moment longer. Close range, shot in the back, op out of the hands. That's going to be a very big hit to the side of Na'Vi. They can decide to drop one over. Have bit. No drop. So Wonderful, no op in his hands. And a Na'Vi that's already struggling early on. That's not what you want to see. That was a great shot from Dumao. And then, again, it's just getting the kills one by one. Finding the timings on the defenders. Dismantling the structure of the defense.
We're just seeing Legacy really step it up here on map 1. Art already taking some damage. He's down to 33. From the FAMASs and the nades, utilities aplenty here on Banana, as is tradition on Inferno. They're going to wait it out, minute 20 on the clock. They're going to go for a 3-man stack here. Nima gets that first kill. And finally, a man advantage early on for Na'Vi. It's just whether or not they can maybe capitalize on it. We've seen it kind of slowly start to deteriorate as the round progresses. And Legacy are just playing at a different pace right now.
Different pace and also a different bomb site as they start to gather towards the brackets. Art stays momentarily. The smoke is about to clear, so a potential for Alexi to get caught off. Focus elsewhere as Arch is starting to be taken by Na'Vi. Emma falls back, holds the deep line. Alexi B catches the timing on Art. Now Legacy forced into an uncomfortable situation. A trade 1-for-1. But 2 players up. Or Na'Vi, at least for now. Try pushes into the site. An angle on Wonderful. A bomb to be planted. Lotto in CT, able to keep him alive. And one more headbound for Try. Why not make it 2? A 4K for the offer. Coming into this Legacy lineup. Filling them with so much life. 9-3 to start for them in the previous. An excited Brazilian crowd behind us. And Na'Vi once again forced to play without the rifles that they desire.
We're just seeing Legacy get all the opportunities of success here. Exact same ones that Na'Vi have yet to capitalize on. Man advantage rounds prior. Again, 7-1 now. This is a legacy squad that is ready to win. They want to progress up this bracket, make a hell of a push for it, just like Ben. He's going to make a push for it as well, but quickly traded out by Lotto. Keeps it a 4-on-4. The 5.7s and MP9s really need to close these gaps versus the rifles. If not, this could quite easily be an 8th round. Mind you, we're only on the 9th at this point.
Art in a good position to spot out 2 more. Delayed spray on the Wonderful.
Oh.
Emma gets turned on. And again, that's the end of the round. It's as simple as that. You get the one-on-one fights. Even when Na'Vi try to play properly, go for those trades. They just don't catch the timing. Nissim just hurt Alexi. Easy shot for him to collect. And you know what? There's a lot on the line for Na'Vi because they are still in contention for the club championship and definitely in contention to at least rise above the rankings. A lot of money on the line for the side of Na'Vi, not to mention the chance to be the Counter-Strike Esports World Cup champions in 2026. Legacy look to not want Na'Vi to even have a chance. But at least the M4s are back out. No op once more for Wonderful. But a far better position than the previous.
Utility being traded here, and Art might be able to survive, and he does. He escapes somehow, avoids the molly, avoids the nades, and even avoids the gaze of this B site. CT team is, they're just holding it down firm for now. This seems to kind of play out the exact same way every time. Legacy gain a little ground up towards Banana, they give it up, but then somehow Na'Vi stumble in and give up a kill. Especially if it's going to be against Try in this op. He would be the one to get an opener here. Unless Nism can be gifted maybe one of his own.
Still holding the line, but Na'Vi very aware of his position. Emma is fully able to spot him out, get a few shots out. It pushes him back. And a refocus towards B once more. 2 players lie on the site. Doom approaching. Nissim tries to play the lurk. Emma catches him out. And that's going to force Legacy to go. 16 seconds left. Alexi has to hold strong, but maybe Mikaze can hold stronger. 2 more to contest with, but the op eliminates him from the round. A player up for Na'Vi. And a retake that needs to come in, 2 from Banana. Try. Slowly walking up. Spots out with a nice readjustment. Also knows the player behind him. As does take some damage in that fight. Leaves it up to Art. Long range, AK. Can't beat out Emma. A sigh of relief from Na'Vi. A second on the board. And something to show for themselves.
Kaze finally finding some impact on this B site. His first 2 kills of the game comes in a nice defensive hold to find Na'Vi their second. But we are into the penultimate round already. We are into the 11th, and it is a 6-round lead here for Legacy.
Really nice shot from Try there.
It's a fantastic shot. It was a good try, and that nade really sealed the deal for him. But again, a 6-round lead for Legacy. Na'Vi have to close this one out. Get 4, get across that line, get at least the bare minimum here.
Mikaze burned and has to waste his smoke grenade to push forward. Art playing close by, but Dumao able to spray. A transfer attempted. Art not going to be quick enough to contest with the op. But Lotto continues to push. A spray through. They know the B site's open now. 2 towards A. A bloodbath and Banana early on. And that's the thing about this Legacy squad. You can't allow yourself a second to breathe because they're going to be down your throat the entire game. It's the beauty of watching this team perform. And Na'Vi, look at the money on Bit and Emma. 0 and 800.
For a last round bye.
Loss
These
bonus
rifles
only at
need
29.
they need them right now, and obviously they're going to be hunted down one by one. Emma might be able to find some here, spots out the rifle, but Emma gets the kill. And I mean, realistically, Legacy can throw maybe one more if they want. Obviously, don't want to throw Triad, as the op will be a little bit, but got 12K on some of these players. They could throw it, but instead it will be both these rifles saved, thankfully, for Na'Vi. But we're back to a 7-round lead for Legacy.
Well, with those saved rifles, it does make the situation a lot more doable in this coming round because drops were able to be thrown over.
Well, it does look like this is all going to come to a head already. Bit opens up. Wonderful with a kill of his own. He's going to reposition, try and swing out for the balcony peek, but instead it will be Legacy to get the kill. And now site control going their way. A man advantage for Na'Vi, and they will happily attempt this retake. The utility on Emma's good, but Bit quick to fall and work. Break even. It's a 3-on-3 retake.
And look at Jamal's location. One head. Already taken off, falls back afterwards. That's all he needed to do. Distract him for a moment. Make this retake just a bit more uncomfortable. As now down a player, even if you have the position known. Not going to be easy to crack this egg open. Lotto sits in the pit. Does get smoked off. Doesn't matter. Spray through it, why don't you? Put another scalp on your board. Makaze, the only one, but there's no time. 10 rounds for Legacy in the first half of play. Talk about dominance for an opening map in the series.
This feels like vengeance from their performance last time. You said that they got 4 on this map last time they played against Na'Vi?
Yes, at the major as well.
Yeah, so this definitely is a totally revisited map for them. They won through, they fixed the problems, and they have capitalized. The first half, an 8-round lead for this Legacy squad to now go over to the CT side.
It is important to note in that previous matchup, Sadzin was still in for Legacy. So, in my eyes, Try an absolute upgrade. I think Try is one of the best.
We're seeing that
offers
already
around right now, and also deceivingly young for a player of his caliber. So, either way, Legacy came to play today. And it's good to see that because at the end of the day, you never know what Legacy you're going to get.
And I mean, right now, they are pretty much forming Na'Vi and controlling exactly where they want them.
Fully in the driver's seat.
100%. Legacy aren't struggling in the least. The 2 rounds Na'Vi had, I mean, they were decisive-ish, but what are they really amounting to at this point? An 8-round deficit at the end of a first half. The pistol is a must. There's no doubt about it. And obviously, every round prior, you have to play nearly, if not flawlessly.
And at the end of the day, Makaze and Bit both being quiet right now. Definitely going to be at least a reason. And Navi's fallen far behind. The Legacy to be tested in a moment. Emma could push through a boiler with any timing. A smoke does block off one, but still 2 CTs. Lined up in a crossfire. And maybe a dual Beretta to find more than that, but it is traded back by Wonderful immediately. Art and Try left to try to stay alive. Art, let's find one headshot. Now Try on the site. Up and down the boxes. Is traded once more by Wonderful. A 4K for him already. An ace would be needed to keep Legacy away from 11, and that's what you get. If anyone could be counted on, it's going to be Wonderful. Great performance recently, and is not going to let up now. An ace in the pistol definitely brings some fire to the bellies of Na'Vi.
Definitely the only shining star right now. The little glimmer of hope Na'Vi currently has at 16-0 and 10. Obviously, granted, that definitely shot him up the leaderboards there with the ace, but nonetheless, again, it was a must-win round, and that is the man that you want to call upon to do the heavy lifting for your squad.
Certainly so. Legacy, of course, invest back. One SMG to work with, the rest on pistols. Most important thing right now for him is to just stop this Na'Vi roster from having their economy get too out of hand. Even if you lose the round, take 2 or 3 with you. You'll be happy with that. Smokes over towards A. Trying to push up the SMG. Doesn't push the smoke out, instead waiting on the opposite side. Battle up in the apartments is won by the pistol. Elsewhere, Arch Control does go in favor of Na'Vi. Art on a flank. Spots out one. The pistol won't be able to battle against the AK. And Nissim knows someone's behind him. Makaze has the timing, but missed the shot. Has allowed Nissim to get comfortable. It's still even numbers. And as it dwindles down, it does leave it all up to Art. By himself, Makaze close by. The 5-7 not able to connect with the head early on. And yes, Na'Vi get the round, but that is what you were looking for the side of Legacy. You make them very uncomfortable. 3 bodies collected for you. So at least that money is not going to spiral out of control quite yet.
And delaying long enough, too, where there was bomb plant. Didn't come through. So will be rifles in play. Still bit actually down to a MAC 10. Just so we can get some extra utility on the board. And it will be Art. Got himself a little bit of a hero rifle. USBs, 5.7s. Nism. He may have forgotten a gun in spawn, but we're getting to it. Don't worry. Emma actually taking that solo rifle out as he will run all the way back just to get himself a nice little USP, but it may be a little too late.
Not the first time a gun was forgotten in CT spawn of Inferno. But either way, Legacy, really nothing to work with right now. You had your one chance for damage to get taken out. They're at least stacked up on the right bomb site, so some damage can be found. Nissim won't be the one to find it, and no one else will either. 5-round deficit now for Na'Vi as they claw their way back towards a competitive scoreline. But this is the real question, because now they have to deal with the buy of the CT side. Now the rifle's back out. Try has his op. Art only on an MP9, but he's going to be playing the close-range fights anyway, so shouldn't be too detrimental to him.
This is a great potential momentum builder here for the Legacy squad. If they can get this round, Na'Vi still will have a buy in the round to come, but it at least limits them down a little bit more. Try and get back a 6-round lead, but a 5-round lead is still a hard comeback for Na'Vi, but they are pushing, at least in the right direction. It's being heavily guided by none other than Wonderful. Good nade down towards Banana, but actually comes up with only 2 points of damage.
You take utility coming over. Alexi does smoke that Molotov. And it puts them into the gunfight. It forces it. It forces action, but 2 kills go in favor of Legacy. Still the team stacked up towards Banana, but Lotto just doing great damage, even if it's through the box. Emma brought down so low. As the bomb retreats, his teammates still at top towards the car. A Legacy reposition now. Na'Vi group back up towards the top. The hit still wants to come in. Utility being set up. Emma throws a CT smoke in. It's just a matter of when. 25 seconds. The when will be now, as the Molotovs hit as well. Tease start to walk in. Art makes good use of the close range. MP9 good for 1. Low HP on the remaining players. Bomb still not planted. 10 seconds. A push in could stop it, but it's all better of it. Play the numbers game. You're still up 2 players. Wonderful walks into the op. Try not going to miss an easy shot like that, and it's Imma. 10 HP for him. Will be swung momentarily. Dumao low HP. Should be the first fight, but Dumao! Clinical! With the shot to the head. That puts Legacy back on the winning column. That puts Legacy at 11 in this opening map. Once again, Inferno, the choice of Legacy. The opening map. Ancient is next on the docket. But this is definitely, I mean, sure, credit to Navi. Brought some rounds back, but at the end of the day, it's not any less of a dominant performance from Legacy right now. You had the pistol round win that you won off of an ace of Wonderful. You were good to control the economy. You didn't let any rounds that you should have won slip out of your fingers. But then as soon as the gums come back in, it's the same as we saw in the first half. It's a Navi roster that just doesn't look like individually they're able to keep in line with Legacy, except for Wonderful, 19 and 12. Give him all the credit that he's due.
I mean, it's a huge team effort for this Legacy squad. Everybody kind of putting their performance here. 11 kills, 11 kills, 11 kills, 12, 15 for try. And obviously we tout this as an op battle, you know? And Wonderful is performing as best he can in this scenario, but it's come down to not only the op, but the whole team of Legacy really, really coming in here.
Navi have a bit more pace up through mid this time around. Nade right to the shoulder of Alexi B. And a double up in the long hole. Might be able to catch Navi out. Want to go for the double swing. Nissim spots the shoulder. Try. At least able to answer in the kill department. Imma on low HP. And Alexi B don't dare swing in a bracket. Right call, as the crossfire would have been too much for him. Navi double back, look towards B. And over there, it's Dumao. Spots one on the jump, smoke goes down. Wants to see if Navi aggress through it. If they do, it could spell doom for him. The flash does make it a bit easier. Dumao falls back, barely able to avoid the sightline. And more flashes in, so much pressure onto him. It's only him. The entirety of the T4 has come up. Dumao tries to line them up, but can't find anything. 4 on 3. Art has good timing in the back. He's able to take care of the banana coverage. Lotto so close to the spray. Wasn't enough to land it, however. And our position known. Readjusted to high ground. Sprays 2. Makes it look too easy. Wonderful. If any man in the situation, you want it to be him. And up in his hands. Finds 2 early on, and now the one-on-one up. Versailles, it's Wonderful! Once more to keep his team alive. The only fighting force still alive.
That's that individual performance we're pretty much just got done talking about. Wonderful. 22 and 12. Far and ahead, leading this server, but not leading Navi as a whole. They're still down, but not out. It's Wonderful. Just great, patient op work right there, cleaning it up and just giving a masterclass of a performance right now.
I mean, unfortunately, you have to capitalize off this, though, because if you don't, you're still building into the same narrative where the only rounds Navi have been able to win are off the back of Wonderful or the economy swing after the pistol round. So still something to prove here for this Navi squad as Apartments Control comes in. No contention. Nissim with the pistol, plays in the balcony. Doesn't want to get too aggressive with it.
Art gonna get smoked off on this arch side. 4 players here for Legacy on the A site, leaving just Lotto by his lonesome, but he's comfortable enough in this position. Flash in towards mid. Will they expect a boost? No. Art finds one, repositions. and they get themselves that man advantage. Once again, Legacy have been clinical with the positionary advantage every time. They're always good to find this early pick, get one, and really all they have to do is find a kill off towards Wonderful, and they can nearly claim the round every time.
1 for 1 in the apartments push. Emma makes way up lane. Has to try to fight off Art. That's exactly what he does. The advantage lies in Navi's court now, and it should just be a save from Legacy. Loss bonus hasn't built up. You've invested everything you got into this round. We'll get 29 off of it. So if you can keep these guns alive, a little bit of room to work. Lotto wants to upgrade, but just finally a Navi that's able to look confident in a gun round. A Navi that actually looked like they had a solid plan going into it and didn't just get dissected piece by piece. My body's hitting the floor. The bomb goes off. That's 7 rounds. Only 4 being the difference. Maybe the pep talks from Blade playing a key factor now. Get the coach involved once more. It is a timeout for Legacy.
First time they've taken one.
Yeah, just
haven't really
calm
had
the nerves for a moment, you know?
Yeah, I mean, and they're going to talk about what this buy is really going to consist of. We see an MP9 coming out right now, a single M4. You know, things are going to get shipped around. They're going to try and make something work, but it won't be that full, real investment into this round. There's no need to. They still have a lead. They still have rounds to play with. There's no need to try and force the issue when it's not needed. And again, great position there from Martin on that boost. Try with a good trade. But a nice, competent take led by Emma, of course, finding just a nice clean double in opening that site up, and you can see maybe a little bit of the stress there on the Legacy guys. All that, you know, good first half energy slowly starting to fade away into a little more tense.
On the bright side for Legacy, the only not full buy they're going to have is this one. Still the M4 saved over from a 4. Plenty of utility with the pistols to back up. Navi should know that there's some stress on this Legacy side now. Playing a bit more patiently. Systematic clear through Banana as always, but no aggression from Legacy. We'll just give up the space.
It does seem like A is going to be coming through here. The 5.7 stacked on with one of their rifles. Dumao, the M4, while Art on that 5.7. Seeing if you can get lucky with a little bit of spam, but nothing really to come of it. Slow and steady with 35 seconds left on the clock. Try with it. Perfectly timed reposition as Molly comes flying his way with a nade to be returned as Emma looks to push through up in this lane position. We've seen him do it the round prior. Can he do it again? Be met with the MP9, but the rifle. Dumao finds himself one bit with a quick trade, fires down, try for one of his own bit, trying to stay alive, dancing around here on balcony, and somehow is allowed to survive.
Disgusting from Bit. You have both these Legacy players rotating in. Wanting to collect a weapon or really scavenge together anything they possibly can, but that was just precision aim from Bit. Maybe able to find one more as Art walks to his crosshair. Do we see another ace? Does Lotto continue to try to fight? Spot it out. He will just fall back. He's got the armor. Best to save it. And again, Navi inch closer and closer. Now 8 rounds on their side. Only 3 between the two squads, and only 1 round found for Legacy in the second half so far. Again, a lot of it comes down to Navi having very, very strong handle on the economy right now. But still, a Navi that looks more confident on this T side for sure than the first half would have led you to believe.
By a long shot, and I mean, the round prior, we've seen Emma do it. This time it was Bit. Same concept. leading one person to have a really good individual take there, making the space, making it possible for Na'Vi to only be down now 3 rounds. Nade down towards mid. Wonderful, actually, first of all with a great flash. And that is a crippling kill early on. And the big name of Wonderful out, and what a shot from Dry. Actually, it's actually down to just a pair of players for Na'Vi as they have been chipped away. And maybe the momentum has finally started to seal the deal here for Legacy.
Oh, Try. A rough miss. Will pay with his life, but shouldn't matter at all. Lexi B, the only one left. This is another example of the rounds where Legacy has just been able to find the easy one-on-one kills. Any pressure that Na'Vi was trying to go for, Legacy honestly just swung directly into. Won the gunfights. Simple as that. A bit of utility behind it, but this Legacy roster looks very strong. Lexi potentially in for a rude awakening. He tries to swing this balcony. This I'm not looking for now. Art behind the box, gets called out. Doesn't die quite yet, 2 HP on him. But now, prone to die from anything, a strong gust of wind can take him out. Oh. Or he can take out Lotto, okay. A nice kill. Still no chance to get much done. An M4 out of bullets. Surely Alexi doesn't get anything else here.
Nah.
There's no way. Walking in.
Maybe.
The damage on an Ism, it makes you question everything a little bit because he's going to have room to work onto the site. Art does sit backside with the op. Won't be able to get the plant down. He wanted to make you believe for a second there that something could be done, though.
It was scary because, I mean, realistically, it could have 100% turned into
realistically,
something
if he fully clears that site, I mean, close range op, not a guarantee that hits. But a timeout once more. This one for Legacy. Na'Vi knocking on death's door in this first map. Plenty of money to work a buy through.
Wonderful should be able to have been passed an op at this point. Should have the money for it. But will they invest? Will they just go with the rifles instead? Maybe spread the wealth out a little bit more. But I'm Na'Vi right now.
Every fight, it's just that one after another, challenging whatever aggression Na'Vi wants to put in there. Good reads from Legacy and also better shooting from them.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is. It is, and we're seeing kind of at least something coming out here from this Na'Vi squad. They've obviously closed this gap down. They've made it a little more competitive. This Dumao getting tagged up. He's down to 37. The back of a handful of nades being sent his direction, but Bit down to an MP7. Definitely not the optimal weaponry you want on a potential map point.
Boost up for Try. The smoke still blocks the sight line deep for the time being. But powerful if Dumao's able to bait some gunfire towards it. An agonizingly slow start for Na'Vi. So much time to even show face yet. Flash forces Try off. That's going to have a bit of a push come through. Makaze does open the round up. Important to get the op out very early. And they look to explode on this B bomb side. It is only Dumao. But now slow the pace up. Make Legacy as uncomfortable as possible. Smoke fade, stop banana. Dumao can't challenge anymore. This will see Na'Vi begin to push in. Surely if Dumao doesn't get anything on this cross, it's just going to be the save. Yeah, no sign that the A players even want to move at all. So this bomb gets planted. It's going to be a very long time to save, a bit of a time to discuss what's looking for the future. Once again, plenty of loss bonus to work with. 29 on the round. Drops will be able to come over. Legacy will still be good as we go into the next, as long as they're able to keep these guns alive.
Things drastically slowing around here for Legacy. But it's all thanks to, a handful of players on this Na'Vi squad. Finally starting to chip in around here. Ah, the good old source screen. I still can hear those M4s shooting in my head, honestly.
Beautiful.
This very day. And that's the eyes of determination. That's the eyes that Na'Vi currently have. They are determined to take this one to overtime. Only down 3 rounds. Legacy, a little bit of an awkward position here. They're probably just going to shift some of these rifles around to make it a full buy. But if this one goes bad, if this one isn't a savable scenario, it's going to have a really, really good shot at this overtime.
I mean, it definitely helps that you have the likes of Emma and Bit starting to wake up into the series, starting to actually have impactful kills come on the board.
A little bit of a misplay there for the try, honestly.
Just got caught out. And as mentioned before, there was plenty of money to buy for the CT side, although no op in the hands of Try. It could get tricky, but he's been more than serviceable with a rifle of his own.
Seems like things will come to a slow. As B has definitely been a point of interest pretty often here for the T-sides. Nade out towards mid. Comes up fairly empty. A little bit of a distractional play from Bit. He's going to keep these 3 remaining CT players here as Na'Vi gain as much ground feasible up until they are now going to burst out onto this site. There's only 2 alive here.
Oh, the timing!
Spot in towards it. He sees another one in front of him actually as well, but he somehow works his way around. Wonderful with a no-scope through the smoke. Lotto comes up huge and somehow is down to just a pair. Wonderful, of course, finds himself in position to make some extra space here. Bomb dropped on site. They have to commit to it at this point.
Definitely a retake that you're willing to go for, even the bomb does get planted. Art stationed in towards the coffins. Not giving up the position yet. Bit swings right into him. Traded back by Try through the smoke. And now it's a wonderful that's already clutched multiple times for this team. On low HP, tries to plant behind the pillar. Aggression comes in from Try. And it's only a matter of time. A spray down. Legacy. A dominance showing through most of map 1. Are able to close it out 13-9. Very, very confident.
The slow tick of rounds in that second half of Inferno. But though the Na'Vi crowd tried to will them forward into victory, they could not stop Legacy. Not here, not now. Legacy come out the gate screaming, dominate on their own map pick, and make Na'Vi look rather foolish. Full control from Art and the boys here, Jacob.
Yeah, very, very strong start coming out from Legacy. Naturally, super important to win your own map pick when you're going in as an underdog versus Na'Vi. Even more so important to get off to a good start. The foundation of this win was late in the first half. I think the second half kind of showed what we expected. A competitive game, very close rounds, tense game of Counter-Strike. The biggest difference was, Nathan, that Na'Vi were nowhere to be found in the first half, and that kind of laid the foundation for Legacy, ending up winning the map.
It felt way too fast and way too easy for Legacy. They just took the pistol round and then just went on with the half. There was not even a question mark. Every half, every single kill, every single decision was really uncontested. It didn't feel like there was anything special to this Legacy. They were just far better on the first half. And on the second half, once they started realizing they just had to play a bit more aggro, getting the 5v4s, getting those entry kills, getting just into the base of Na'Vi a little bit and not playing too passive, that's when they started having more success. And just with such a big advantage in the first half, you just have to finish the game.
Can we take a quick moment to just appreciate this atmosphere? We are, again, reminder, the B stage, the B setup, the B arena, and it is roaring in here. The Brazilian fans finally chanting after that Legacy map win. The Na'Vi fans have been roaring, trying to will their team into it. I mean, this is incredible. The atmosphere for this game is unreal right now. Just wanted to take a moment aside for that. Now back into the game. Wonderful. We should give him some credit here, right? He's the only reason that we got a game here. He tried to will his team through it, especially in the early games. It felt like he was the only one who showed up to this match awake. Gave them time to at least try and play back into form. Maybe that might make the difference here in the series.
Yeah, I mean, he tried his absolute best to keep Na'Vi alive. The problem for Wonderful is that he's alone in that department. Yeah. Normally you bring in a Makase and all of a sudden you have 2 players who can make the difference, but Makase was nowhere to be found. I think he was 0-9 at one point in this game. Lost pretty much every single oval doing he could. got owned on Banana time and time again on that CT side, whether that was in straight-up duels, utility as well, a couple of times hiding behind Sandbag, not really taking the duel early on, but whenever he would then engage, he would be down to 30 HP from Molotov, from nades, flashed, etc. It really did feel like kind of opposite of what I expected coming into it, that the more well-prepared team won this game as well. It felt like Legacy knew exactly how to handle, especially the early opening on Banana against Mikasa.
Yeah, there's a lot of part that goes into the playstyle of the teams, because you have Legacy that use a lot of utility, if we go a bit more specific, in Banana. So in car, in sandbags, in pool, in that Porte area. And the game style of Navi is send Mikasa first, stay in that area no matter what happens, and then get flash, get naded, and then, you know, good luck, get the kills. But when you have a team that is using all their utility into that, then Mikasa just gets obliterated. There is nothing you can do, because what are you going to do with 20 HP if being flashed, being mullied, and out of your position? It's something that you can't really do, and that's the only gear to have in their Banana defense for Navi. Once Legacy realize that, they're just pounding on that. Then Navi has to play with 3 guys on Banana, then they just go for an app stack or whatever it is and playing towards A, and that was game over at that point. So, yeah, I'm not so surprised that the style like that made such a difference. I didn't expect it to that extent, but yeah, it was a bit expected. Mikasa has always been struggling on Inferno as well. That's also a truth, where he has never been really very impactful on that map. However, Ancient, this is probably Mikasa's best map by far. Like, he is the one that is really carrying the team, always getting the openings, always being very proactive, and that's probably going to be a very different story for Legacy.
That'll be interesting to see the bounce back. But before we get to Ancient, a little bit more time spent here on the Inferno, in particular Dumao, right? Because you could say, okay, Inferno's a tough map to take space, to be an entry, to take that ground towards Banana, you get pelted by nades, all those things. Dumao showed that you could do it quite effectively, actually, on the other side of the table.
22 rounds of Counter-Strike. Dumao was involved in 11 opening duels in this game, and he won 9 of those. That is unheard of. That is outrageous. That's like watching Stewie 2K back in the day on steroids, you know, being involved in pretty much anything that went on in the game, and having such a high success rate as well, getting it done against Mikasa, getting it done against Navi. That was super impressive. The combination of him and Try, you know, Try being a little bit more laid back, being able to come into the clutch scenarios, being able to have the AWP and being a stronghold, you know, just placing your crosshair sometimes with the AWP and wait for people to run into it. It is the best way of playing the AWP on a map like Inferno, because it's very tough to force the early duels from an AWP standpoint. So I think the way they approached the game, the way they kind of helped out each other and enabled each other, that was a big part of the reason why Legacy were looking so good in the first half.
Speaking about those options, we've got a comparison graphic here, a head-to-head between Try and Wonderful, because they were so much of that through thread coming through on this map. What did you see from the Oppers, Nathan?
Efficiency. And I think that's very often something that is a bit underrated. It's not all about the stats, not about, I mean, they have both, right? They have the multi-kills, they have the stats, they have everything. But the efficiency of getting those critical kills with the AWP when you have to hold the angle, let's say you want to go into Banana, go into the B-bomb site and you're holding city spawn with the AWP. If you get that kill, that changes the dynamic completely. Like, you just get a free bomb site, and sometimes just one kill makes the whole difference as an AWPer. And you can see that both of them had everything, especially Wonderful. Obviously, the ace on the piss around just gives them straight up like a chance to be in the second half. It just exists. You know, we weren't sure, especially in the current meta, how efficient they were going to be with the AWP and how much impact they were going to have. We had both players very present and very active for the teams. And I don't know about you guys, but I love AWP duels. I love them just fighting to death, and we're having this series.
I have a question for you, Jacob, specifically. We built this up in the pregame, right? Blade with time to prepare for a match should be excellent. That's what we expect from Na'Vi. Well, Inferno they played in their last 2 outings, so that should be expected. They've also played a lot of Ancient in this series, so that should be expected. But based on what we saw from the Inferno, are you worried about Na'Vi in the overall picture?
A little bit, knowing that they've already lost Ancient to the Mongols at this tournament. Didn't necessarily look too good in that game, to be completely honest. I don't think it came down to preparation here, you know. Big part of why Na'Vi have been successful on Inferno lately is the fact that Mikasa figured out a way not to be a liability, you know. A couple of months ago, it kind of clicked for him, and he was very much involved in Na'Vi being great on Inferno. This game, he went 1 for 7 in opening duels, were nowhere to be found, and whether you want it or not, I agree with you. I think Mikasa is maybe the most important player within the Na'Vi camp, because if he's not successful, if he's not opening up the rounds, then who is within that camp? Ima were trying to do it, you know, and will also try to help out in that department, but I think Mikasa is the most impactful player and the guy who's always placed at the center of the map. So whether that comes down to preparation, whether that comes to Mikasa having a game off, I'm not too sure about it. Again, heading into Ancient, Navi's the better team, you know. I'd expect Mikasa to bounce back. He's relatively experienced now. He's been there before, so I expect a better playing Na'Vi, and a better playing Na'Vi should be able to win Ancient against Legacy.
Yeah, it is Makazi's playground. Like, a lot of players, I know for a fact, are watching his demos on Ancients, knowing how to take middle, knowing how to be impactful and get those multi-kills and how to be supported. Yes, he's going to be a different player, I have no doubt. If he doesn't anyway, Navi is out. Like, there's no debate about that. Like, he is the center guy for them on that map for sure. And especially if you have Wonderful, on Ancient, it's very hard to have impact as an AWPer. If you have a very good AWPer and Makaze, this should be a done deal. Like, they're the better team, as you said, and I don't see Legacy really threatening them, and then hopefully going into a cash for the first time.
I would love to see it. I really want to see what Navi's cash looks like. But our analyst has set it up nicely, Makaze. It's all on your shoulders. No pressure. When we come back with Ancient after this break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We book Esports World Cup up.
They're tied up 2-2, and now it has to be the eco. You think surely they would have known. That wasn't anywhere near as close as it felt like it should have been, so that diffused miles off. The post-plant setup was very fragile as well. They did a good job putting up resistance on the way in. Important trade, sure, but way too late. And Carrigan will take that clutch next to his name. Up mid goes Blitz with the dig. This is just the eco. Long control has been taken from Falcons, but Blitz might make this a bit more interesting. High flash, not dodged, and Carrigan will farm him up with the SMG, doing some of his best work in the series with that. Heading towards lower, right in the pocket. Darkmeister brought down to 40. And unfortunately, for Mongols fans in the building, this is not a round where they're going to be able to put up too much of a fight. TQAC continues to put damage down range. Darkmeister finds another 3v4. Still, with that kill and the ability to plant for long for the AWP, it's about to have company.
Yeah, want to see? Oh, with a missed shot, he's going to have to find new cover. Will turn tail, tuck. TQAC low and late. Gone. Not forgotten. Nice find from Kioske. Should secure the round.
Yeah, hold on to these. Maybe not so much the MAC-10, but definitely the AK. And it's a long season ahead for the Mongols, right? They're in a different conversation than that of the EU teams, right? They're, without a doubt, the best team in the region. Up next is who? Tyloo, Lin Vision, dare I say FlyQuest. So for the Mongols, for them, it's just about becoming a top-tier contender again after this reshuffle. Mzinho deciding to go over to BCG, join Senzu, and Simple, and Electronic, and Magisk. Okay, hold up, there's a couple of big names there. But another rebuild for the Mongols, and drawing conclusions about these new additions in the early stages. It's Way too early in the season. That's what happens. We come out of the break, everyone playing musical chairs.
Yeah, and we talk about land legs, you know, sea legs. It's the same thing, the same concept where over time you will get more familiar with this environment. For the Falcons roster, this is just another day. Oh, what's that? We're here in the shuttle, we're packing our bag, keyboard and mouse plugged in. An awesome crowd in front of you to play your favorite video game. For the Mongols, perhaps it is still a little fresh for the two new names. Not that it's affecting their gameplay. Yeah, I mean, you know, we've seen output from them in every game so far. It's not like they've disappeared.
No, but I just think there's quite a contrast from playing local LAN Cafe Mongolian Counter-Strike and international Counter-Strike.
That too. Yeah, the brand of Counter-Strike you're up against is a completely different category.
Let's see if they can find the opener on this rifle round.
I do love this setup. It feels like it's always good to disrupt this short control default. Like, Kioske, if he mantles up, he's a dead man, right? Nico's actually jump spotting and... Ooh, swallows the double nade. Okay, at least you've cleared the corners. It's just cost you Nico's entire health.
He can play the lurk now. They're out long. Damage done.
Yeah. Oh, just about. Last bullet finds Tessus. m0NESY with a quick flick onto the Ticklewack swing. Big fight for Darkmeister. Oh, and he's not unable to provide lethality.
Nameplate Counter-Strike, long defender and mid to B player dead.
Techno's advancing. You're not ready for an off angle like this. Look at Nico getting value out of his low HP. He plays an off angle, and it's just accounting on a lazy clear from Techno, which he doesn't get. That's an important one from Techno.
Bad information, because you might think upper tunnel's now clear, and we can see the reroute. We're on board with the bomb, and m0NESY making their way through the backyard.
Mid to B smoke as well is threatening. It's going to cut rotations.
It's all on Techno.
Just one man. He does have the AK-47, that one bullet headshot potential. And with m0NESY behind Carrigan, it's not an easy trade. It would have to be some quick scope. How does he play this? First clean. Carrigan goes down.
Time.
m0NESY needs to get this fight, and he does provide just in time. Time is of the essence. Oh, dinked on the cross, but just enough time for that plant. 9-10 ahead of the play. No flash. Blitz just an incendiary. He's the low HP player. Surely he should go fast, and 9-10's gone. A quick flick of the wrist from the yellow flash, and Kioske closes.
Okay, buzzer beater right there. A real opportunity for the Mongols. Back and forth that one went. On that clock real low.
Make no mistake, that was...
Yeah.
Like, Techno did well.
This is a high cortisol moment for the Falcons. Don't you worry about that. This breaker, and it's underway. 9-10 with the AWP. m0NESY posted up. Decoy to try and bait that cross, and Darkmeister, I like it. Flirting with the aggression, at least keeping the options open. They know they can't just give all the space to Falcons.
You can't stay there forever, can you? 9-10's on this boost, and will stick around on his roost for the first. Clean. Just what you want to see from your CT AWP. Moves Kioske from the pack. Out mid, Carrigan already burrows forward. Blitz on the clear. m0NESY's holding that line, and so limiting Blitz's movement.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Legacy that's oozing confidence was able to dismantle Na'Vi on map 1. Na'Vi, for a majority of that map, looking a bit lost, dazed, and confused. Were able to swing it a little bit back in their favor towards the end of the map, but at the end of the day, it wasn't really convincing. It was still Legacy dominating their opponent. But now we look towards Ancient. Now there's a different layout. We are on the Navi's map pick. And Anthony, I don't know. I don't know what this Na'Vi roster is bringing to the table right now. It was a quiet game for a lot of players over there. Wonderful being the big name to step up. Multiple clutches, an ace, a 4K, multi-kills, honestly, everywhere.
Yeah.
But then you're looking at the likes of Makaze. Didn't show up for most of that map. Imma, they did start to build some steam towards the end of it. But where does it make Na'Vi lie? How does the contention still lie in their favor as we look towards the potential of a quarterfinal? On paper, would be an upset for Legacy, but this is also a Legacy roster that has an advantage in the series right now. Again, 2-1 within their previous matchups. So it's all going to come down to this. Na'Vi need to put their best foot forward, or they could falter right at the last step.
Like you said, Legacy dismantling Na'Vi, but again, the pillar of success, wonderful. 24-14, 1.61 rating. The man did everything he could. Everything he could. I mean, again, there was a little bit of swing back in their direction, but it was never really capitalized. But this map, Na'Vi's map pick, it's Ancient, and this is where Wonderful can really, really shine and put these kills to good use, because it's all uphill from here. It has to be the comeback. It's now or never, and do you make it to the next day?
Well, Legacy will look to put a quick close on this series, starting on the CT side. Dumao already into the action, flashed off. Makaze and Imma make the most of it. 2 kills in through mid, and A-bomb side that's wide open. Bomb not with the rest of their team yet. But Legacy already completely disrupted on their defensive stance.
Reconstructing themselves over towards,
good shot.
Good shot from Try. Maybe a little more here from Lotto with the duel. He finds 1-2, and he makes a pair out of nowheres. Somehow, someway, again, Legacy find themselves in the man advantage. Maybe not for much longer here, as it's now down to just Nissim. 1-on-2. No armor, no kit, no utility, and only a little bit of a chance at this one.
Still hope for him. He could segregate the fights. Pushing closer. Bit's not going to be clearing the angle just yet, but does make Nissim fire a shot. Smoke goes out to block off the cave. Alexi still in the backside. 1 kill already falls. Only needs a headshot. Has to fall back, has to reload. Alexi B on it, but Nissim!
The fadeaway.
Oh, and waves goodbye to the opposition. Legacy not holding up at all. Legacy still on fire. What a way to close out the pistol round. It went perfectly for Na'Vi. Everything was in their favor. You just can't stop Nissim.
I had hope. I had faith, and it felt like Na'Vi were there. They were right there, and then they just got hit with the most... It wasn't even like it was a clean pistol take. It was a little messy on both sides, and Nissim at least getting that first kill off towards Bit with that smoke, at least pushing him out. Then he divides it, gets some space, and puts that range from the USP to good use.
Alexi was still fighting at, like, he had to either take that fight immediately or fall back and just wait for another push-up, because you can still play the time there.
Yeah, there was no real reason for him to commit to it.
Oh, a stressful situation. It's hard to make those quick second decisions, but either way, this is an Na'Vi roster now that is going to be on the pistols. Obviously, the buy comes in as the bomb was planted. But rifles all over the screens for the side of Legacy. Mid not being contested. So Na'Vi will start to push out. Na'Vi will start to get a bit of information towards that area. Still play it slow.
Art going to try and buy himself some time with the FAMAS. Obviously, you don't ever really want to meet face-to-face in caves with the Tech-9s or Mac-10s. But he's going to stick around. He's going to try and challenge the position at least a little while longer, while the rest of Na'Vi kind of scatter to the wind here. Starting to kind of focus a little heavier on that A side, making it up through A main, while Bit is going to dump some utility. And he's going to maybe pull over a player, and this is good timing. If Na'Vi continue to walk out quietly, but try with a good re-peek there, doesn't quite give up his position until Wonderful, of course, she strikes in. The M4 coming through, and Nissim with a nice little 3K shuts it down, drops the bomb carrier, and now it's down to Na'Vi to try and scavenge another round.
Nah, just save it. We got 12 seconds. Maybe some damage. Alexi B swings in. Bit does find himself all kill, so at least you can write home about that. We got 2 kills on the round. End of the day, though. Nissim wants to close this. Nissim on a very, very hot start in the first 2 rounds. Credit to Wonderful. It was a good shot to try. He did create the space. There was a bit of a gap there, but no capitalization.
Na'Vi, again, we're in a good position to have that B site, but this spacing about a step or 2 apart, where the Tech-9s couldn't really get it right, and it was easy enough for that M4 to quite tactically transfer.
Once again on pistols, this time only 1 player with armor. Or it might be able to line up 2 here. Spot the shoulder, they swing into him. That's easy shots for him. No need to worry. Should just be a cleanup round. No pressure on Legacy at all. Already down to just the IGL. His position given up because he switched over to the Tech-9. And he is swiftly taken care of. And once again, Legacy, are they going to be able to continue the strong start like they did on the previous map? That's what it comes down to, because the buy is going to be out. There is no op for Wonderful, but AK's utility all across the board. First real test.
It will be an opless test for both sides. Obviously, try going to stick with this Famas a little bit longer, make it a very lightly invested round for the CT side. Obviously, mid is always going to be the focal point on this map, and I don't think that will ever change. Na'Vi smoking, mollying, nade, flashing, everything coming to a head here, and try spamming through with the FAMAS. Of course, he gets 1. Throws off a little bit of utility to his teammate. They look to rally back into mid once more.
Kaze and Alexi still want to try to keep pressure on mid. That's where Wonderful brought down low. Mid is in a position to even up the numbers. In terms of the health department, Na'Vi definitely worse for wear. But Makaze creeping up for Red Room gives them good positioning of the round. Try very obviously aware of the situation being a possibility. Now they evade the B bomb site. They start to work over towards A.
Oh, that information from Nissim too.
Yeah, they're going to try to insert this, it looks like. It's going to be hard for Wonderful to get past Nissim, especially with the low HP on him. And as soon as you see Wonderful in, you have to figure the rest of the team is in towards Donut, if not behind him. First kill very easy for him. That's exactly what happens. Smokes off himself to just stay alive for a moment. Molotov does land on the bomb. Bit has to reposition. Brought down to just 7. Bomb not able to be planted yet. Nissim pushes through. And 1 by 1, Legacy start to make the bodies drop. Makaze is all that remains. Fights towards CT. A double swing, however, allows Legacy to keep the round alive with 1 player remaining. 4-0 start. Money very well in their favor.
Nine, that bomb plan's huge, actually.
Yeah.
It's going to put Na'Vi in such a position now. They got to make the choice. And it does seem like they're going to come through with at least 1 rifle. Try, he's on the op because the round was free for them. It was 5 alive round prior, so the investment not necessary. And still with everyone close to, if not damn near, 2 to 3 grand left over for Legacy Squad. Na'Vi, on the flip side, have decided to make it a little bit of a hero play. And so on Makaze, he's got the AK. He's trying to force it up towards mid, and he just gets clotheslined.
Unfortunate. Now expected the pressure. Takes the AK out of the hands of the T's for a moment. Imma is able to recover it. Nissim doesn't want to fight into Donut anymore. He falls back towards the A bomb site. Meanwhile, in Red Room, Stack up with 2 CTs, make it 3. Immo makes noise in towards Donut. Smokes come in. All he needs to do is find one here. Just keep his team alive for a moment. Alexi tapped away. Is traded back. Oh, beautiful shot from Try. And as the bomb gets planted, it's still denied. No matter what Na'Vi do, just not able to really make headway into it. Of course, it was not around with the greatest buy. But still, you find yourself in positions to at least try to get that bomb planted, and Legacy continues to deny it.
I mean, this is feeling like Inferno. This is actually the same kind of Inferno start. It's 5-0 Legacy. As the music kicks in. And hopefully we're going to see Na'Vi kind of jump into this round as well. Wonderful. Finally having himself an op to throw around, maybe to play with, maybe to even try and challenge Try, who currently right now hasn't really had to do too much. You got Dumao at 9-1, Nism 8-2. Those two alone are providing 75% of your kills already.
Hey, you don't need to do anything else, man. I mean, if they're going to be the ones to get challenged and get the kills, let it be.
Yeah.
Of course, Dumao going to be doing good on that mid angle the entirety of the CT side. Very comfortable there. And again, the most important thing is just denying these bomb plants. You're giving Na'Vi no room for error. Op is out for Wonderful.
We're actually seeing Legacy play off each other really, really well once Sight takes in that defensive hold.
And a push in through main. Good information can be gathered there. Dumao doesn't fully land the smoke break. I'm playing very passive this time around. You still have the pressure in towards the B extremities. Well, compared to other, not even really looking towards mid. A group up finally happens a minute into the round. But again, aggression from Nism, it kind of leaves Legacy to have a lot of suspicions towards this B bomb site.
Smoke in. Make that space early on. Gonna tuck in. Hard first to fall, but Dumao finds one. Lotto with a quick trade as well. He goes unchecked towards Bucket, and Wonderful at least trades one back, but he's now gonna be sent backpedaling. Nism on the flank. This is gonna be huge. This is gonna be the play. He should be able to spot out the head of Wonderful, and he does. Taps away, takes the bomb out. It's just Makaze, last alive, 1-on-3. He's gonna jump around towards mid. Maybe make his way towards Donut, and he might be allowed to plant. They'll just kind of let this happen as they gather up and try and play this one safe. Don't give them the 1v1s. This isn't a man you want to let have that 1v1. And it's starting to get a little bit sketchy here, but he shouldn't suspect a second from behind. Lotto closes out. Donnie, 6-0 right now. 6-0. What is happening to this Na'Vi squad?
It's still early within the days of Ancient, but you have a point. It's a very strong-looking Legacy at the end of the day. That's the most important thing. It's Legacy, in terms of firepower, outmatching Na'Vi. Legacy, in terms of working around the map, from the beginning of this game so far, outpacing Na'Vi. But it's not going to stop Na'Vi Nation from making a bit of noise for their team, as there's still a fighting chance. Halfway through the first half, maybe now is the time to find impact.
Feel like this is kind of all coming to a head, and if it's not now, when will it be? Nade flashes towards mid once again. Na'Vi don't want to continue to challenge it and give up the bodies. Instead, they will just kind of regroup towards that bottom ramp position. Come out with a spray through over towards Bucket, coming up empty, but Try almost being able to catch some vision on a player, but instead he himself is going to end up catching a few strays to the knees.
Na'Vi working their way up the B ramp. 2 CTs in the caves. Try does go on the angle late. Brings Wonderful down low. Has to push forward into the site. Should be caught out momentarily. Art does spray through the smoke to trade one back into Mao as a rotation that just can't land the damage in time. So low on both Wonderful and Alexi B. Spray through, doesn't quite catch anyone out. Buying time for rotations, but The rest of Legacy isn't budging. Appears to just be the save unless Art can really make some impact. 1 kill won't be enough. Stick around, a player or two who's left is very low on HP, so one more kill could be found. Instead of backstab, and a Legacy save for the remaining 2 players. Finally, a first round on the board for Na'Vi. And maybe this can bolster a bit more confidence below them.
As Emma actually does get put down from the bomb. So it'll only be 2 alive. Op still kicking around, obviously, on Wonderful. AK on top, but still enter the loss bonus, the bomb plant. At least finally giving themselves their first round. The money should be well enough anyways to get some rifles still going around. It will be a downgrade for Bit, but other than that, things are looking up.
Space taken by Mikaze. The Jaguar. Nade lands at Art's feet, but still playing that close angle. Looking if any more aggression does come through. It is only Mikaze here, though. Oh, thought he cleared it, but not quite. Just missed it. A-side now starts to hit through. Nissan one more time to go big. A double spray. Dumao able to back up from CT. And it's just Alexi in mid. Again, just not able to stop the individuals on Legacy. You have to trade the player in Dona as soon as that happens. Nissan should not be able to get 2 every time a push comes into that bomb site.
I mean, Dumao and Nissan alone, 23 and 6. What do you do? Those 2 combined have more than the entire team of Na'Vi right now in the way of kills.
Well, it explains why they keep trying to go to the B bomb site. You want to stay away from those 2. The A anchor is ruining your day, and the player in mid is spraying you through smokes. Hope the B ramp, I guess.
And even at that point, you still have to somehow navigate around the rest of the guys who just haven't had their time to kill anybody. So even if you do manage to take out Dumao and Nissan, they still have Trial and Op.
And Lotto's not even coming into play.
Yeah.
The highest rated player on the team, so.
He's just been relaxing.
And that's going to go for the hunt here, too?
That's just, oh, yes. Lexi finds 1, maybe more here. He does still tap there towards Art, but the money's plentiful here for the CT side, and they won't be able to take that last rifle away. But it is going to be a 6-round lead for Legacy. And this is Navi's map pick.
And again, I mean, it's just Nissan being a turret on the A bomb site right now. Unbreakable will. As Emma does gain space in through mid once more. Now breaks the smoke, doesn't spawn anyone. Instead, it's Nissan to just get a wild spray through it.
Of course.
Emma goes down. Once again, the lone rifle taken out of the hands of Na'Vi.
The smoke break might hurt, but no. The secondary smoke deep from Na'Vi blocks the vision of Try as they will test out the B site this time around, knowing that maybe they can avoid Nism and the AK, but they are going to have to be met with Art. Solo defender while the rest of the team slowly making its way through mid, which this should start kind of raising some red flags, and here they go. The Tech 9's picking up space, start clearing, but it's Dumao on the quick rotate, spraying in. Some good connection there, but it's nice shots, some good trades overall, but it is Mikaze last alive and Nism from behind. And it's just good heads-up reads from Legacy. They play for some information, they slow play it, they realize it, and Na'Vi just aren't adjusting well enough.
Timeout called for Na'Vi, the second so far. You have to talk some life into this team if you're Blade. You have to try to get some sort of ball rolling. And credit to Na'Vi, every time they've taken a timeout, so far they've done quite well in the round that follows. So maybe Blade can put a little bit of confidence into this squad, but I don't even think a little bit of confidence would go far enough to do much of anything, change any sort of result.
I mean, I don't know what's. I mean, confidence can get you so far, right?
Well, also raw aim and killing your opponents every time they're on your screen gets you pretty far too.
Obviously, yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing Dumao and Nizam. They're just completely controlling Na'Vi. Whatever pace Na'Vi throws at them, they answer abruptly, quickly, and deadly.
Art sets up a nade. Will land straight onto Alexi. That combined with a wallbang brings him down very low early on. And again, you just see the discomfort on this Na'Vi side. Still a moment on that smoke, so no gunfight to be found. The CTs fall back afterwards. Now sets up a nade for Try. No one in the sightlines.
Oh. Well, who else other than Nizam to get himself a kill? The low HP player for Na'Vi out of it. Man advantage for Legacy and make it 2. Art finds one off towards Wonderful. And now, again, they reposition. We're seeing very reactive movements from Legacy. They get a kill. They're perfectly fine with backing up. They don't always have to force the issue, and I feel like that's why they constantly maintain this control. We're not seeing them get overzealous and push into something they don't necessarily need to. Bit recovers the bomb. I mean, it's going to be a long push towards that A site, especially when you still have Nizam on big box. He finds one, of course he does. They're not going to expect a close angle. Dumao.
Great crossfire.
And Bit, what you got here?
Got to save. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah, I think so, Donnie. I think so. That's why they pay you the big bucks.
Yeah, shit. That's another round on the board for Legacy. 9-1 to start this. Na'Vi will have a tattered bye going into this.
How are we feeling about Cash?
You know, it's a possibility. It is a third map of a series.
Yeah. I would love to see it, but the Na'Vi we're currently seeing isn't giving me any confidence in this roster right now.
They can't beat the Brazilians' bronze, no matter how much brains you throw against them. Legacy are dismantling you, but Nizam being taken out first is absolutely huge for Na'Vi. Maybe a chance to try to get something done, but you're not expecting the offer so close by. Try immediately answers. Smoke goes down, delays the push. Na'Vi forced to fall back into mid and rethink.
Good kill from Bit. Leaves it wide open here, but Art could be able to strike back, but Lexi B finding himself a kill, and it does seem like Na'Vi might be able to, quite possibly, put a second one on the board before this one comes to a close. Still got at least a pair of rounds left here for this one. Dumao, they're going to search around, maybe look for some extra rifles, and if they spot Wonderful as he jumped across, he had to.
Yeah, I do believe he did. But as you said, try to take the guns out of the hands. At the end of the day, you know it's a round you're not going to win. So not worry too much about that. Try's getting really aggressive. A bold play to take the guns out of the hands. And Try has to try to fall back, but Wonderful does close it out. Once again, a late show of life for Na'Vi.
What was first map ones? 9-3-2? Feel like it was, right?
9-3 or 8-4.
Pretty much similar score lines what we're seeing. We did see Na'Vi come alive in the second half. Again, all off the back of Wonderful. who, as of right now, is
10-2.
But Emma, a name that we didn't think we'd be saying is currently 1-10.
Well, he gets out through mid, gets a backstab on R, tries to double up onto Doomout, but instead Doomout finds two for himself. 3-on-3. This is the first time Navi's successfully fought through mid, gotten the kills to get the space.
Not joining the fight, I think.
Try gets curious towards the bottom of the ramp, but decides better of it. That is where the rotation of the remaining Navi players is going towards. So this up definitely in good position to find impact. How much patience will be there? Over in mid, Nissim starts to clear through. There's a player in the catwalk. Timing not there for either one to see each other. 50 seconds left. Navi can still do really wherever they want. Try starts to push down. We'll have a timing on wonderful. The scope's in the right spot, and of course it is. Navi second guess. The B take. Look towards mid once more, but Nissim still biding his time in Donut. Then I hear players pushing in. Lines up the first spray. Easy as that. That's two. It's another 10-2 in favor of Legacy, and nothing can stop the steamroller that they are currently bringing to the game.
This Legacy squad is just looking too high right now. An 8-round lead on map 2. Map 1, it was a 7-round lead. I mean, Navi, again, had something coming back into it on map 1, but I just feel like the tank's empty, Donnie. There's just nothing left that they can throw at Legacy that Legacy hasn't quite easily been able to counter, or at least stop them in the very next round anyway.
Well, if ever a time to play your full hand, it's now. It is literally do or die. You have almost no room for error. And it started off well. There was trades in mid. Doomout doubling up, but at least you're getting into the even gunfight afterwards. They just walk perfectly into Nissim.
He's just having such a good performance.
Yeah, the patience plays off. But either way, it's the start of the second half. And maybe the start of the final half for Navi here in Paris. As Legacy already stationed outside of B. Smoke Molotovs in, Bit. Clean headshot to open up. Won't find anything more after that. Dual Beretta's good for it, but Nissim doesn't stop, man. 3 on the round already. Trades out for the dual Berettas. Him and the bomb are going to have a path to the A bomb site. There's a rotation in, though. Alexi B might be able to play spoiler, but Nissim going aggressive for this clear. Spots the head. That's 4. It's all up to Bit. No kit for him. Does have armor. 2 kills in the round. Rotating in through CT. But Nissim's ready for it. And all Tri has to do is play passively. A push in through cave. Nissim waiting for it. Big catches him off. Ace denied, and now the one-on-one. There is a smoke to play with for Bit, but once again, no kit. Smoke goes down. Not going to fully cover him. Tries to tap. Away at his head, and that's exactly how it ends. Nissim, impact cannot be understated. 21-5.
Same way it starts every round is with this man. It starts and it ends with him. Nissim is just lights out against this squad. He's here when you need him, and if you're Navi, there's nothing left at this point that can stop this man, other than all 5 swinging. And we see, I mean, they're having fun. The expressions tell you everything you need to know. And, I mean, again, when 3/5 of your team doesn't really have to show up to the map, it's a good day.
Already, Nissim and Art look towards A. A grouping of CTs there. Let's smoke out the entrance point. The bomb falls back. So now they redirect into mid. The lone rifle of Navi is tucked in the mid corner. Molotov will eventually force him out, spraying down. Good for at least one. Mao also takes quite a bit of damage on him. So these pistols become all the more viable in that moment.
Bit rotating. Maybe a little too early. Thankfully enough, close by to hear that utility star hitting. He's going to stick around for a little bit. Hold the long angle, but the bait and switch led by who else? The Nizam. He's going to be able to push up towards site. Lotto at least finds himself a kill. Brings it back into advantage, unless Wonderful with this deal can make something really, really happen. But more than just a single kill is going to be needed at the rate this is going. Nizam playing just a deadly angle with this MAC-10, and he should be able to, again, come up huge if his name is called upon.
Backed up by Dumao as well. Bomb gets to get planted. Dumao an easy spray, able to double up. Wonderful finds one, but Nizam jumps right around that corner. It's series point, 12-2. Na'Vi absolutely getting dismantled. And I got good news and bad for you news if you're a Na'Vi fan. Good news. You got a timeout coming in. You got one last try at this. You're not eliminated yet. I got bad news. Pie's not great. You're down 10 rounds. This is potential elimination. This is your key getting crushed. And now you have to play flawlessly through not only 10 rounds of regulation, an overtime that would come in this magical situation where somehow Navi's able to pull through.
The crowd's gathering, Donnie. But how much longer are they going to be able to stick around here with this showing from Legacy? We thought we were gonna have a good day of seeing cash. We thought it was gonna be a map 3 scenario.
I don't think anyone expected this.
No.
Maybe a 2-0 if you're really a fan of Legacy, but an absolute thrashing.
A potential 13-2. Nizam, 22-5.
Wonderful already spotted out. It's just gonna be a fast push. Delayed by the smoke for a moment, but Legacy still want to follow through. They find nothing in the spray through the smoke, so rethink their plan, fall back a bit. The smoke's about to fade. It seems like they want to get aggressive once more. Clearing towards Donut. No one watching for this main push. Molotov, smokes, clear out the space. The main point of contention will be Wonderful on the FAMAS as well as Makaze, a Deagle. Art doing some damage. Smoke goes down into Donut. No impact found by those players. Art sprayed through the smoke. It's only a matter of time. The bomb begins to get planted. A swing from the temple keeps it competitive, but Art does good, and now a one-on-one. Lotto, a name that we haven't had to say much, in through mid. And he's against Makaze. Does have an angle on this bomb. That's the bright side for him. Got armor on Lotto. Multiple shots needed to take him out. Meanwhile, Makaze brought down low enough for that Galil to be impactful to the head. Reposition into main. Lotto pushes away out, makes noise. Makaze swings and the spray comes through. A 13-2 Na'Vi stunned as they are eliminated from the Esports World Cup.
Shocking upsets here at the Esports World Cup as the first ever organization to lift the trophy are eliminated in the first round of playoffs. Na'Vi will not have a chance to gain a second title here. They are done. Their hopes dashed, and it comes at the hands of Legacy.
What a win from Legacy. What a way to do it. One thing is winning, one thing is progressing, one thing is moving on, you know, and knocking out Na'Vi, but to do it in this fashion, Mike, where you basically just smoked Na'Vi off the server. It wasn't even a game. I'm not going to stand here and pretend that there were certain rounds that could have changed the outcome, or Na'Vi got a little bit unlucky on the first map, maybe could have got going on the second. Nathan, we're looking at a game where there was only one team on the server, and to be completely honest, I thought it was going to be a 2-0, but not Legacy winning 2-0 in this fashion.
Hey, that was a clear 2-0. You called it just the other way around. Yeah. No, we wanted some servers some players to show up on the server in a specific way. The problem is nobody showed up on Navi's side. There was not a single player that was here to like raise the bar, to just give him a chance like we saw yesterday in Mouse. They had a terrible T side. One player stepped up at the very least to give them a chance, to give them just some hope to get back on the server. Navi was non-existent. If you have several weeks of boot camp coming into this tournament, this is your #1 goal, and you just showed that as a result, you're going to be insanely disappointed.
The only thing showing up for Navi today were the fans. Like, they can be proud of their performance.
Yes.
Very loud, very supportive, but frankly, there was nothing to be happy about. Frankly, there was nothing to support right there. Navi, a complete no-show.
I mean, respect to the fans as well, right? Continuing to cheer their hearts out despite the brutal showing on the server. But yeah, not giving much to root for today. I want to get more into the Navi diagnosis, but before we do, let's spend some time on Legacy, right?
Yeah. Yes,
because
for sure.
now this is a Legacy team we're starting to feel quite bullish on. They lifted a trophy last season. They're starting to look very dangerous. They're looking damaging. And now I'm asking you, is this a title contender?
Not yet, I'd say. You know, if anything, I very much like where Legacy's heading right now. They also updated their roster and strengthened their roster a little bit by bringing in Try. I think that was an upgrade. I think that's going to pay dividends over time. May even argue it's already paying dividends right now,
sure,
you know, by beating Navi. But unfortunately for them, Nathan, they're in that lower side of the bracket where you're looking at your Falcons, your Vitality, your Spirit. I think Legacy beating Navi, it makes them a dangerous team. It makes them a team you should definitely fear and be respectful of, but it's very tough for me to see how they're going to progress any further, let alone into a grand final and winning it.
Well, let's simplify it. What do you like about what they're doing now?
A lot of things, to be honest. They've been under the radar, I think, for a lot of teams. They're top 10 in the world, consider that. Not a lot of people are really talking about them, which is a bit of a surprising part. They were playing very good. They're winning tournaments, especially in China. They've been famous for winning tournaments there. And now they're showing that even against stacked teams, against stacked brackets, they can go further. They can actually win those games, and especially very convincingly. So, yeah, they have a bright future for sure.
There is a lot to like indeed, and the man who has shepherded in this future, he's on the stage with Stunna. It's Art.
Well, a devastating performance out here, and I do believe congratulations is in order. Art, tell me about this game, man. You guys ran the board here for a little bit. You just eliminated Navi. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing. Navi's always a struggle. It's a very strong team, so we came in prepared, and we know it's going to be close matches, but some rounds went to our favor.
Yeah, I mean, even as far back as the first map, it was pretty much a Navi non-starter. Did you expect more out of them?
Yeah, I guess the second half was more like Navi. They had a strong team. You can never count them out. And today, I guess, my teammates are very on point. So it makes it easier for us.
Tell me about this team going through EWC and some of the stuff you guys are going through, some of the motions and the learning part of this EWC experience.
Yeah, we practice a lot. Every time it's hard to practice this much. A lot of nerves, a lot of stress. But I think what matters for us is playing the tournament, playing the live game. So everything comes down to it, and I think everybody was ready today.
And I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of people standing right here just ready to hear what you've got to say. So you might as well talk to them, Art. Say something to them.
Yeah, I guess there's a lot of Navi fans, but also some Legacy fans, some Brazilian people. So I just want to say thank you. Valeu, rapaziada, pela torcida. Tamo junto e vamos embora pro próximo.
And obrigado, my friend.
Obrigado.
Obrigado indeed coming through. Man, what a showing for Legacy. I'm still blown away. I feel speechless.
Me too, you know, and I want to give a bit of credit to Art, the man that Trace just spoke to as well, and put it into a historical context as well. He was in Furia, Nathan, for a long, long time as the in-game leader. A team that never really worked out, a team that never really won the trophies they were supposed to, a team where I think Art was a big part of the problem, you know, him being very stubborn around the way he was calling, around the way that he was approaching Counter-Strike, always a little bit gimmicky, never really consistent, and never got the most out of that lineup. He then fell off the radar, dare I say it, in Brazilian Counter-Strike, had to take a step down, admitted himself, you know, that he had to change his approach, and he's come out as a much more renewed and better version as an in-game leader, more mature, more balanced. I think he still has a bit of that gimmicky side to him, but he's also playing structured Counter-Strike now, where they can do a bit of both. He's playing with guys like Dumao, guys like Lado, where he's really getting the most out of them. So if anything, you know, I've been very critical of Art for a long, long time, and I think a lot of people were the same, and I think that was justified to a high degree. Nowadays, I also think we should tip the hat now that he's doing well, now that he's figured it out, now that he's become becoming a better and more balanced in-game leader. I think he's a big part of the reason why Legacy, as of late, have been as enjoyable to watch.
He definitely feels like a different player, even, because the way he's setting up his teammate, the way he's not going for those all-or-nothing plays, where it was just sometimes a little bit too much, a little bit too crazy. Now he fits much more into the meta. Now he's able to like see players around him that are very successful in setting them up properly. You can see this game, Nissim, 150 ADR. This is an insane performance, especially against a team like Navi, right? It's like you just want those players to do that day in and day out. And when you have an IGL that recognizes that can change his own, how he's approaching the game, to do that and set up teammates for success to such a degree, it really shows that deeply he's a new player, a renewed man.
And I think we need to zoom out, right, to look at the Nissim picture to say it's even more impressive from a man management leadership perspective. This is a guy who benched himself last season off of the team because he didn't like the way he was used. He had a crisis of confidence. He chose to step away from the roster, sits on that bench for a little bit while they look for a new player. Legacy have active negotiations that we know about, don't ultimately come to a conclusion there, and Nissim decides, you know what, actually, I want to give this another crack. They bring him back in, they integrate him back in, whatever arguments, whatever disagreements were being had are settled, and he comes out looking like this against a team like Na'Vi.
Speaks to the depth of the squad as well. Naturally, the mental resilience you have to have as a player to re-enter a project like that is admirable, but fact of the matter is he's supposed to be the quote-unquote worst player on the team outside of Art, right? And if your worst player, so to speak, is performing at that level, it speaks volumes to the depth they have to work with. We know Lado, we know Dumao, who also had a fantastic series here against Navi. They can play Counter-Strike at a high level. You're upgrading your squad by bringing in Try, and then if Nissim is also stepping it up a little bit, all of a sudden, Nathan, you're looking at a squad that has no real weakness.
It is something that we talked about in several games for several teams. What is the depth of your roster? You expect several players to always be present. You know those names in every roster, 2, 3 guys that would always put up numbers. If you have your bottom line and the 5th player in the roster, so to say, putting up good numbers, you know the whole map is covered, and that's, as a player, that allows you to be very free. If you know your anchors are very solid, if you know the players that are being a bit left alone, the guys that are not going to have the good stats, they can hold their own and do very good in the multi-kills department, getting those entries and like making the map easier for the whole team. As a player, for Art as well, you can do whatever you want on the server, and there's no better fitting than that as a player. And yeah, it feels very good. They're probably very underrated. They have a very hard matchup coming ahead of them. But with that form, you never know. Anything can happen with those Brazilians.
Also bears repeating, their coach as well, ADR. We don't know him as well. This is sort of his biggest, highest profile project to date. Definitely making his bones with this young team because, again, we have to remember, you know, names like Duma Alata, they've been around for a long time. Try as well. Yeah. They're still so young. None of them are past the age of 25 outside of Art, if I'm not mistaken. And Try in particular is, I want to say, 20?
Yeah, I think they have one thing in common, the players you're mentioning right here, and that's the untapped potential. We know that potential has been around for a long, long time. Lado and Dumao, you know, they're almost veterans of the scenes despite being somewhat young still, but it's always been the question of, we think they should do better. We think they have potential for more, and it finally feels like, especially within Legacy and now this new iteration of it, that it's getting closer to fully releasing the potential of what is Dumao, what is Lado, what is Try maybe as well. Try said in a couple of interviews as well that it's been a rough couple of years for me. He hasn't really found his footing. He hasn't really found a way to, I guess, express himself, but I think Legacy is a pretty good bet, you know, as where he could come in and maybe finally feel at home.
And that's what speaks about the whole coaching staff and the whole management of the team and the feeling they have towards Art, right? Like the confidence they have within him, like him reinventing himself. And then all the players you can see have that trust. They tap into that system 100%. And there is no team if the individuals are not performing, and the other way around, right? You need to have that whole thing, and they found that magic within them. They have that special thing that makes them look, maybe not on the names as a dream team, the names you recognize, and you're like, oh yeah, this team is going to be excellent. They don't care. They just show it on the server. They just come in and then they just bash those teams, right? So this is what's impressive of those teams, and if you're a real Counter-Strike lover, you don't really care about the names. You're like, oh, that is beautiful Counter-Strike, and that's the only thing you're looking at.
Beautiful Counter-Strike. Bewitching NBK here on the desk. Let's take a little look into the future, into our brackets, perhaps, because this is a rocking upset to that bracket. Legacy moving on. The celebrated names of Na'Vi gone, and it's Falcons on the other side who triumphed over the Mongols to match up against them. You set it up nicely. This is a very tough contest set up for Legacy, but man, I'm kind of excited to see them take on the defending major winners.
Yeah, because you know what happened last time these two teams played against each other, Mike?
What happened,
That was in a grand final as well. Legacy lost the first map. We all think, all right, Falcons, you're on track with Kerrigan, your debut. You know, you're going to roll all over Legacy, and then they won 3 in a row. They stole away a trophy and put Falcons to the bed. Now, I'm not saying that a lot of things haven't changed ever since. Falcons obviously won the major. Legacy didn't, by the way, didn't make the playoff at the major. But if anything, they've shown that they can beat Falcons with Kerrigan, which very few teams so far have been able to.
True. It's true. They've got the track record. Wow, this bracket is shaping up quite a fascinating thing. We got G2 Furia, we got Foot, Mouse. Now we're headed down to that bottom rung. We're going to be checking out. You saw them setting up on stage. Fate versus Spirit, Nathan.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a beautiful matchup, but we thought the bottom bracket was stacked. Now even the favorites in the bottom bracket are getting beat up, so like this is getting even more interesting, and well,
it's crazy.
Goodbye, Na'Vi.
We have to address it.
Na'Vi.
We have to address it. We have to address
Let's talk about Na'Vi.
You know, coming into this tournament, having played a long boot camp, having opted out of Blast Bounty, wanted to get off to a strong start. We heard the interview from Blade as well, saying that we were close making roster changes.
No.
We were looking into it. Maybe we couldn't get the guy that we wanted. We were kind of outbid by one of the players as well, by the sounds of it. Senso going to BC game. To start off a season like this, when you had an off season where you are debating internally whether you should make roster changes, and you maybe have been doing that for a couple of months, you know, it's always been a point of conversation when it comes to Na'Vi, and then this is the first outlook for you, this is the first tournament, it makes you wonder if you made a mistake by not forcing it, by not putting up enough money for Sensu, by not finding someone else you could sign, and that puts a lot of pressure on Na'Vi in the next couple of tournaments.
It creates a lot of cracks in the armor, because when you're a player or an organization as a whole, especially such a big one as Na'Vi, you're going to get attacked for every single thing that is going to happen in your roster. If you have like any issue, and this is your big tournament, your big move, they're losing their performance coach, they have players that are maybe getting changed, maybe not, and they stick together. You have a few weeks boot camp, you arrive into the tournament, and you fall completely flat, not even showing much to the roster. So you're going to get criticized fairly, because everybody expects more from them. Yeah, this is not a good time that can ruin your whole season.
Just to make it more spicy, Mike, right?
Okay.
Everyone talks about Na'Vi, roster changes, you name it, and then people are like, okay, then put a name on the table. Who do you want to remove? Most people are siding towards Immer. Guess who was the best performer at this tournament for Na'Vi? Guess who actually held up to his own level and his own standard, and maybe even played better? Well, that was Immer. I think he played a good tournament overall, where some of the other Na'Vi players didn't really show up. McCarthy now with 2 bad tournaments in a row, nowhere to be found at the major, not really playing too well here. He was farming in a couple of easier games at the group stage, but no impact whatsoever today, right? So if he's supposed to be a superstar, is he really doing good enough? So it's also a question of where do you even, and who do you even change if you're Na'Vi at this point? I think it's an incredible tough nut to crack right now.
Dire situation perhaps, and there's no easy answers, right? Because they have missed that break. We'll have to see the rebound from Na'Vi, but it will not be coming at the Esports World Cup. We'll be back with a little Spirit bait action after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Fitting to see the Dragon soar in the bumper into this segment, because it is a question of whether we're going to have the Dragon or the Dragon Slayer today. Bait enter the arena ready to test their mettle against a Spirit team with Frog in tow.
A team who so far, Mike, have been struggling a little bit. A team so far who we still want to see a bit more from. A team that is heading into this game, sure, as the favorites on paper. There's no way that Spirit should not win this game, you know. We said the same thing about Na'Vi. Guess what happened? Legacy run all over them. Yeah. I'm not going to rule out the same could be the case here based on two things. Spirit have been struggling so far in this tournament, despite Dong playing well, and B8 have looked better than probably they have done the last, dare say, 12 months.
Yeah, definitely. And like Spirit, there are a lot of question marks. They come in as the #1 in theory. They're lost in the groups. They're not looking very good. They're struggling on their map picks. They're struggling overall. You never really know what kind of Spirit you're gonna get. They seem a bit more closed in their body language, whereas Bait is like very comfortable, very relaxed. They're just walking in. I don't know, it is always scary, especially it's a matchup where they're gonna know each other very well. They play face-it against each other 24/7. They know each other inside out. They're watching each other's demos, like they have all of those things that is gonna play into account for this matchup. I don't think there is reason to be very confident to Spirit. They should be winning. We're far from being that confident that they actually will win like that.
And if you're wondering why we're holding this team to such a high standard, right? Because it is Spirit. We just expect them to step out and annihilate 90% of competition. When you have a player of the caliber of Donk, when you have a guy that we're talking about as potentially the greatest rifler ever, the highest peak ever, and he's still so fresh into his career, when you've got Shiro behind that, when you have Tanir occasionally taking over the server, this is a team that we expect to shred competition.
I think Spirit are playing with a sense of responsibility that when you have a talent like Donk on your roster, you have to be aiming for the stars. You have to be aiming to win trophies. You have to aim to be the best team in the world. Otherwise, you shouldn't be having a guy like Donk on your team. It'll be the same thing as if Vitality were okay with having, plumbers and construction workers next to Saivu and then occasionally then make the playoff. That's not cool, right? When you have one of the greatest players to ever touch the game, when you have maybe the most informed player at least in the last 24 months. And Dunk, you know, discussions are to be had between him and Saivu. I think it comes with a certain amount of responsibility. And I get what Spirit have been trying to build around him. You know, you bring in Tinea, you bring back Magix as an in-game leader, you bring in Sontex once more. It's not that I don't like the fact that they're trying, it's just not working out fully as expected as of right now. And I think this playoff is super, super important for Team Spirit. They have to make a deep run right here. They have to do well. Otherwise, I think we're looking at another season, just like the beginning of 26. People may forget because they did okay well at the major, but it's been a shaky year for Team Spirit so far. They started off the year having the worst streak of tournaments they ever had with Dunk on the lineup, and that's only 3-4 months ago.
Yeah, that's the thing that is a bit sad. You see how stacked they are. You expect them to be consistently fighting for the trophies, winning way more than they have been. Especially with a guy like Dunk. He's not just a star player putting out the numbers. He's also very vocal. He's going to be very active in the team. He's going to do everything he can to carry his team and drag them across the finish line. And they still sometimes manage not to do that. They're to be stuck in those games. Especially if you look at the group stage against Luminosity, they struggled. They lost the first game. There's like a lot of things that are still very shaky. But yeah, you look at that one-man Dunk, you know, and it's something you always want to know more of.
Well, I want to know more about that one man. And so why not? We have Stunna catching up with Dunk.
Spirit taking a B8, Dunk in the server today. Dunk, you've talked about Spirit losing control when rounds snowball. What does that look like now that we've gotten a few games here at EWC done?
I think we got better in this in terms of this snowballing thing, and yeah, like it was a problem that we were all facing because like focusing in, because like we know like it's not normal to have such problem, and now we're just fine with that, and I think we are not have this problem anymore.
Back in June, you were talking about you lost the comeback, you lose your mind, and that's sort of what you're talking about, right? It's gone away. How do you see those problems coming and stop them before they happen? How do you stop the game becoming emotional? It's a little bright.
Yeah, I think it's all about like being in the moment, being in present, and like not focusing on which mistakes you've done, and just keep playing. Basically, like you just don't need to get into emotions and just keep playing your game, because like a game isn't finished yet.
And for you, you have a game in front of you today versus B8. You're always expected to destroy. You know, you're always expected to be in this server, shutting down the ops. B8 beat Vitality. Why won't B8 beat Spirit today?
I don't know. They can.
Do you think they will?
No.
Fair enough. Anything you want to say?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I am feeling thank you indeed. I don't know if that's exactly the aura of insane confidence we always expect from Dunk. That was I don't know, they can, but they won't.
Yeah, and you kind of have to respect that kind of confidence. And you have to understand it as well. When you are as good as Dunk is, when you always know you're walking into a game, Nathan, and you can make the difference. When you know that you are the win condition every single time you join the server. It'd almost be a little bit unserious if he didn't have that aura of self-confidence going on for him. So, if anything, what we learned so far from Team Spirit, yes, as a team, they've been struggling a little bit in the group stage, but from an individual perspective, Dunk have shown up in every single game so far. He's saved them big time against Big.
That's one of the things with the greats of the game. Confidence don't really exist. They don't need it. They know they have it. They know they're him. So why would you even worry about, do you have the confidence? Are you really arguing about it? No, man, he knows you're just playing Counter-Strike. It's going to be a face-it game, a bit glorified, you know, a bit of people watching and stuff like that, but he's just going to come on the server, do what he does every single day, and then crush the opposition. Whether the team is going to follow, that's another question mark, right? But for him, it's just another day in the office. Whatever it is, he's just going to go on the server, do his stuff, get his rating, get all his kills, and then, you know, life is good. That's pretty much it.
I do think it's worth throwing just a little bit of water on that fire, which is that we did get the unthinkable over in the Bounty, which was a couple of bad Dunk maps in a row. It's never happened. It never happens. That's why it was so astounding.
Yeah, true. It doesn't happen often, you know. If you go in and you look was it yesterday I saw on Twitter or Reddit or somewhere, you know, if you look through all his games in his entire career, we're talking about 2 or 3 maps where he's gone negative KD. It's ridiculous, right? It's absolutely absurd to have that kind of consistency. So, I mean, as much as I agree with you, it kind of did happen at the Blast Bounty. I'll just say it in a different way then. Donk doesn't have 2 bad maps in a row, sure thing. Maybe occasionally that happens. Donk doesn't have 2 bad events in a row.
Sure,
and
right.
we saw the direct response to that coming into this tournament. The team may not be functioning at the level you'd like to right now, or at least in the group stage. Can quickly change, by the way, in a playoff setting, in a playoff game. But Donk is still firing on all cylinders.
Let's broaden that scope then. Let's talk about the team overall, right? Because this is a team that's been in transition. Magix took over the IGLing at the beginning of the year. We've had Sodfik taking over some of the coaching. We've had Holly step back into the coaching. Holly's behind them here. What are we seeing in the broader picture for Spirit?
I'll be honest, I think the biggest problem for Spirit, they have a few, you know. I don't think Suntix have hit the mark, basically, ever since he rejoined, you know. Still lacks a little bit in terms of output, and maybe perhaps is a bit of a weak link. But for me, the biggest issue in Spirit is the fact that they haven't been able to find a way to enable Tenir. I don't get it, because I think Tenir is a great player. I think what he did in Heroic showcased him to be a great talent. We've seen glimpses of it in Team Spirit as well, especially when Softic came in as a standing coach. It seemed like that had an uptick in Tenir's performance, but I look at the past 4 or 5 events, and he's supposed to be the 3rd star player within this lineup. He's supposed to be the backup to Donk. He's supposed to be the backup to Shiro in that department as well, and right now, Tenir is not playing like that. His average rating the past 3 months is 0.98. That's not good enough when you're playing for Team Spirit and you are as good as Tenir. So whether it's on him individually, it's on the team, I don't know, but he's not working out right now.
It's one of the disappointing part about Spirit. You kind of labeled it as the Donk team, maybe. Everybody's looking at Spirit and it's like, oh, it's the Donk show. He's going to do everything. Look at the depth of their roster. If you actually think about it, Shiro is a top 3 operator of all time. He's insane, super consistent. He does everything he needs to do. Magix is still stepping into as an IGL. Tenir came in the roster as a 1.15 average rating or something like that. He was a star player for the team. He was consistently present. He was excellent. And then you have Zontic that was holding a very special place as an anchor. He was being a bit unconventional, but he was very solid in everything he was doing. As you said, a lot of those things dropped off individually for those players, and then you have more of that difference between the players. And that's where there is a real problem for Spirit. If you enable those stars, you have one of the best roster of all time, period. The quality of the players, what they can do together, the coaching staff, everyone they have around, masterclass. Everything is perfect. When you come on a server, it shows a different story, and that's what's pretty disappointing. You expect way more from them.
I'm still caught up with you saying that he's best top 3 operators all time. We're going to maybe table that for a future conversation. I think we could unpack that one for a while, but let's dive into the other side. Let's dive into Bait, right? Bait coming into this, looking strong, looking good. And to start us off with the talk, why not listen to the man who has a lot to do with this roster? We got NPL for an interview.
Big matchup here. I'm talking about B8 taking on Spirit. NPL lucky enough to give us some words before we get started here. You guys have proven the ability to upset by beating Vitality here 2-1. Tell me about what that does to a team coming into another elimination game.
We are hungry for the win, and we just want to win them and prove ourselves and other people that we are capable of doing it.
How do you stop the whole game from becoming about Donk?
Maybe stop, don't give him eco frags, and just don't give him confidence, and that's it.
And you can shut it down that easily. They had talked about losing control when rounds snowball. When they lose rounds, they lose rounds. How do you make them lose rounds today?
We will just play our game. I mean, they're not in their best form right now, and I think we have a chance to win them. And Shiro is not playing well right now, and Nino also only not playing his best game, and I think we have really good chances to win them, and that's it.
So Sizzy versus Shiro, you're taking Sizzy every time?
Yes.
Right, fair enough. Thank you very much. Good luck.
This does highlight another storyline because while he may be in NBK's top 3 all-time list, still going to bring that one up, it has not been a top 3 all-time performance for Shiro here. Meanwhile, Sizzy has been hot to trot on the scope.
Sissy is slowly but surely emerging to be the player they wanted him to be. Because again, just to give you a bit of a context to where Bait is at right now, they started off the season with one AWPer, played a tournament, then instantly switched him out, brought in Sissy, 16 years of age, and he needed a little time to get up to speed with playing Tier 1 Counter-Strike and playing in some of the best teams in the world. But during the major, he had big moments, he was stepping up in overtime games, he was part of the reason why Bait were competitive, and ever since the summer break, he's trending upwards, you know, so he's getting better together with Bait, and I think that goes in tandem, you know. A Bait that is starting to finally look like the Bait we saw in late 25, playing good Counter-Strike, playing, I guess, composed and Counter-Strike fairly consistently as well. That goes hand in hand with now finally activating Sissy.
You can definitely see they have a game plan, they have things going on, and it kind of speaks for the debate where Sissy is a good upper playing at the top of his form. Shiro, you say, is not that good. They're on the same stat lines. They're very similar, so it speaks to how good both of those players are. But they're not still on the same caliber for now. There is still future to behold, but obviously he's a very big advantage for B8. They're very thankful to have him, and he's playing a big part. So that duel is going to be more than important today.
It surely is. We're going to get the veto coming up here in just a moment. And Nathan, we were chatting a little earlier. There's one map you want to see here.
Oh yeah, please tell me there is cash in the map. Well, I want to see that. I want to see B8 just taking the chance. Spirit is not really looking too hot on the map so far. And we'll see if they take the gamble, because there's still a question mark.
No.
Let's see. No.
They're not feeling bold. They're not feeling brave.
It is not happening. Yeah, they're going for comfort. Mirage is always a bit of a question mark, because sure, they feel comfortable on it, but
yeah,
you know, it's Spirit's playground anyway. They play the map 24/7, whether it's in pugs, whether it's as a team. How can you really find those consistent cracks to beat them on a map like that? It's a bit scary.
I'm kind of split on that one, because it's a tale of two stories. You know, one thing is B8 not picking cash. That's also them saying that we trust so much in our own abilities on Mirage that we can go toe-to-toe versus Team Spirit on a map that, as Nathan said, they play all the time and they play to a high level. So I like the confidence in the veto from B8, but it also seems, at least from the outside, maybe a bit disconnected in the sense that, listen, you're the underdog. You've seen Spirit struggle massively on cash. They couldn't get anything done against Big. They were run all over. Had it not been for Donk, you know, trying to keep them alive. So I would have liked B8 to take a bit of a gamble here to pick into cash, but on the other hand, I also respect them believing in their own abilities.
There is maybe a little bit of a glimmer on the Mirage as well, right? Reminder, that is the map where GG Hao, of all teams, out of the last chance qualifier, upset Spirit in the opening matchup.
Yeah. But it's also the map where Donk is like, if I want to win the game, I'll win the game. You know, you place him in Connector, he's getting a triple kill every round, and you say good luck to whoever's gonna face him.
That is a little bit more of the sample size here. Still, it is time to dive into the match. It's time to get this underway. It's already been one upset today here on the B stream, but will we have another? Bait will try and find out. Bait versus Spirit. Take it away.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup live from Paris. We're into the round 16, continuing the action here with Team Spirit versus Bait. A matchup that a couple of weeks ago, if you asked anybody, they would say Spirit easily the favorite. It's going to come in and conquer Bait in this game, but that's not the case today. There's a question of whether this upset can happen, because Bait have been playing at a very high level and Spirit have come in slow.
Yeah, kind of reverse results that we've got going on. Bait with that very impressive upset win over Vitality, 2-1 in that series. Spirit took a best-of-1 loss to GG Hao, really struggled in a series to get through and qualify and actually make it through to this round of 16. They had some very close affairs, and they've even had players coming out in interviews. Donk even said, you know, we have issues. We're doing everything we possibly can to fix them. It's just not there quite yet. But still, it seems crazy to think that Spirit might not move past this Bait team. Very dangerous, very intimidating, and a lot of talent on the roster.
We heard that interview ahead of this game from Donk, who was saying that how they're focusing on some of the problems they've been having, some of the issues, is just trying to be present, be in the moment, and not let those issues sort of pile up in your head, right? And that's something that we know. We've seen Team Spirit get in those situations where sometimes they can get the frustrations building up and the tilt sets in.
But this is the moment you kind of have to respond to it. If you're Spirit, you have to be accepting of that kind of a pressure. You're one of the best teams in the world. You've got the best player in the world. You are expected to run through group stages. You are expected to challenge for trophies. And we got to see if Spirit can do it. That man on your screen sitting in the back, Hallie, the coach, coming under a lot of fire recently. Results of Sotfik when he steps in behind the team, much improved over when he's standing behind them as well. So a lot of negative attention heading his way as his team tries to bolster up around him and kind of secure the fact that he can still perform and they can still deliver good results with him at the helm.
When you talk about pressure and the fact that Spirit are used to playing with pressure with every game they go into, well, the opposite for Bait, right? A team that don't get into these environments as often, but just for the sake of this matchup, the other game going on is FaZe versus Vitality on the STC Arena stage. They get to play their first playoff game here on the smaller stage, so a much more intimate audience, and I feel like that is going to favor Bait. That's going to give them at least some chances, better than playing in front of the full pressure up there on the bigger stage.
Yeah, I think if you're Bait, you're coming into this, you're saying we might be able to catch Spirit at a weak moment right here. A shaky group stage from them. We're playing very well, got a ton of confidence. Bait needs to come into this thinking this is very much within their reach. Pistol round on Dust 2 is live. As this playoff match begins, it's going to be Bait starting on the CT side, and Spirit, their home map of Dust 2, they start on the offense.
They're getting into it right away. Interested to see what level Team Spirit are going to be at today. You know they can level up very quickly. Smoke the hinge. It's cover in the double doors, and Sizzy going to start sending shots through the smoke. Eyes are on him today. He's been incredible so far in this event. And we got Donk who's climbed up on top of the Xbox. So no contact yet from either side. Smoke fades. Sizzy backs away.
Just missed the information, so we'll get a mid to B smoke. There's 4 defenders at this bomb site, though. Bait is set up very well to hold this hit off.
Yeah, this is going to be very difficult for Team Spirit to break through, but luckily they've brought a battering ram in Donk. It's going to be Tanir, though, that is the effective player. Donk searching for the other inside of the site. You got to take those in essential will. So Zontek's running back into the tunnel, keeping that advantage because Magix has just taken Alex down as well. And you got the fallback plan if you're Spirit, but MPL, great push into the tunnels to catch Zontek.
Oh, this is weird. Why are you hanging around? Okay, Magix, he goes back towards lower, isolates Tanir in the bomb site by himself, and now Bait have that understanding, they have that information. So Magix, he wants to make sure that nobody can scale up short.
Well, Tanir has got the information of how close Essential is to his position. MPL's worried about Magix. He's locking him in, so it's 1v1 fights for the time being, but Magix climbing on the top, and he's going to get the headshot. It was a risky situation for Magix, but he still comes out on top of it, and now it is Essential trying to win a 1v2 that looks just so unrealistic, but he gets that first headshot, taps the defuse, tries to pull Magix in, but he's not buying it. He doesn't think you're going to stick it in the open right there, so now he'll move forward. He'll check. The headshot comes through, but no kit available, no time for Essential. He has to retreat. Team Spirit win the pistol.
Yeah, interesting. I think there was an opportunity there for Bait that they didn't seize upon in this pistol run. When they caught Magix going in towards lower, I mean, they split the fight. They took 2 separate 1v1s, but I feel like they could have crossed over and been very aggressive on the bomb site in a 2v1 for that retake. Either way, the main point of this attack is going to be this 4-man stack at the B bomb site, but with the way they're positioned, right, 2 players outside, they want the whole team committed into the bomb site to see the follow-up players. And Spirit are just able to get by that stack without taking too much damage. Not nearly as effective as Bait would have liked.
4 spies coming in. That can be effective, though. You got 1 M4, a Mag 7, MP9 on 2 players, and Scout 4 Sizzies. These kind of rounds can be real dangerous for Team Spirit to have to go up against. Again, mid-door smoke coming through. Get a heavy lean early on from Bait towards that B bomb site. We're seeing it in the pistol. We're going to see it in the second round. We're actually going to see a little bit of aggression into the longhouse here from Alex. We'll see if he hangs around as that smoke fades away.
I'm interested if Bait's going to keep up that lean. That'll be the more interesting thing, is if they keep that lean up into the gun rounds. Mid-round play out towards long. Quick pop flash. Alex is going to get blinded and taken down. Superficial damage on a Tanir, but now long control for Team Spirit. They've got over a minute to play with.
You know, if you see a team who's obviously having a little bit more of a defensive lean towards one bomb site in the early rounds, Jason, is that part of the game plan you've got coming in that you want to establish, that you don't want to let B become an option for your opponent?
No, it's just a simple thing with the pistol round. I mean, they probably looked into the past 3-4 pistol rounds Spirit have done, maybe noticed a trend of them going to the B bomb site, maybe just wanted to bust out the stack. Here in the second round with weaker weapons, just get the extra manpower there. So that's why I was saying it's going to be interesting if the gun round comes, because if it happens in the gun round, then it feels like there's maybe a little bit more intention to it, especially if it's multiple times. Regardless, we're going to get a free plant and a free second round for Team Spirit as Bait saved the shotgun, the SMG, and the M4. And 2-0 for Team Spirit, getting started very nice in this playoff match, round of 16.
Yeah, I can't be bad to that at all if you're Team Spirit. Just the fact you don't lose any members in this round as well as can he establish some money on this T side. Now, there is a realistic story in which we come into this game, you know, understanding that there is potential for Bait, considering how they've played in the group stages and also how poorly Spirit have played in the group stages. But there is the world in which Spirit just click, right? And they come together and figure it out on a few off days here.
They have the X factor of Donk, right? So, I mean, you have some players, and I'm going to throw Shiro into that mix because we know the capabilities there, even if we haven't seen it too much.
In the group stages, which
But
you're not going to see for a long time.
They have those two players who can just kind of pop off and blow this wide open. You know, I mean, that's always the fear with Spirit, is you do have the guys who can make this a very quick series regardless. These two teams have played just a little bit of, or I mean, back at ESL Pro League Season 23, that was back in March. I was looking at European dates.
The other way around.
Yeah, exactly. Spirit beats them 2-1 in that series, 13-7, 13-9. The last time they played on Dust 2 was at the Shanghai Major, so very, very long ago. 13-1 victory for Team Spirit in the major that they won. So, you know, you can forget those, but earlier this year, you know, Spirit's able to kind of handle this team without too many issues.
Yeah, I think that's always kind of been the story, but I think for Bait, I think we've realized there's so much potential in this squad. I think I've really liked watching MPL as an individual player grow. Obviously had a time in Na'Vi when Simple was still in the squad, and he kind of became the scapegoat because that roster started to collapse, and MPL was clearly a very inexperienced player and didn't come into a team that had the most welcoming environment. So he goes off to Bait. He's been with this team for a while now, and they found a better opera for the squad in Sizzy, who's just been so unreal for 16 years of age as well. Just the performance in Cologne and the one here at EWC, it feels like he's starting to really find his form. Such a young player. We're going to be casting Sizzy for many years to come, Jason, and I think he's just going to keep getting better.
Feels like it, yeah. Most of this Bait team we've been watching over years just get improve and improve on the back of that kind of crazy individual skill. Now with NPL at the helm and the experience he's brought, I think quietly a little bit underrated. NPL and the way he's brought this team together, but starts having them play really good Counter-Strike on top of the talent and the ability. And that's why we're starting to see them make a few more deep runs and a few more playoff appearances inside the professional circuit. Pretty chill round as Spirit just maneuvers around this defense.
There's the Mag 7 for MPL. And the grenade, actually, should be able to remove Magic's. It looks a little bit too deep. And his scout will come through. So, a nice 3-0 start here for Team Spirit. Magic's going to back away to make sure not to concede a player.
Yeah, there really hasn't been anything in this game that's been too unique, right? Oh, that's a lovely shot from Magic's.
Yeah.
Everything's gone according to plan. You know, these second and third round conversions have been very simple. Spirit haven't really encountered any danger. No round they've had to work themselves out of. Pissed around with smart calling when they recognize the stack at the B bomb site. So all is good at the moment, but the guns come in next.
I think one of the conversations about Alex as an in-game leader as well is the fact that he hasn't had a huge, you know, doesn't have a huge amount of experience as a young player, but it's not like he's going up against a massive opponent in terms of an in-game leader who's got decades of experience. You know, Magic's obviously still so new to the role for his squad.
And that's kind of the interesting thing about this Spirit team is that performance at the major, I think, really changed, like, you know, when you look at Magic stepping in, you're wondering what it's going to be, how long is it going to take? I think Overdrive said 2 years. That performance at the major got us a lot of confidence in Magic, so that's, I think, why some of the struggles in the group stage are a little bit head-scratching. Donk did mention he believes they can fix some of those issues, not all of them, before the playoffs begin. And this is a solid first test, a dangerous team, a strong team, but not exactly a world beater. So we'll see what Spirit's been able to put together these past few days.
And we got a couple of ops in play now. Shiro finally getting his hands on the weapon, and Sizzy also bringing his out for a spin.
Yeah, defense maneuvering around the map based off that utility usage over towards short. That extra player at NPL sliding over towards the A bomb site. Sizzy and Alex defending at the cross and at the railing. Kenzazor left alone at that B bomb site up to his own devices, but nobody from Spirit is home. Now, he does have a lurk smoke thrown inside the B bomb site. That's going to make him a little bit nervous, but the defense isn't biting whatsoever. Nobody's shifting.
Clearing the smoke. A couple of shots always behind, but none there to meet them. So Tunio just waiting it long for his time to strike. His teammates are getting in position for this final 30 seconds. Trying to split into the site. Currently Sizzy can focus his attentions towards the A bomb site, especially with that kill coming in from Essential, and that does allow Sizzy to take down Donk, and it's a very limp attack here from Team Spirit with only 2 players left. They're not going to be winning this one. It's just about the damage that they can do on the way out, and Shiro certainly doing that. Sizzy just needs to stay pinned. He's got the angle.
Whoa.
What? Okay, Shiro, 10 seconds to be the hero. Runs into the site, switches to the AK-47. And Shiro puts that bomb down. Kenzisor starts to shake his way forward because Shiro has just locked in such a quiet group stage, but this would be a statement to kick off playoffs. Shiro arrives for the big moment and can't just quite finish it. So close, but Kenzisor will deny what would have been a special moment out of Shiro.
Still a spectacular round and good performance. Great impact out of Shiro. When all is lost, grabbing a few more kills, taking the guns away, forcing the rebuys.
But that's the kind of sign. That round just tells you, okay, we're not going to get group stage Shiro here. He's looking dialed in. He's looking sharp. He's confident to fight, and that is a very positive sign for Team Spirit.
Yeah, lovely work peeking into the defenders. I mean, the fact that Bait loses that many players, could have played that so differently, didn't have to let the bomb get planted. That's a lot of issues that's going to start mounting moving forward, that already such a dent is put into your economy. Out of a round win, they're going to have a very, very weak bye. We'll get into that after the tech pause. A little bit of an issue up on stage before we can get back into the action here on Dust 2. Still, though, I mean, one thing that the Shiro round kind of took away from us is that's a very flat execute out of Team Spirit. That's a very quiet round, not a lot done, a little bit of map control taken, no one really challenging anything, nobody being aggressive, and then just an execute that just falls flat. They get nothing off of it. Had no business being in that round until Shiro delivers some heroics.
So that is what we talk about with Team Spirit. Even if they do have a flat round, they do have the individuals to bail them out of those situations. And Shiro, this time, it comes close to it. But Kenzisor, great work to stay composed and make sure that 1v1 goes the way of Bait. Can't be letting those rounds slip. Do have a tech issue at the moment, talking with Zontix, it looks like.
Yeah, Zontix having the problem, so trying to work their way through that and figure it out as it goes. Bait as well. I mean, we mentioned they had that lovely series back against Vitality, the huge upset there. That was kind of the shocking moment in this event where all of us sort of looked around, was like, okay, well, Spirit's gotten upset. Vitality's now taken an upset loss as well. It starts to get a little bit strange, and that's led to this kind of lopsided playoff bracket that we've got going on. But back in that win, it was NPL who was the standout player, him and Sizzy, 56, 54 kills against Vitality. Those two guys were the engines that allowed Bait to propel forward over the top of the best team in the world.
I think also it's interesting in seeing that the only team who really is at the top of Counter-Strike is Falcons, and at the moment.
Yeah.
Like, they're the only clean-looking squad. I mean, Na'Vi lost really badly to Legacy today as well.
You would kind of put Spirit, Vitality, Falcons all on that same kind of level until we saw the group stage. And then it was like, okay, well, there's some clear shakiness now.
Yeah, and obviously Vitality, once they're on the stage in front of that French crowd as well, that could be a different story. That game is currently ongoing. Got FaZe versus Vitality happening over there. It's only in the early stages, so if you're interested in following that action as well, catch that over on ESL TV.
That playoff bracket's going to start getting fleshed out as we go on. Waiting for these two teams. Well, the other match, the winner of FaZe Vitality to play the winner of Bait Spirit. So on the similar side of the bracket, they're going to meet over in that quarterfinals. Spirit Vitality is always a tantalizing prospect. The old Donk versus Iwu is right there for the taking.
It's always fun to watch the S-tier teams go at it back to back. And, you know, a situation for Team Spirit is, though, they'll probably enjoy the fact that you can warm up a little bit before that game comes up. If you get them in the first round here, there's absolutely no reason to think Spirit are going to be a highly capable team in that match. But
well, they're looking to show us they've solved some of those problems they alluded to in some of the interviews. Good news, tech issue is resolved. We've got everyone back in the server ready to play, so round 5 is underway. Up in the hands of Sizzy. Essential gets legged on the cross. Down to just 8 HP. He's got an MP9 as well. FAMAS on Alex. Kenzizor's already brought down to 45 HP. Did he doubled up on the cross? That's a wild shot from Shiro.
when it comes out of the tech issue, you wonder if he's cooled down a little bit immediately. Hitting a shot like that. Well, Donk is coming up next, and he's ready for that boost. A great headshot. That's MPL immediately ripped away. And you know, because he's in that position, there's a second player up there at least. But Donk is searching for the follow-up kill.
Dude, this round is like kind of over. With the HP of Essential and Kenzazor, I almost feel like if you're bait at this point, you need to find positions to consider saving. They're going to push out towards long. So still fighting for this to a degree, but it all lies on this. If these guys cannot have impact against the two-man play from Tanir and Shiro, it's definitely done from there.
Flashes being sent forward out Longhouse. You got Alex, who's managed to handle business at least, but Shiro to trading. You know the second player's there as well. So they're just going to swing him together. Magic is coming up, going to take that space. Shiro confirms the trade kill. And you do put the 2 low HP players left in play over at the B site.
They don't even have any interest of considering the rotation. They have never left the B bomb site because of this health. They do not want to mess whatsoever with trying to traverse across the map, and for good reason. Zontix lies in wait in lower dark. Donk was in mid at Xbox with him as well, so they were cutting it off. 4th round for Team Spirit. You add in the kills that Shiro got in the previous round, and there's a lot of financial issues for Bait coming up. We'll see what kind of a buy they'll be able to muster, but it's not going to be pretty.
You can't let Spirit get too comfortable in this game. Can't let them just have a massive lead on the first map here. Dust 2, it is Team Spirit selection. Mirage coming up next here for Bait. And to close things out, if we need to go to 3, it's Ancient. So overall, a lot of brawly maps are going to get the style of Counter-Strike you wanted to see when you hear that there's going to be a Bait Spirit matchup.
Love seeing Donk take that wide swing from lower as well with the instant headshot. The sequence from Shiro. That's 2 big pieces having some good impact for Spirit early on. 4-1. And a timeout called by Bait. It makes sense. They don't have the cash. They've got these 2 saved weapons. You can buy up some FAMAS, you can half invest around them, but I think Bait's trying to figure out exactly what's going wrong with the defense at the moment. So Howley having his first input and the pause in the action to talk with the boys. Got to be pleased with how things are sitting at the moment.
Yeah, so far so good.
But such a different, I'm interested to see the next round where Spirit has to execute, right? Like this is one of those rounds, Donk gets you the opening kill, you tagged up low HP, so the defense is already put on the back foot in multiple different ways. What happens if they can't find that opening pick? What happens if there's 45 seconds? The first execute we've seen out of them had no legs to it, no strength behind it.
Not a lot of strength behind this buy for Bait. You've got 3 players on pistols and 1 tagged again by Shiro. So that's just going to be a tax you're going to pay every round, it seems.
Well, Kenzazor is pushing up short as well. He snuck through this. Donk hasn't spotted it, getting here a little bit late.
There's a push-up. Kenzazor connects the headshot, tries to turn back, but you can't win that fight against Donk. So immediately finding that response, and you've lost the rifle, and it's not recoverable for Bait. You could get one off the dead body of Donk. As Sizzy gets into the fight in lower tunnels with the Deagle. In fact, he's going up to try and challenge Zontix. Oh my god, it's not even a challenge. And Sizzy makes the right read to turn back and try and fight Tanir, but not going to win the engagement. But he's done enough to put his team ahead on players.
Yeah, but look at Bait being the aggressors. This is so disjointed. Spirit don't get to do anything they want. Lovely timeout called and good performances thus far in the round. NPL needs to live. Tanir just turns his back. Not spotted by NPL either. Now he sees, no he doesn't.
Oh, Tanir shown. Oh, what a shot from NPL. And that is what Bait are capable of. Now Shiro getting a taste of it. It's got to be Tanir to try and clutch up. He can't do it. Alex to bring him down on the AK. And a reminder, this came in with 3 pistols, an SMG, and a single rifle. Great work out of Sizzy to make this one possible.
Man, just repeated solo aggression in that round towards Xbox, towards top mid. I think Spirit at some point thought that it would stop, that there would be no more pushes, but Bait just kept sending another body back into the problem, and off the back of that, Howley calls his first time out.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to be happy. He just had a chance to talk to the team ahead of that round as well, and you go out there and you lose to some of the weaker weapons. So really impressive from Bait, but obviously something has gone awry there for Team Spirit, and they want to try and make sure they patch that up as quick as possible because their money is on the last line already. You've got Galil's coming out here.
Yeah, I was going to say, hopefully Howley's focused on the next round rather than the previous one because they got to put together a buy, a really scrappy buy, missing some utility. No nades on Donk, no nades on Shiro. Tech 9 on Zontix, Galil on Magix. That is quite a turnaround from Bait here early on Dust 2.
Stupid. Yeah, Sizzy, you got to be very happy with yourself. That was an incredible round. And we got Shiro again. Not this time. Not going to get the tag. So mid-door smoke, and immediately Team Spirit post that AWP up. So if Sizzy's feeling himself, he's confident to try and challenge through mid. You've got the AWP posted up, ready to try and punish as that smoke fades away. And as that's happening, you're going to see the scale up of a couple of these rifles into short. Smoke break comes in, and a slow peek towards Sizzy. It is going to result in a kill, or so a lot of damage from Shiro, but no kill. 17 HP for Sizzy.
All right, Donk. Off short, he's leading the way, the tip of the spear. Teammates behind him as well, not ready to pull the trigger. Minute and 5 seconds left on the clock, just looking for the jump up. That smoke is going to pull NPL away, and now there's no defenders at the A bomb site. They've shifted a third towards B, and here comes the quiet walk.
NPL tries to get his rifle in the right position, but look at that utility dropping upon his head. Team Spirit scale into the site. NPL's going to hear those steps, realize they're much deeper, but he's not in the right position, and he can't prevent that from happening. Donk just looks over the side, takes a headshot away, and now the bomb gets planted for Team Spirit.
I wonder if there is maybe a little bit of a game plan. We're kind of hypothesizing about it at the start with some of the early leans, but maybe there is a little game plan that they feel like Spirit's going to end towards that B bomb. So we know Spirit likes to open up rounds looking to knock in on contact towards B. But this time that shift just means it's so easy for Donk and his team to just kind of waltz off catwalk, no resistance.
But eventually you're going to start having to change that up if you're B, because you can't hang all those players over towards B and then consistently lose the A bomb site. So they're going to force that defense, and then later in the half that opens up that B bomb site and frees up a couple more options for Team Spirit.
Well,
they're able to save the weapons here.
5-2, a 3-round lead.
Alex is trying to hold on to his. He's the player under most pressure, and he still hangs on to it with a kill on the way out. Team Spirit certainly have more support out here in Paris. A lot of fans gathering just in front of them.
Tell you what, it feels like in this game right now, I feel like Spirit's showing early on a couple levels ahead. Tactically, a good step ahead. They've had a couple really easy rounds of just kind of waltzing in and grabbing a free round victory. Bait's been outmaneuvered on the map a couple of times. All right, here we are. This looks like a round where Spirit gets Shiro set up in upper B. See if he can pick anyone off on platform, and if they get it, they might just walk in.
Yeah, tucked in the corner, just to the left side here is essential. He needs to be ready with his rifle, because here comes Donk trying to charge out, and still Donk will win that fight. Can he get the second? He's damn close, and the grenade should do it. Nate goes to the back of that site. Kenzisor stands no chance. Donk makes that look so easy, and that was such a tough fight, especially that tight left corner coming out of the tunnels.
Yeah, I like that sequence, that change of pace, that change of timing. Most of these rounds have been very slow, have been drawn out. The early stages have been relatively quiet, but Spirit, they set up in that upper B a number of times throughout a half, and if they don't get that defensive smoke right out of the gate, they're willing to challenge it, they're willing to test it, and you can see Donk all the confidence in the world.
Yeah, there's your B hit you've been looking for, and I mean, it's getting to that point now where this T side is becoming very strong, and there have been a lot of weaknesses in the half as well for Team Spirit, just not fully capitalized on by Bait. So 6-2, signs that it shall continue. And unfortunately for Bait, getting very used to having to save weapons. Spirit just kind of breaking into the choke points at the right time. You've got no other option. At least got some cash here for the CT side. You can get a full buyout again.
4-round lead. Plenty of money, but no significant sign of resistance yet from the Bait squad. One good round stuffing and execute, but Shiro made you pay for it. And an eco win with some aggression in middle. Outside of that, the more standard gun rounds have been firmly in control of Team Spirit. Round 9, and Shiro's gonna drop down, chuck out the utility for double doors, take away vision from Sizzy.
Smoke blown open. Cross out towards top mid, detected there by Sizzy. Can't do too much about it. Team Spirit will start to scale up short. A little bit quicker this time as well from Team Spirit getting into position. Tanier looking to challenge, and that is going to cost him his head.
That is a disgustingly accurate flick upwards from Sizzy. Lovely shot. Now it's this passive defense at the A bomb site. Alex has got to be careful. Teammate's gone down. Position revealed. Double kill, make it 3.
Oh my god, Alex is loving this. One by one, they march to their deaths. A 4K from Goose. And I mean, that can't be easier for Alex, really. Standing in the open, unaffected by utility, and just layer upon layer of Spirit players piling up.
I mean, the first 2 kills happened so fast. You're right. It looks like one by one after that because it just comes so quick. The next players trying to trade it just aren't ready to be through the smoke that quick. Lovely job from Alex. The attention his teammate gave him down on the ramp, he's able to shut Spirit down. Give their third round over to Bait and force another timeout from Hallie. Spirit talk things over with a 3-round lead. They reinvest, but it's everything they've got. A win here for Bait, and all of a sudden Spirit has to sit back, and then you can close the gap and start talking about tying up the scoreboard going into halftime. But that only happens if they get the win here.
Man, that was just a stylish round coming out of Bait. The individual players so strong in this one. Sizzy with that flick up in mid, Tanira just sent flying back at his chair. Just running into one player, Donk frustrated about how they lose that round, but Bait staying in this first half, staying alive and competitive. Let's see if they can build on the 3 rounds they've already got.
Yep, Op this time is going to be positioned at the A bomb site out towards long, at least to open with. We'll see if that moves as the round plays out. And it will. All of a sudden, he's going to boost NPL up in CT spawn. So this round from Bait, they'll likely be a little bit more entrenched in their positions. With NPL as the mobile rotating player boosted up, he's not going to want to give that up unless he has to. The 2-1-2. Kenzie, the way he's looking from the B bomb site shows if there is going to be a mid presence, a mid split, he wants to fight out mid with NPL.
Yeah, 1 minute left. Still plenty of time here for Team Spirit as they're setting up the smokes for the cross. A corridor of cover to open up the option for that B split, but no one moving through just yet. The only player really teasing with the fact that he wants to move through the door is Magix. The rest of his teammates waiting in the tunnels. But Magix feels like he can do this on his own. We'll find out if he's right. No, spotted, spam down. NPL isn't going to see a second player, so here comes the last-ditch effort. Spirit trying to funnel out of the B smoke, not looking good. This heavy link for Bait is working out this time. Essential with 2 kills. Shiro finding 1, but it's not enough to stay competitive as Kenzazor appears right behind him. A much, much, much better hit from Bait on the defense.
These more set PC executes that they're doing in these 5-on-5 situations are just not looking good. They look ugly. There's not the space being taken. They're looking much more efficient and much more effective when they're not throwing utility, when Donk is just kind of leading the way and taking his fights and swinging for something. At the moment when they're throwing this utility, Bait's just getting so well prepared. Spirit might want to switch back into something a little bit more loose and let the players have the freedom, give Donk the ability to find you an opening kill.
Well, there's the opening kill. There it is. And he's gone out and just taken it along. Makes that deagle look so easy to wield.
Well, back to the B bomb site off that kill. You're thinking a defender might have shifted over towards the A bomb site. Maybe you can have a weaker attack here, or a weaker defense here to attack into. They've got smoke flash on Shiro and a Molotov on Magix. Just the weapons are the issue, and your ability to punish these players is the issue.
And to pop up with a headshot here, lining up a couple in the tunnels. A pair of headshots with Donk's deagle yet again. Cracking skulls, but Kenzisor trying to stop him. He can't stop Donk, though, who's delivered you 3 on the deagle and given you a chance at winning this round because there's weapons on the ground. Donk doesn't need them, though. He's found a rifle, at least, at the back. Shiro has an AK. Is this going to be a round 1 off the back of Donk's brilliance?
With the timing of this flank, it's going to be the signal. They're going to hit that timing, and someone's going to be saying and be very concerned about these B tunnels. Trying to fake it out.
NPL coming through the smoke soon. Utility comes in. Donk, can he turn? He will. Donk has got it! And their most lethal weapon the whole time was Donk! An ace comes through, doesn't even need a weapon, just runs out with the deagle, starts things off, and takes down 5 across the round.
That's the Donk factor that just makes this team so tough to play against. You're playing so well, you're shutting down Spirit as a team, and Donk gives you a round like this. Unreal. Lovely shot with the deagle. Trading these kills, it's all they had. It was this Donk deagle. And has hit some spectacular shots to make this possible.
That's the difference, isn't it? The Donk difference, yet again, has put Spirit a little bit further into the lead here. Now, Bait can still have a great half. 1 round left up for grabs and get a 5th round on the CT side. Don't let that be the moment that just ignites Team Spirit.
Well, they're playing it slow for the moment. Shiro's going to grab an angle with the AWP, looking for the boost. Kenzazor playing close to the double doors. NPL and Sizzy committed to the short corner, going to back away now.
Kenzisor looks up, spots out Maddox, tries to jump back to safety, he needs to get his gun out, and Donk, he's hungry, and he's moving forward, trying to feast, but MPL had pushed through the side of the smoke and is able to prevent Donk from getting any further, but here comes Spirit. A reaction, trying to finish on this B-bomb side again. MPL drift out while the smoke's up and try and back up his teammate in Essential, who currently pins himself in the corner. 55 seconds. Final pieces of utility fly in here for Spirit. Flash, smoke, and Tinir unleashed. MPL going to be caught. Essential having a hold on his own, but that's no problem apparently. Essential's got both. Zontix and Shiro cast away. It puts Tinir with 40 seconds into a 1v3.
Yeah, Shiro throwing supportive utility. Couldn't trade off that kill inside the B bomb site, which makes this 1v3 very difficult, but he's got to get in while that smoke and CT spawn is still up, and it's fading now.
Tinir through the doorway. Oh, catches Essential looking the wrong way. And that's so important because Tinir doesn't take damage. And as soon as I say that, takes a lot on board. He's down to 13.
Seconds.
And he has to run back, get that bomb. Switches up to the AWP. This could be the weapon for the job, though. As Sizzy's gone, is it another clutch, this time for Tinir? As Alex walks into the open, he's confident to challenge, and a 5th round picked up for Bait. A competitive first half, littered with highlights.
Yeah, valiant effort in Tinir in the 1v3. Bait just feels like they barely managed to hold on in that half. Scattered successes throughout it. The Spirit offense got going early and didn't really slow down a whole lot. But Bait's going to lean on the last 3 of 4 rounds played on their CT side to put him in a position here to win this out. They switch over to offense. Spirit's defense is going to get put to the test. Back and forth battle. Highlights from Shiro, highlights from Donk, obviously, to give Spirit this 2-round lead. This round's going to go live. We've got dualies on Shiro. No kits for the CT side and utility for Magix. For Bait's attack, it's going to be Smoke Flash on Alex and a P250 on Sizzy.
Well, the question was coming into the playoffs, are we going to see Team Spirit come in and just look completely different to the group stages? That was always going to be unrealistic, but they have improved, just not massively so yet. And we're going to see Shiro and Tinir look down into the lower tunnels. First head, it's being shown. It's Shiro to melt 2 away with a dual Berettas. Gets a 3rd kill out of it. Essential and Sizzy trying to stay competitive in the round here for Bay. It is still doable, but it's just unlikely now because you've got the early information, which means you can make the rotations required. But with that kill from Essential, it's completely backed on. If he can get this follow-up too, Zontix couldn't take him down. And now Tinir's left 1v2 trying to recover this mess. He knows where they are, he knows where the challenge is, but he can't win the fights. That's the difference. Sizzy with 2 closes it out, and Bait have the pistol.
Well, that's a turn of events. Shocking pistol. Good shooting from Sizzy. Great round with the P250. Outlasting that duel at the end against Tinir. Back-to-back clutches. Tinir can't close out. Puts a new wrinkle into this game. 7-6, round 14. But Shiro's lovely performance with the dualies goes to waste. And now all of a sudden, we're almost tied up. Economic advantage over to Bait, and they can get a good start on the T side. Aggressive towards long to open up this round.
Yeah, no one challenging from Team Spirit, no one close to that corner. Got Shiro. I'm gonna have a look in mid.
At this point, Bait just want to make sure they don't get caught off by any push. Just being very, very cautious in a round like this. They lost the low buy earlier to Spirit in the first half. Don't want to do it again. They know the Deagles are in play. That is a gut-wrenching smoke to have dropped in front of your face just as you're moving to scale and turn the corner. Spirit's chewing a lot of time off this clock. No one from Bait has been aggressive. Nobody's challenged anything. Nobody has information on the map. Spirit's just basically said this round doesn't begin until the 40-second mark.
Smoke for the cross coming down again. Tinir will call that to his teammates to get ready for what is going to be an A finish. 25 seconds left as they make this play, and that is only going to favor the Pistols on the other side because it creates chaos. And you can't be methodical, and a flurry of kills fly in on the kill feed. Donk's Deagle still alive, still in effect. Now let's see if it's going to be effective. We've got Essential waiting down on the ramp. The AK going forward, but not catching the kills. The bomb does get planted, which means a retake required. But a retake, it shall be. Tanir and Donk with Deagle headshots. And again, the Pistols delivering for Spirit.
Man, they played that round so good. They funneled Bait out towards long. They funneled Bait exactly where they wanted him. Took away every single option up to that point, and then just a phenomenal shooting. You had Donk over on short. He was the lone protector of the flank of the defenders inside the A bomb site, but all of them had success. Donk gets his kill, 2 kills from inside the bomb site, and Bait just falls apart. Piss around victory now, just forgotten about. As another low buy round from Spirit is snatched away with the influence of Donk's Deagle.
Keeping them in it with those kind of rounds for Team Spirit, but it's just about not losing your cool and not letting those moments get to you if you're Bait, trying to figure out what they can do to recover this.
The mentality you kind of have to instill in yourself and your teammates if you have the ability. The conversation you'd be having in these timeouts is, imagine what the score would be if we weren't throwing these rounds, if we weren't letting them win this round with the Deagle. If Donk didn't get an ace with the Deagle, right? You kind of have that, and it doesn't really work one-to-one, but when you're a player, you just lie to yourself so you believe it.
Yeah, and I think you also have the understanding when you're going up against a team that have someone like Donk, those rounds are going to happen. You're going to have a few of those go against you. The best teams in the world have it, so it just is how it is sometimes, and it's all about how you bounce back from those, and there's a chance to do so for Bait. You've got a Scout, Galil, Mac-10, and 2 Deagles. Could respond immediately here.
Yeah, but they got to be a little bit worried in the back of their minds when in these rounds.
True.
Last round, they just played it so slow and so cautiously and still end up losing the round. You're playing grouped up, playing the trade game with some weaker weapons. Lurk smoke towards the B bomb site for Bait. 4 players moving up short. It's the littlest amount of pressure applied to Donk in that B bomb site. Zontic slides in as well. But this main attack is always coming short. That's going to be Tanir and Shiro on the defense, with Magic sliding over. They can drop actually now.
And drop they will, because MPL's already into a CT spawn. 25 seconds, Donk peering down the ramp. He knows, okay, limited time. This is where he's going to love to use this AK at the window. Just killed him in the last few seconds. Line them up. Destruction again from Donk. Shiro's there with him. The Deagle's out. Donk's just looking to fight with anything he has in his hands. And it's all very effective here as Team Spirit starting to rack things up here. 9 rounds on the board. Money gone for Bait. No bomb plant. No real significant damage done to their opponents either. And this is what Team Spirit are very likely to take 10 rounds, get into the double figures. And it feels like we're reaching the conclusion of Dust 2 if this keeps up.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Bait doesn't just slide away. I hope they have at least one more fight in him to go on a little bit of a streak. Simple idea. Throw the fake exec at the A bomb site. Drop down mid to B. Spotted out without the strength of the rifles and weapons. It was always going to be hard to break into that bomb site. Donk now playing in mid. Knowing he's going up against unarmored pistols, more than likely confident to take the fight at range.
Ready to come out with the Glocks, give it a go. And Donk is just looking to challenge. Ends up taking a couple of dinks, needs to be careful, he's actually going to die. So he realizes, okay, that's not worth it. Walks into the B site.
Yeah, that didn't pan out the way he would have liked to, but you can just see how low risk that felt for Donk at the moment. Glock dink's not the most damaging in the world. So yeah, this is where Bait moving forward have to just kind of pop off and go on a little bit of a run here. Spirit likely to hit double digits in this round. Bait will be 4 rounds back. And then you've got a little bit of a comeback on your hands. But once again, it's the very moment Bait slide into upper and look to turn that corner, that smoke drops. Spirit have a very good feel and a very good read of how they're moving around the map.
AK for Donk. Didn't get his chances in the early stages of the round. Perhaps it'll get them now, even though he's low HP. Pops up, good assistance from the Zontix flash, and that'll be a triple from Donk. Zontix will get his reward for the flashbang by taking the other two. So runs over. Want to get that AK-47 as well. He'll snatch it just at the last second there to get it back in the hands of Donk. But this is it. You know, you asked, I wanted to see one last chance from Bait, or like one last fight in them here on this map. Well, this is their opportunity. This is the only chance they're going to get.
Yeah, they have to seize this one right here. And then maybe you can start getting the AWP in Sizzy's hands if you can win this, and maybe you can start clawing it back. But let's see what they come out with. With just the way these rounds have played out, first buy round now. Winning the pistol, losing the second for Bait. Has pushed back this moment. They'll open it up cautiously and passively. A default 2-1-2. Sizzy just looking for any pushes, looking to send some utility when they're prepared.
Smoked out at short. A little bit of a gap. You can check towards that boost. MPL realizes no one there. No one spotted. Grenade lands right on his head. One timing couldn't have been worse for MPL to take up that position. Another one coming as well. MPL not enjoying this round whatsoever. Great grenades out of Team Spirit.
Utility work from Spirit on the CT side has been damn fine. Done a great job delaying with smokes and Molotovs. Nade's doing chunk damage now to NPL. 43 seconds on the clock. And Bait still haven't worked up the courage to encounter any resistance or to force their will upon anyone. And they don't really have options now with the time left on the clock.
Yeah, 30 seconds. That's all you've got left at this point. But let's see if they can break through into this A site. Team Spirit waiting with Shiro and Tanir. For what is going to be a very difficult attack now for Bait, because Shiro locked in, has the read of the long play as well. Gets back to a missed shot though. Shiro, that's going to cost him. Tanir goes down as well. And all of a sudden it's a recovery mission. 15 seconds left. Team Spirit, a decision to make. Do you even want to go for it? And they're going to be gathering up. They've got some cash left over. So it'll be a funneling play either to the lower tunnels to save or climb out through short to go for the retake attempt in the last few seconds here.
They're going to see if they can get anything here on short. I don't know if they'll commit themselves into the bomb site, but they mostly want to just see if anyone's going to be defending here. Maybe a quick peek. Is anyone showing face? Is anyone going to give you a look? Free kill to activate the retake.
I mean, you got to feel like Sizzy's position is going to get at least one, and then you've got Essential playing with Sizzy. This should be too strong. This should be too strong to stop, to allow Spirit into this retake. Donk is going to try and break through on his own, and he's very good at that, but it's the time is his biggest enemy, and time, well, it waits for no one. As Donk can't get forward, it'll end up being a round win. And that'll be Bait finally getting back to winning ways. So they've won the last chance opportunities to actually get into the game, and they've got that opportunity now presented to them.
I think the retake was less of a retake and more of a let's see how many guns we can take away from these guys out of this victory, out of their first victory. Or first gun round victory. Let's take some of those, force the rebuys, keep the money low. We've got cash ourselves, we can risk it. So good round from Bait. A very late setup switch between Shiro and Tanir out at long. Difficult to manage.
Burning now. MPL not going to be happy about that. And I mean, we're talking about the group stages and some of the big performers for Bait, and MPL, as a player you highlighted with his crazy performance in the group stages. Sad to see him having such a quiet map here. 8-13, and you miss out on a player like that, and you're going up against a very difficult opponent. It's really sad to see for Bait.
Yeah, missing that production, missing that piece of the engine as well. Tough game, but Spirit's done a really good job limiting these guys. Really nobody on the Bait side popping off with any kind of consistency. Some few isolated individual rounds. Alex and NPL moving down to Xbox. They've got Sizzy behind them in support with the AWP. Kenzazor and Essential watching the extremities, the flanks from the B bomb site and from long.
Getting into the final positions for what is going to be a potential catwalk execution here. from Bait. You can drop after throwing the utility and go to the B site, but there's no one in the tunnels.
Yeah, they have the option too with this standing from Essential, but he's just here to cut off rotations. This still feels like an execute at the A bomb site.
Especially with the time. 20 seconds left. Flashes, smokes coming at them. Shiro again will strike true. Magix this time will assist him, and there's no long threat coming through because
it's the round.
We've got one player waiting for it, so it ends up being the round victory as Bait just don't have the time to make it work. So they let the time run down to about 22 seconds before they start direct final execution, and once those first 2 kills come in, it's job done. You can't get through that. So Team Spirit keep 5 alive, and Bait had to just save 3 players.
I think if Bait's going to want to scrape together with some of these rounds and still put an effort into actually taking this map away from Spirit, I think we have to see him get a little bit more active in the early stages of the round. They're not really moving and not really doing a whole lot until they're past the 1-minute mark. I think you're going to want to apply some more aggressive pressure, apply some of that to the defense, see if you can get someone to make a mistake, see if you can find a kill early on, give yourself a 5-on-4, but with this kind of style of sitting back and letting Spirit have the map for the first 30 seconds before moving, Bait's encountering so much utility, so many delay tactics down the stretch. They're just getting outplayed tactically. Spirit 2 away from a Dust 2 Map 1 victory. Looking to close it out off the back of Donk's 22 kills thus far. The second highest rated player of the event, just behind Monacy over on Falcons.
Got Shiro running out towards middle. Oh, gets a scope in the right spot down into the lower tunnels. Donk's actually moving forward to that same position. MPL, who's been having such a quiet game, has to go up against Donk, who will easily take that kill. But good trades coming in from Bait. Shiro's on his own now. He has no support, so he can't get away after 1. At least he gets the 1. That keeps this round doable for Team Spirit.
Okay, a little bit scattered now and great advantage over for Bait. Come in swinging. 2 for 3, they'll take that trade, especially with the upgrades into M4s. And the AWP now on Sizzy. Zontix and Magix have to piece this together. They're split on the map. Bomb is recovered by Alex. He'll start sprinting through T-spawn, join up with his teammates outside of the B tunnels.
Yeah, Zontix is going to get over here, just try and pressure them. Although that is, or was rather, the last piece of utility that Zontix has.
He just wanted the timing to clear mid a little bit deeper. He's going to slide in here, and he'll have a chance.
Zontix just behind that car, a little bit of cover. Utility flying in, looks away, looks into the wall, and that is a terrible attempt at taking down Alex. Crosshair not in the right spot whatsoever, and that is going to cost him. So Team Spirit concede a round that looked like it was going to be rather comfortable for them, and Bait will be very happy about that, saving in the last round and getting a win in the next.
Especially on a relatively low buy, a couple Tech 9s picked up into the mix, and negating Spirit's aggression is always going to feel good, and also getting this round win where you still have a chance to fight in regulation. So the hope is still there for Bait. As they swing back, they're going to get their 8th round. Another round win, and we start having the conversation about Team Spirit's money and how breaking it can actually really hurt them down the stretch here. And that might be Bait's avenue back into this map.
Terrorists.
Round 20. Full buy again from Bait as they replenish utility for Team Spirit. They invest a lot, but they save a little bit on a couple players. Shiro with 1,200 left over. Keeping some cash on the AWPer moving forward. Very important round for Bait.
We'll go through their motions. We'll go through their default. Smoke, Molotov combo, and middle up to short. And watch MPL climb into the position. Got Alex with him. No one from Team Spirit challenging, no one even trying to be a nuisance. Like Magix has been over the last 2 rounds with good nades. So you get to work with this area of the map relatively comfortably. Magix will start trying to annoy them now.
Strong long defense with Tenier boosted up on the box, which means Shiro can have some confidence to leave him if the situation ever requires it.
There's some util available for Alex to begin a catwalk execution.
And they'll wait out the smoke, and then it remains to be seen. We can see them drop down as they did previously in this half. Fake the A hit and go for a mid to B. Alex, the only one really committed around this short corner. Sizzy's here with the op and support, but as that utility comes out, they are now making their play. 2 in middle and 3 short. They want to show a little bit of both tactics.
Smoke break. Donk can't get anything done. Shiro holding with her AWP. It's going to be a quick shot to the chest of Alex. But Shiro wants more. And he puts himself in a position to do so. And to find that result, the Zontics and Magics both combining in all the riflers. Doing the work here for Team Spirit. When Donk dies first, everybody else steps up. And you put Sizzy in a position where he has to back away, he has to save this AWP, and that is going to be Team Spirit heading up to map point on Dust 2.
I can't imagine that's the way they wanted that tactic to kind of work out. It felt like there was only one real attacker aggressing on the bomb site that Shiro picks off early, and then it's like Lurk plays through the smoke in mid, but there's no real power behind that. Shiro got to be as comfortable as he like after that first shot. No utility in his direction. He's just chilling, listening for sound cues. And that's the win that Bait desperately needed to take the money away from Spirit and give themselves a leg up to try and run this back and tie things up, force overtime. Now all of a sudden, you're going to start things off. Tech 9 up on Sizzy, missing utility. Bait need to win 4 in a row for overtime. Didn't like what they saw at the B bomb site, just backing away. The idea wasn't there, so go to plan B. Minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. As they reset the round back towards middle.
Magics, ooh, trying to hear the sound cues, the steps, the utility being thrown out, trying to piece together what might be coming his way. Might just get Alex strolling beyond those doors in a little bit. Magics with a bucket load of utility on his back hip. And he's just going to hold on. Oh, big shot out of Alex. That's a huge opening. And now Bait looking to try and scale with it. 2 players defending that B site within the site itself. And they've got to stand up because Donk's at the window. Zontix is gone. Donk gets nothing. And you would never have expected that both of the B players would get nothing done. Not a single kill. So Bait loving the fact they've just broken into B and forced Spirit into the save.
Yeah, the pacing scale. That's really fast after that first kill on Magix. Re-smoke towards CT spawn to make sure it's going to be there. And you're exactly right, getting past the shots from Zontix, getting close up to Donk, forcing him to push forward. I think he was concerned about a play coming from the B tunnels as well. But that keeps Bait alive a little bit longer. They're up to 9. And while it doesn't break the economy of Team Spirit, it once again puts it teetering on that edge.
Terrorists win.
23 kills for Donk, 15 for Shiro, 12 for Tenier. 16 for Alex to lead the way for Bait, 14 on Essential and 13 on Sizzy, the top performers for each squad. Final timeout for Team Spirit. Having a little bit of trouble putting Bait away down the stretch, but still with 3 more chances. This one they might sit back and take a little bit of a breath. AK and Tenier that he saved, up on Shiro that was saved as well. The other 3 players not investing in any real weaponry, although Donk does as if it's Deagle, and it's won them 2 save rounds throughout this game so far. It's basically like an AK.
Why have 2 when you can have 3, Jason?
Exactly.
It's got to be the logic coming into this. But if you're Bait, you're obviously be aware of the fact you've dropped a couple you shouldn't have to some of these low parts. You're going to be on high alert no matter what Team Spirit bring into this one. But it's an AK, an AWP, and a Deagle for Donk alongside 2 USPs. Surely they can't win on this. Donk goes out for that long pick. It's going to be Shiro's off to take the first as they actually draw them in.
Yeah, I'm sure Donk just whispered under his breath, get baited. Pulled him right into that fight against Shiro, right into the AWP. Absolutely perfect. And now shifting back, although mid-standing for Bait is quite nice. Another smoke coming in, so good luck, Zontix.
They gather up. And all of Spirit trying to desperately figure out a way to help him, and this is the way! What? No! That is so ridiculous from Donk again! This kid pulls off miracles every day of the week, and that's gonna be enough! Another round delivered on Donk's Deagle! Get him out of the server! They are no match for Donk!
Why did he have to end him with the superhero drop? Flying off short. That kid's got no fear whatsoever, and whenever Spirit needed someone to step up, of course it was going to be Donk.
To quote Dinko, surely they can't win like this. But off the top rope goes flying Donk, the destroyer, with that deagle so mighty, and down goes Bait. What an unreasonable way to close a map of Counter-Strike. I mean, what can you do when this man is in the server across from you?
I mean, he doesn't obey by the same rules as the rest of us. Let's be completely honest. You know, it's that feeling that whenever you play Counter-Strike, Nathan, you get the feeling that whatever his game is showing him and whatever way the Deagle is acting when he's shooting it, it doesn't work the same for the rest of us. You know, he has just some sort of wild ability to be, I guess I'll have to say it once more, and people may disagree if they want to. He's the best player in the world, he's the most impactful player in the world, and he's the only player in the world who can do it as consistently as we see Donk do it right now.
We're about to get an ace coming up. Is it this one? Oh, we didn't quite see the full one. Ace restarts it with the deagle. A 2K jumping off of Catwalk, 4K in the round to close. It's at some point, it's disgusting.
Donk is built different. I mean, I think we already knew that he was built like that he was not playing the same game as everybody else is. He just shows it again. We wanted to see the depth and the height of which he can go. We know that he has a pretty good tournament. Somehow, some way, every single game, he raises it one by one.
Oh,
every time. Better kills, better moves. I don't know. Yeah, he doesn't have the same deagle. He doesn't have the same weapons. This doesn't work the same way. I don't know how he does it. But yeah, he's the only one in the world that can do that.
And it makes you wonder, you know, where would Team Spirit be without Donk? Because this is a masterclass performance, you know, in terms of raw impact, both on the T side, the CT side, to close out the game at a point where B8 is making a small comeback into the game as well. You'd even argue that the first half wasn't that impressive from Team Spirit had it not been for Donk showing up with that deagle ace into the M4. So I guess it begs the question, where the hell would Team Spirit be if you don't have the best player in the world doing this for you, dare say 99 out of 100 games?
It is a question worth asking, but maybe we'll table it for at least another post-game segment, because we did also have Shiro, a player that we wanted to highlight in the pre-game. He was showing up quite nicely here on the Dust too, having his moments as well. But it is a fair ask. When you look at this scoreboard, it is sort of the classic Donk and friends.
Look at the scoreboard.
Oh,
Pay close attention to the ADR of Tenea, Magix, and Zontix. It's not just singled it out and say, hey, you guys are bad. But the fact that you can win a game 13-9 when you have 3 players, not 2, not 1, but 3 players, not really dealing too much damage on the server, not really getting anything done if you're Zontix. It is unheard of how much impact Donk manages to find game in, game out.
And we have seen Legacy this morning. That was having Nissim at 150 ADR. It didn't even feel close to the impact of Donk having in this game. And despite the ADR being lower, the score being a bit different, the teammate having way less impact than what is ADR, it shows how big Donk is in those games, how important and how much he actually changes the game in many ways. He's not just here to post the numbers, getting the anti-ecos and stuff like that. No, of course he's set up. Of course he's being given the AKs every time there is an opportunity. Because he gets those entries, he gets those important frags, he gets the bomb site in his hands, and then you just have to clean up the round. It looks easy, it looks very simple, but the way he does it every single round, every single time, sure, we start getting used to it. It doesn't change anything. This is exceptional. This doesn't exist anywhere else.
I know esports teams, they love a good rebranding. Mike, we're seeing it all the time. You know, I think it's time that we go from Team Spirit to Team Donk. It's getting to a point now where it's been like this for the entirety of this tournament. You know, they've been struggling as a team. They've been struggling as individuals, all apart from one guy who's consistently showing up, and he's doing more than you can ask him for, right? You can be the best player in the world and still have games off, or maybe having a smaller amount of impact, you know, but it can't be true that this is what it takes for them to win a map. And it's been like that throughout the entirety of the tournament.
2.43 rating on that one. I'll only allow the rebrand if we get the same side profile minimalist style, but it's Donk's face instead. I would like to see that if anyone wants to make some fan art out there. Wow, this is, I mean, the numbers are disgusting, but it is, I think to your point, Nathan, it felt even more absurd in the server, right? The way that you're feeling this. I have to ask you, you've played with players who take over the map like this. You've played against players who take over the map. When you're on the other side of this kind of performance, what do you do? What is the feeling as a player when you load into that server?
Yeah, there's a thing where, especially when Zayu was at his full prime, it's a Zayu game. It's a Donk game. There is nothing you can really do. You try your best to like counter that, to do all the utility, to counter the aggression, the plays, but the guy has a deagle, no Kevlar, walks into B, gets an ace, wins a round for them. There's not much you can do. The guy is just great. And so you just have to accept it, especially mentally. You can see with Bait, they were ready because the scoreline, the whole team was present. There was not one guy that was above the other. They were all in the same page, pretty much. It shows that as a team, they're ready. But to beat a team like Spirit, to beat the players like Donk, you need to be exceptional. You cannot just be average to good. You need to be very, very good, and that's the thing that we're missing.
Two key moments in this game stands out to me. You know, Bait wins the second pistol, then they fail to convert. That's obviously not a great way of starting the second half. That cost them deeply. Also, the fact of the matter is that at no point did they manage to win 2 rounds in a row on the T side. At no point did they manage to completely destroy the economy of Team Spirit. You saw in some of those save rounds, again, Donk having a deagle that's... You can always have a deagle, you know. That's not about whether or not you force them to save, but then Shiro has an AWP or they have a saved M4. Yep. At no point were they able to string rounds together on the T side, and that's the only, I guess, criticism I'll give to Bait in this game. I think they played a decent game of Counter-Strike, just about as good as you would expect them, but they had opportunities. By converting that second pistol, it would have been potentially a different outlook of this game. By winning 2 rounds in a row and actually applying real pressure to the economy of Team Spirit, could also have changed the tide of the game.
Now we are going to be headed forward, right? And we're heading to a Mirage next. And when we saw that tick up in the veto, there were some questions here. Are you feeling the same way now as we head towards Bait's map pick?
Yeah, I feel exactly the same way, and I think I got confirmed what I've seen all tournament long. Spirit as a team is not playing well right now. Bait can most definitely win Mirage if they show up, play well. NPL was nowhere to be found here as well. I consider NPL to by far be the most important player within Bait as well, so if he steps it up a little bit, that could also be a turning point for them. However, you gotta avoid Donk, you know, and how do you avoid a player that's playing connector, CT side Mirage, that is all over the place and does whatever he wants to? That's the issue. Spirit are not playing well right now, but Donk is at his absolute best, so pick your poison.
Yeah, Mirage is maybe one of the maps where you can actually counter Donk, do enough utility so you don't have that much impact in mid if he decides to push and be aggressive. But yeah, if he dodges that one flash, be ready, because he's going to be here fighting.
Be ready. We are in the midst of the Donk experience, and we'll see if he can put Spirit over the top, if they can make it out of the round of 16. It's Bait's tournament life on the line on Mirage when we come back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
キドキしようよ準備快適早もう止まらないこの世界を楽しんでみた瞬間
Well, the Alien has crash-landed in Paris with that final play on Dust 2, and that puts Spirit in the lead of the series. 1-0 up against Bait, but now we move to Mirage. That was Team Spirit's map pick, and at stretches it was competitive, and it felt like Bait were coming back into it towards the end. I feel like we've still got a game left here, Jason.
Yeah, we definitely still have a game to see what they can fight with, to see if they can battle back and force us onto a third map. But I mean, the X factor, as always, Donk, that's just like a topic of, he just beat you basically on his own. That's not to say there wasn't any effort from the other players, no impact from the other players, but Donk clearly the standout. The impactful rounds were all his, the rounds they had to win, 2 eco rounds on Dust 2. So you still have that element, I feel like, if you're Bait, where you have to look at this and say, yeah, we lost. Yeah, he blew us up and he knocked us out of the map, but you got to come back into this one and say, we're still better than this team overall. If it's not for this one player, we are the stronger team. And that's where you have to put your faith if you're Bait coming here into Mirage.
He was the point of difference, and he always is the point of difference for Team Spirit. Even when they're not playing their best coming into an event, they're always a threat no matter who they go up against because of his individual skill. But there were other players within the squad that started to show a little bit of a glimpse of positivity. I think Shiro kicking things off looked much better than he did in the group stages. For Bait, I think one player in particular we were really disappointed in was MPL, and I'd imagine he's going to have a better map here coming into Mirage.
I think everyone on Bait played fine, just no one really elevated to keep them, to bring them into that game, to be able to overcome Spirit. They didn't have anyone who kind of elevated past the rest of them, who could go blow for blow, who was going to carry them through a stretch. So that is where you would point at an NPL or a Sizzy, as we saw in the Vitality series just earlier.
They don't have a Donk. They don't have anybody that can match up to the level of output that he can put into the server, so they have to do it as a team. They have to come together as a unit and defeat Team Spirit that way.
And that's already the philosophy coming into this second map, right? That's already their philosophy coming into Mirage. It's a map that they selected in this series despite having only a 27% win rate. So they've kind of taken the philosophy of, yeah, this is a weak map for us, you might not expect it, but we can prepare specifically for you. We can actually come to this map and have plans exactly designed to counter what you like to do. We'll see if it plays out for him. Going to be a very, very tough affair. A good map for Team Spirit, and you got Donk firing on all cylinders. If anyone else joins him, it feels like that may get pulled out of Bait's reach. They're going to be starting on the offense, attacking into the Team Spirit CT side. Smoke, 4 flashes, and a Molotov for Bait.
Looking to progress into the quarterfinals of the Esports World Cup. Team Spirit 1 map up on the defense now of Mirage.
Nobody's home at the
no
B-bomb.
one at that B site, so that's going to be an easy bomb plant at a minimum here for Bait.
Well, what's the plan? If you run a pistol round like this as Team Spirit, you have a plan or something you try to do if the play is towards the B-bomb site. So what have they got that's like, okay, this is our 1 in 100 chance. This is the only idea that can probably work in this sort of a scenario.
Now this run coming back over Donk and Zoltix. Getting Donk boosted up. A little look down into the B site.
No kits, it's got to be quick.
There's the double nade right towards Sizzy. Isn't going to remove him, so yes, it has done a lot of damage, but they're not really any closer to winning this. Zoltix finally drawing first blood in this pistol run. It's MPL, the first victim of it. Sizzy doesn't matter, he's on low HP because he's still able to step up with a couple of kills on that Glock. And a bomb plant alongside the round victory. Money is flowing for Bait early on, and they're going to be happy about this start of Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, you know, just by default, just the calls out of spawn for Spirit to stack up towards A and middle to that degree, it's always going to be so difficult to get back into the B bomb. So you can see the plan. If they turn that quarter quick enough, they keep the planter pinned down behind the box. They have the double nade to maybe get a cheeky first kill. That didn't come in, unfortunately. And then there's just too many bodies to barrel through so many different crossfires. Nice pistol round and a good hold for Bait in the post plant. Didn't have to do any work to hit the plant, but holding on to it was a challenge of its own. And now all 5 players for Bait lining up outside of the A bomb site as set piece. They've got MAC-10s to lead the way against the weaker weapons.
Smoke will cover off the attack for the time being, but they are ready to come out here. Bait splitting through towers, charging through that smoke, but the issue is when you come through smoke against weaker guns. Oh, Shiro holds on! Is this gonna be enough? He sells out his teammates and nearly gets a second kill. That would have been it, but Magix won't be too impossible, especially if he gets this kill, because now Sizzy is on low HP. So Magix crosses into the open. He's risking his life, and he can't win it. Sizzy stays composed. Magix is going to be confused about his own decision-making in there. But gets a little bit flustered, but that will be Bait winning the round, regardless of it coming so close.
Oh yeah, I thought he was going to reposition. I thought he was going to take a beat, go back to CT spawn, give it a little bit of time, but Magix likes to be tricky. He likes to be sneaky and maybe make some plays that you don't expect, so perhaps thinking he could catch him out into the open with a quick swing over. A very, very close hold. I think Shiro's holding his trigger because of the ladder. I think he's so worried that the shots are going to miss. He wants to secure that kill. But yeah, if he gets that kill maybe half a second earlier, that round could go different. Very, very close. Very tough round for Bait.
Well, Dong's got a deagle, Jason.
We know what that means. Yeah, we know what that means. I mean, he had what, like 3 pretty special deagle rounds?
Yeah, he won 3 rounds with his deagle. And the last round, obviously, the best of all.
Like, mostly, you're usually just good for like 1 deagle round in a game.
Dude, his deagles, it looks like there's no recoil.
Let's see what he's
able to do unbelievable, unthinkable things.
We'll see what he can do here. Very passive to open up if you're Bait. 3 players behind the mid boxes. 4 players going to be grouped up with NPL as that off player in the B halls.
Under 1 minute left on this clock. And Bait just slowly scaling their way down middle towards connector.
It looked like they wanted to go towards short until that smoke was put out, and Spirit did a good job using those smokes on Dust 2 to delay and stall these attacks and make them awkward and uncomfortable. This time it's not going to work.
Yeah, the thing is though, if you're Spirit, you want them to come towards the B site. Not going to be the case. They've been funneled towards A, where there's only 1 player lying in wait. Has Shiro got anything in his deagle? No, because MPL able to come at a different avenue of approach, and that's to the window. And he's got a second as well, and Dong trying to rotate over, so no deagle antics in this round. It's very likely to end up being a comfortable 3-0 lead for Bait. And it will be.
Good job for MPL. 1 extra kill, tons of bonus money on the MAC-10, 3 kills with it. So 3-0 as you mentioned, and we get into the first gun round for Team Spirit. Shiro's got 2,900.
Well, thanks to Magix, this spot is a little more difficult to see through it. Look at that.
That's a cool way to do it, though, man. That's got to feel cool if you're Magix. We've been waiting for those graffitis. To have it actually be like a physical, tangible object in the map is pretty legit.
And also a great way of Valve sitting there going, that spot's a little bit overpowered, isn't it? You can pull it out. Let us nerf that while also putting a graffiti in there.
Well, it's nerfed if you try and retake it like they did. 3-0 going into round 4. No op on Shiro, at least for this first gun round, prioritizing nades and utility.
Well, smiles back on the faces of Bait, and they might be wiped off them very quickly as we get into the gun rounds here. No AWP yet for Team Spirit, so Shiro's just going to have to play with the rifle. I think they'll have no issues with that. And we'll start throwing out some utility towards the top mid boxes, just trying to make it a little bit more uncomfortable with Bait, but they realize they have to play with some haste in mid because they've thrown out the window smoke and con smoke, and you got to make the most of that.
Ooh, good flashbang. That's lovely. NPL, double kill for him to open things up.
Finally, some of that MPL impact we've been waiting for from the group stages, but all that work is undone because you see Shiro and Tania are able to get those 2 kills right back.
Yeah, Kansas are trying to beat the pop of that smoke. Now Magix against the wall, and Sizzy's not ready for it. Bomb is going to follow up in the B tunnels. Good thing Alex gets that kill. He opens up the opportunity for Essential to come in with the bomb. So now Shiro and Tania have to figure out how to work themselves over to this B bomb site. They've got no kit.
Not sure help behind smoke.
Oh, this smoke sucks, especially as you've just shifted to this position.
Bomb is going to get planted. Alex
to use Spirit's own position against them, but he's going to move off side of the smoke. And
they have a nade. I'm kind of surprised they haven't broken it, but probably not wanting to give up the information of where they're retaking from.
Well, they're just going to have to wait this out, which obviously means limited time once that final retake attempt comes in, but no kits on their back. They don't have the luxury of time. And now they start to move forward. Towards Alex. It's a great shot from Shiro. And now it's all on Essential, hiding behind the van. And he is hoping he is the man here for his team. That sight taken, smoke onto the defuse, gonna hold it all the way. It's a long one. Essential getting to it. His teammate not body blocking here for Tanier. Steps into the open at the right time. Essential prevented from denying that defusal. And Team Spirit do run it low, but they get through in the round.
Yeah, and Bait choosing to make that play, or play that post plan in the 2-on-2 separate from each other. One watching the flank up in Halls, one playing behind the smoke over in Mark, but not both of them playing together. No way for one of them to fall back to allow the other to activate and bail him out of a tough position. So Spirit playing as a two-man unit, able to overcome both of them and grab their first round. Shiro's got the op now in round 5. Plenty of nades on the Spirit side, and we go again.
Zoltix edging his way out. Going to be forced back by the flames, and we'll see MPL start to make his way through the underpass.
Well, Bait's going to start moving around the map back to the A bomb site. No mid control whatsoever. Threw out a little bit of utility to show they wanted to take it. Some standard nades. Spirit haven't quite figured that out yet. They're playing concerned about the middle of the map. Zontix will smoke off Palace. Perfect timing as the hit comes in. That'll hold Essential back, but the other 3 members going to be over at A ramp. Kenzazor, Sizzy, and Alex. That's now blocked off again. Phenomenal utility timing from Team Spirit's defense.
Nade right towards Kenzazor. His health is low. Magic's doing what he can. Alex will put him in the ground. The response from Tanira out from CT. Khalil stays composed and dishing out damage left, right, and center. Receives some of his own. His teammates are toppling here. Team Spirit losing members rapidly. But look at the health here for Bait. They can be cleaned up, and Tanir, he's come in with a mop. And his 2 players gone. Kenzazor and Sizzy both removed. And Essential up in Palace. The defuse has started. No one's moving forward to try and deny. And again, Team Spirit are going to win the round by just sticking that defuse. And that's another one picked up for the CT side.
Yeah, I might have thought he killed the diffuser, but either way, with the HP the way it was going to be really hard for either of those guys to be able to actually close out that round. Palace player pinned down in red HP. Tanir does phenomenal damage. A couple of very timely kills, but phenomenal damage to multiple player and pieces together the location inside the bomb site. Looks beautiful when he begins the retake. Pre-firing, assertively swinging over to where he knows players are tucked down and hiding. And Bait's starting to run out of funds now. I think as this half goes on, I think Bait might fall prey to something very similar to what happened on Dust 2, which is these slower openings without applying a whole lot of pressure early on. You've heard me say a number of times the phenomenal timing that Spirit's having with some of these smokes. Part of that is because no pressure is being applied for the first 30 seconds. They don't have to spend anything. They get to hold on to these smokes till late in the round. They don't have to be concerned about a peak so much.
There's been nothing shown to them that will force them to change that and make them use the utility earlier in the rounds, but
yeah, late round moves are like, you know, it's on hard mode when you're turning these corners and you think you're going to go up against just like a 2-man defense, but there's also like 2 smokes, 3 Molotovs,
yeah,
and you know,
flashes left.
These nades are all still remaining for their usage late in the round.
Yeah, making the life a little bit more difficult for themselves here, Bait, but obvious again, they're going to be going for a late finish. We're under the 40-second mark as they try and scale up short. They're going to be attacking into this B site. Zoltix and Magic's looking to hold it down and tap it away, and look at that. Shiro's got 2 through the smokes. Kenzazor and MPL both dead. Alex trying to be the release valve. He does get that 1 pick up in the apartments, but we look at Zoltix behind the bench. They don't know about him yet. He's heard that drop down, so he's going to try and position himself. Oh, it's a perfect play here from Zontix to isolate the fights. Essential and Alex both removed within seconds. And Sizzy now 1v4 out into the open. A special clutch required and not going to be happening. Donk will deny.
Yeah, really cool play from Zontix. Always fun watching from that POV. You can see Zontix piecing together how he's going to win that round with his brain and not his brawn. Positioning himself perfectly to not be spotted until it's way too late to do anything about it. Even a labored spray on the first kill doesn't really matter due to the positioning. 3-3, we're all tied up. Spirit comes storming back after dropping the opening. It's starting to look good as well. Good protocols, good reactions, and you can tell they're comfortable on this map. And remember, this map is a risk for Bait in this veto process, wanting to come here with a very low win rate just to specifically counter Team Spirit. And so far, we haven't seen that eventuality. We haven't seen that come through in the gun rounds.
No, this is some great work out of Shiro, just tapping down through that smoke, taking 2 away. And Zontix, yeah, beautiful positioning. Don't able to close it out on Sizzy. So 3-3 all tied up, and Bait don't have any money, so it's not a full buy at all coming into this round, and Team Spirit should be taking the lead.
Well, there's a little bit of pressure applied early. Magix has a Deagle bullet sent his way. And Donk has that smoke broken open for an easy mowdown. NPL and Kenzazor hit the deck down in halls, and I guess now all you do is speed up this play towards the B bomb site. Essential with red HP. He'll fall next to Zontix. And Spirit's gonna take the lead at 4. 5 players survive, so money's gonna start growing, money's gonna start getting stronger, and this is that time in the game where Spirit really within their head starts thinking, let's take control right now. Let's go on a run here, and let's bury this squad here in map 2.
That was the beautiful pair of headshots from Donk. Just the way he controls that AK. Just absolutely fascinating to watch. Still going to clear the top mid boxes again. Donk to put the pressure on as that smoke breaks, but he's the one who feels the pressure. Kenzazor bears down upon him with an AK headshot and opens things up for Bait. Oh, again, second, even better from Kenzazor. Teneo has to respond. Second play there, you know it's Kenzazor, so he calls Zontix over to help him.
Already out of pallets into the A bomb site. Tenir can't be too aggressive. 2 more gonna be coming up. So now all the rotation is in from Team Spirit. Oh, lovely kill right at the perfect moment. And now you address Sizzy and Alex.
Yeah, well, they're trying to get out of this one with some util to help them. And essentially, he's done very well to drop Tenir. But Magix has arrived. They're all looking towards stairs, and he had to get both. Luckily, Zontix is right there on top of the stairway to close out the round. And a lot of relief, I'm sure, that for Magix. The Zontix was able to close it.
Frustration from Bait, though. That's one of those rounds you wish you could have back and just tell everyone to chill out. You get the opening 2 kills, you put yourself in a 5-on-3, and then speeding things up, give those kills right back, right here. So aggressive and not aware of the trap. Tenir and Zontix bring it right back, and the round collapses.
Does feel like Team Spirit are just going to start pulling away with this. A 5-3 lead already. Bait again in a situation where they don't have a good buy. And this is more of a team effort. Everybody looks very sharp for Team Spirit at the moment.
Yeah, CT side wasn't their problem at all on Dust 2. Some of it was just on the T side of playing those rounds that were more execute heavy, struggling to find opening kills, entries, and picking players off. See what it looks like on the T side of Mirage when we get there, but CT side, well drilled, and a lot of good protocols we've seen come out of Team Spirit on both maps.
Magix jumping up into the apartments, and he gets his reward for a spam down through the smoke. And Game Leader on the other side, taking out a lot of damage to MPL as he limps his way forward into this B finish. Magix to just drop back knowing he's got Zontix, who's next up from short in that combination. It's going to prove strong enough, backed up by Donk to close things out. 6-3 lead for Team Spirit.
See Magix after he gets that very first kill onto Alex through the smoke. He looks up at the kill feed. I think he's trying to figure out which player he actually knocked out so he can kind of try and read what strategy is coming. Is it one of the pack players or is it the typical player watching the B push? 6-3 as this timeout comes in. Second one for Bait. First one hasn't yielded the results they would have liked. Hits towards the A bomb site starting to get shut down. Tanir's having a very good defensive performance over there. Middle's been hit or miss, but Spirit has won 6 rounds in a row, so you're trying to think a long time if you're Bait of what you can lean on, what you can call, what's given you any modicum of success.
Now we've seen Bait in big moments where the mentality has started to crumble once they get themselves up against the wall. Seen it in Cologne and seeing it right now, I'm sure, soon, because the way Team Spirit are playing, it's getting to that point where this half is going to start looking unrecoverable. But it can still change that fact. Has to come in this round, though. Zoltix will get a pick. Easy to respond, but as soon as he goes into the open, Shiro's ready to punish. So immediately with those mid-fights, Spirit are a player up.
A player up and they control the map. Good shot from Shiro. Alex might have caught him off guard, but a little too fast from the sniper. And all that's left is NPL and Essential. Utter domination here on the second map. First map was a little bit brawly, back and forth. Saw some signs of life out of Bait. We haven't seen that yet here in Mirage since the guns have come into the map.
Shiro all the way pushed up in middle. He'll get ambitious. He'll get brave as he moves forward.
I think he just got bored, to be honest with you.
But the further he goes, Jason, he might detect the bomb. But
yeah, he might actually.
He's decided not to go.
I don't think they're so I don't think they're stressed at all. Like, I mean, obviously, clearly, but I don't think they care about where the bomb is at this point.
Because they're not getting it down.
Yeah, they're sensing that that this is a save regardless.
Yeah. Well.
And the save call comes out so early, there's no point for Spirit to hunt.
Now we can all get bored, Jason.
Yeah,
Wait for the next round coming up.
We do it together. That's all that matters at the end of the day, Dinko.
Yeah, well, NRP do make an appearance in the playoffs after all. Look at that. Right now, obviously, over on the A stream as well, we've got FaZe versus Vitality, which is into its second map.
Yeah, it's a big boy matchup, isn't it?
The first map also delivered.
Yeah,
So
13-11. Close affair. Same for our first map.
yeah, it was close, and then Donk decides to win it, just as it probably could have gone much closer.
Yeah, but at least he did it in exciting fashion. You know what I mean? Maybe we'll get it here too. We're in round 10. 2 rounds remaining in this first half. Doesn't really need to be said, but Bait desperately need rounds on the board. Desperately need some positivity.
Essential. He's just on the other side of this ramp smoke, and Tanir, he's got the right angle at the moment. In the meantime, we'll see Bait start putting players through the lower tunnels. Utility's going to drop on their heads. And they're lucky the timing was a little early on the grenade. It could have been very impactful in terms of damaging up 3 players, but just the one. Zoltix is ready for any kind of jump up, though. He hasn't spotted him until now, and then he can't react to that. So that's NPL to grab a great opening here.
I don't know if he saw the first player he actually boosted up in Windows, so he might not have called that out. However, Donk is going to have to be aware now that it's the possibility with his teammate having died. Work his way around. Kenzazor still here with the Tech 9. He'll be a pivot point. He'll wait. Spirit senses this turning into a finish at the B bomb site, but they're wrong. Bait's working themselves around towards the A ramp. Kenzazor can come in to cut off flanks. He can come in to backstab. But really, this round, if it's going to be won by Spirit, is going to be something special from Tanir.
Goes into the fight, but nothing special will come. In fact, just a headshot from NPL. 20 seconds left, and he'll move out into the bomb site. Kenzazor's in a position to cut off rotations as well. That bomb plant is coming through. Kensizor goes around the back lines of that CT player. It's Donk getting cut away. Bomb is getting planted now. Shiro's also found a kill, so a 2v3 is still somewhat doable here for Team Spirit.
You're going to go for it. You have all the money in the world, and you probably won't risk Shiro unless Magix makes it possible.
Well, he takes half a health damage with that grenade that landed over the top of the stairway. He's now thinking about moving forward. Steps closer and closer. With that engagement going against him. Sol and Shiro, and he can't do anything. So, massive yell coming out of the bait camp because MPL has delivered some of that impact we've seen in the group stages.
And that nets them, that puts a stop to the 7-round run that Spirit was on. That's the first thing they've had to celebrate since round 3. So finally back on the board and finally putting a stop to this onslaught from Spirit. MPL catching Zontix off guard and using that as the opening to just work their way up, nice and easy. Those are rounds we don't see them have too often. We don't see them usually take that initiative to go for the opening kill in that fashion. This time it works perfectly. The timeout is called by Team Spirit by Hallie to talk over to secure this final round in their defensive campaign on Mirage.
Yeah, clawing their way back into contention in this first half. Starting to talk about just a few rounds ago how it's getting to that territory where it might be unrecoverable. You might see Team Spirit in a position where it's just too strong to see a world in which Bait can come back into the series, but a very different story now. In fact, they could grab themselves 5 rounds on T side, and that's pretty much par for the course.
Yeah, then we're in, because remember, I mean, my general thought is that they've got to have something prepared, and while the T side hasn't exactly been strong with whatever game plan you brought in with it, let's see what they customize for Spirit when they switch over to the defense. And 5 rounds would be a great luxury to have, a great spacing to work with when you switch over.
We got Sizzy stepping out, sidelining the smoke and looking to punish anybody from Team Spirit that gets interested towards short. Zontix knows his limits, not going to be walking too far forward. We've got Taneo and Shiro, though, doing exactly that. They're walking right into that ramp, and that's going to be a huge opening coming in from Taneo.
Yeah, didn't expect that whatsoever, Essential. Backtracking, backpedaling, and the worst timing possible for him for that peak to come through. So Shiro gets mobile with the M4, or excuse me, Taneo gets mobile with the M4. Shiro grabs the off angle down ramp. And they can turn their gaze towards middle and towards the B bomb site. Defensive utility to slow anything down. Plenty of time as Bait readjusts on the map. No longer a presence towards the A bomb site, starting to align for a finish at B.
Well, the fire keeps him back for now.
I think that hurts too. I think he's a little bit concerned. It looks like he wants Sizzy to be a fake over on the other side of the map. That Molotov tick kind of ruins that.
Yeah, well, the sound ready to go. It doesn't matter for Magix. He's just waiting for these steps to come in front of him. And it's going to work out well for Magix. Holds down the position, trying to squeeze 1 extra out of this, and that's an overperformance for Magix to get 2. But he'll be very happy about it. His teammates are still defending the site down in the site itself. And Donk in middle stops Sizzy from even getting involved. So 8-4, a strong lead from Team Spirit. 8 defensive rounds to work with.
It takes so long for Bait to switch from plan A to plan B that Spirit get all the time in the world to figure out what the map looks like and start moving over and start getting into good positions. 2 defenders at the point of attack, and Bait just had no dice coming into that B bomb site. Can't be a great feeling. That first half couldn't have filled you with too much confidence. The pistol round and the 2 ensuing after that, but only 1 gun round across the rest. Coming way late in round 11.
That just tells the story super one-sided, doesn't it, for Team Spirit? Just, I feel like that was a possibility coming out of Dust 2. I think you highlighted perfectly. It's not like Mirage is a super comfortable map to fall back on for Bait coming into it.
Yeah, which is why I'm kind of leaning on this idea that they had to have just specifically said, you know what? Maybe we've been practicing our Mirage, we're feeling better on it. They had a close loss to Vitality. So maybe they're saying we can put things together to counter Spirit. You know, they won't expect us to pick this map. They'll have nothing prepped for us. You know, there's always that angle sometimes creeps in, and at the moment, we can tell if that is their thought process, it's not playing out the way they would have liked. Deja vu to the first half, though. Looks like an empty B bomb site for the Spirit 5-man attack.
He's ready to go. Donk, nothing he can do about that. Essential actually even gets a second out of it. A lovely pair of headshots on this USP. Because of that, he's looking for a third. Why not just go ahead and use this hot moment to try and take everybody down? Essential going back forward, and 4K right in front of him. Can't get the ace. Kedzor deny that, but that is fantastic work out of Essential.
Yeah, excellent
pistols.
Yeah, not easy shots to hit as they're crossing across those windows. That's great shooting. And now giving them, yeah, as you mentioned, the second pistol. So a great advantage here on this third map. We'll see if that comes into effect down the stretch. So outclassed in the first half, there's a chance Spirit can do the very same thing. And Doc's picking up his deagle in this second round. So a lifeline for Bait. And without any kind of bomb plan in the pistol, they're content to pick up 3 MP9s to handle the unarmored opposition.
Yeah, in a round like this, it's essentially a dead round. You see Zontex even taking the time to adjust his headset.
Just a little conversation, talking things over.
A little less and more action, please, Jason.
Yeah, I think that's what the crowd wanted as well. The fans want the action too. We're going to start moving over, so just getting things set. They want to make sure everyone's on the same page for that next round. If, you know, again, especially for a team that's given these interviews where they've said we have issues, we know what they are, we're working on them, we're fixing them. You just want to, just go take that extra step of that little timeout in T-spawn. Oh, here we go.
It's a Donk Deagle. We've already seen what it can do on Dust 2. Is it time for the Mirage Deagle to come out? Zontex has followed through. It's a 3v3. Donk's next target. Kenzazor couldn't quite get to it. So that's Suzy, Kenzazor, and Essential coming in to close out the 3v3.
Might have been too much if Donk was able to handle that fight. Take that with one shot. Then it's just like, this isn't even fair. 8-6. First guns come out. AK-47s. Tech 9 on Magix. Off in the hands of Sissy. Plenty of utility for this CT side as round 15 begins. There's the window smoke, the catwalk smoke. It'll be Donk in middle with Magix as they swap spots. And right out of spawn, right in this first gun round, Magix has called a set piece. 3 players in Palace, 2 coming up ramp. These are the kind of rounds that didn't look pretty for Team Spirit back on Dust 2.
Zontex trying to just break open that smoke, see if there is a little bit of contact to be made on the other side of it. But as those pieces of utility start to come in, Bait starts to ready themselves for potential A play, but that is fast from Zontex. Alex having to answer back, and he's done very well to get 2, but they're already scaling up. Magix is pushing towards him, and Alex is pushed away.
Magix has the
bomb on Magix's back, so you need to be careful here, Team Spirit. Have to come back eventually, and Magix is going to backtrack and put it down behind Triple. The rotation is arriving towards ramp, and MPL has spammed down Magix. That's actually denied the bomb plant with that spam through Triple. Shiro's got the read, and it's a big play to turn back here for Team Spirit. And it's the Donk Shiro combo, the 2 heaviest hitters here for Team Spirit, trying to round this one out, but it's got to be Shiro, and he can't get to it. What a different team this Bait squad is when MPL is playing well.
That's an incredible round as well. Good spam down on Magix. That ruins the day. Sure even checks the flank. I thought that would take the manpower away. A good find, but a better 2v2 played. Man, that shot from Zontex is incredible. That's his only goal. He's a heat-seeking missile meant to take down 1 player in CT. He had 1 bullet to do it. And still Bait outlasts them. Fighting back now on this CT side. First gun round is theirs.
Yeah, showing life. You know, we were worried with how that first half went, winning the first 3 rounds, then a single gun round from that point onwards. But a different story it seems to be here in the second half already. Sissy gonna go ahead. Tanir finished off, and Sissy's gonna back into the site.
Good finds, man advantage.
Big difference as well, Jason. The fact that Donk seems a little bit more mortal on this map, doesn't he?
Haven't really seen the T-side get cranking, right? I feel like that's where he's going to put up most of his volume fragging.
Here he is over the stairway. Is this going to be the moment where he's unleashed? Tech9 to a headshot on Alex. Shiro getting back to safety. That bomb plant this time is going to be allowed around the back of Triple, and Donk has found a FAMAS. And this might just be a Donk moment. Waiting on top of Tetris, looking to build this round piece by piece. Zontic's got one. Tech9 for Shiro, chimes in, and Donk will close it. So as soon as I say it, the round begins to be highlighting. We haven't seen Donk have a big moment. There we go. He wins him around with weak weapons.
I think Bates losing a little bit of grip, which is unfortunate because it feels like it was right when they brought it within reach. That round, I think they got away from each other, not playing as a team. Some individual efforts. That retake never got started. Never feel like they took the moment to orchestrate exactly how they wanted to attack the situation. And Spirit's Tech9's got to move forward and play close to the choke points. Absolutely devastating coming through the murder hole. It's a 2-round lead and the final timeout for Bait. The final chance to get the coach involved to work out any changes in their approach.
Yeah, Donk scales up, grabs that FAMAS. Comes back and gets further impact with it. Teammates do well to make the most of the moment as well. And don't let that be the moment that breaks you, Bait, but it's hard. It's hard because you come into the next round and that's all you've got.
Yeah, maybe not have broken them psychologically yet, but you broke their money. Down to 5.7s, Deagle, MP9s as well, weaker weapons. Magix is going to have some resistance here. NPL at the point.
Oh, Magix and Tanier combined, so their efforts together will get rid of NPL. It does mean that Magix has taken some damage on board, which makes these pistols a lot more lethal.
I think for him with this HP, he'll be happy to go first. Give away the positions of the opposition. See if he can pull any of them out into the open. 5-on-3 for Spirit as they scale. Complete mid control. Two players up in window room for Bait. As soon as Shiro gets access to ladder room, they're in a ton of danger.
Shiro walking in towards Kenzasaur. So another one cleaned up. That FAMAS doing a lot of work in the hands of Spirit. Sizzy and Alex so far away from one another. Sizzy will see what he can do with the Deagle. He's spotted by Donk. No bullets on that AK starts to whiz towards him, so he decides he wants nothing to do with it and backs away. So double figures reached here for Team Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only thing you can lean on if you're Bait is try and find an AK-47 towards the tail end of the round, which you've kind of just done now. Shiro's going to protect this. Alex down to 1 HP. I can't imagine he gets away with this weapon. And indeed he will not. 10-7, it's a 3-round lead. And Bait this time, they can't force up. They're going to have to sit back on pistols. Unarmored more than likely. A really tough stretch here on Mirage where they just don't have the resources to fight back and they have to watch Spirit get ever closer to that series victory and to that quarterfinals berth.
Not much to work with at all. Just heard the hydraulic press being used there, Jason.
Someone somewhere has been eliminated from the Esports World Cup. We don't know who. We don't know what game.
Testing it.
But it did happen.
Oh, that's. But one of these teams, obviously, same situation, about to come their way. Looking like it's going to be Bait at the moment.
Look how quietly Spirit just walked into this bomb site, rotating back. Elephant stomping all over the place is Bait. And the unfortunate thing is just the lack of ability in the next round. To get too excited, Sizzy's going to have the AWP, but now it's just all the pressure circles in on this one single round, round 19. Bait, you had to wait some time to get this buyback out, and it's pretty much your last chance here. Spirit so close to the quarterfinals at the Esports World Cup. A 4-round lead, and playing very, very well on this second map of the series. Outside of the pistol in the rounds 2 and 3 conversion in both halves, Bait only has 1 round. All 6 of their 7 rounds have come off the pistol.
Essential Donk gets 2 out of that somehow. Tenier just barrels forward, and I mean, it's just so hard to stop when that's happening, but it's still a 2v3. You're getting into the site, good team spirit, you're just peaking all together.
It's the change of pace, man, and it comes at such a good time. What a beautiful call from Magix to just crank up the aggression and the speed. Because again, Bait had just spent, what, 2 rounds saving a force buy into a full-blown eco. You're having the conversation of exactly how you want to play this run, what you're going to do, what you've been encountering, and then everything changes. The speed, the utility, the timings are all different, and all plans you made are useless.
Well,
Spirit extend that lead up to 12-7.
Yeah, series points already for Team Spirit. I mean, yeah, smooth sailing here in Mirage. Had to have Donk bail them out on Dust 2, but obviously Mirage has been a very different story. It's been a team effort, which is really good to see.
Yeah, Shiro has 16 kills, Zontix has 15 kills, Tenier has 15 kills. So everyone kind of joining the party here on map 2.
And it's great to see Team Spirit bounce back coming into the playoffs.
Yeah.
Such a disappointing start to the Esports World Cup, but we also have to remember it is still early in the season out of the break, and the likes of Vitality even looking in that same boat, right? So just how you perform in the playoffs is more concerning, and certainly a step up in performance today.
Yeah, I'll admit the Spirit, the loss to Gigi Hao, the close series shook my confidence just a little bit. Not that they'd be good, it's just surprising seeing that the floor can be down there. But we obviously haven't seen that today. The Spirit team with all the roster changes, with the coaching situation a work in progress.
And just going through the motions, but Bait have got themselves the opening kill. So settling into a 5v4, still plenty of time for Team Spirit to change that fact.
Well, Spirit trying to give Bait all the rope in the world to make a move, make a push, make an information play that they can punish. Waiting quietly on the map, but nobody in Bait has that kind of courage at the moment. Zontix up in Palace. Shiro and Magix moving over in middle, and Donk is going to join up with them through the underpass. You've got Essential in the middle of the map in ladder room as a defender.
.35 on the clock. It's all the time left to try and recover this for Team Spirit. 4v5. Are they going to close it in round 20? Kenzizor at the ready. Multiple players inside of Connector. He knows they're coming his way. He tries to get back behind the smoke. He's going to do so effectively. MPL there as well. And just Donk. A 1v5 with 14 seconds left just isn't going to happen even for him. So yeah. Another round for Bait.
Really good positions from Bait as well. I mean, quiet. They didn't want to make those information plays in the 5-on-4. Smart move. Didn't have a whole lot of utility, so just kind of had to stand put. But they put themselves in good positions to help each other out and eliminate that attack before it can begin. Really, second time out for Halley. He's got 4 more rounds for his boys to play with to try and take this win, eliminate Bait from the Esports World Cup, and move on to the quarterfinals. That'll be against FaZe or Vitality, the winner of the other game we have going on right now.
I think Halley is going to be happy with the performance today from Team Spirit. Overall, like just everything looking much sharper across. Like maybe on Dust 2, I think it'll be a couple of rounds where frustration maybe creeps in just a little bit, but today you're seeing what your team can do a little bit more closer to the level that we had at the end of the season.
Round 21. Another chance for Spirit to end this series. Finish their day here in Paris and prepare for the quarterfinals tomorrow. Donk waiting patiently before crossing behind the top mid boxes. 4 defenders over at the A bomb site right now for Bait. Aline on this side of the map. And Essential as a defender towards the B bomb site, the solo man. Spirit happy to take all of this mid control without any kind of a fight, without really having to spend too much utility to get into these positions. So not the final move in the round, but a little bit of utility spent. Forces a lot of counter nades out of Bait. And while the hit felt like it was going to come from the A ramp, it feels more at the moment like they've reconvened to attack through Con.
MPL. Was thinking about that mid push forward, but not going for it. 35 seconds left. This time a 5v5 to scale up and attack into the side with a little bit more time to do it, but the kills again going in the favor of Bait. Can they find a way forward? Donk tapping towards default. Not getting what he's looking for, but eventually that headshot comes through. The chances there, but Kenzazor out from ramp. Just too many players available on the defense towards the A site.
Yeah, they run that four-man stack back-to-back rounds, able to catch Spirit off and back-to-back rounds again. Seemed like very similar rounds from both teams. And Bait handled it just perfectly. The aggression, the two players top ramp not figured out. Back of the palm site as well, very dangerous. So good rounds from Bait to start bringing this back. 2 rounds in a row for the CT side. They need 3 more.
Smokes out into mid. You've got the window smoke, top mid smoke, and Spirit not going to be extending too far forward just yet.
Spirit's running out of money as well. They built up a good amount of bank, a good amount of cash to sustain themselves through some losses. But those funds are running low. Bait have almost found themselves the reprieve they've been fighting for.
Yeah, win this round, get to double figures, break the money of Team Spirit, and get your heart broken with a Donked Eagle round. That seems like it's coming up, Jason.
Par for the course. I believe that could be on the menu again. Let's find out. Looks like Magic wants to test if they're going to do this 4-man defense 3 rounds in a row. Saying eventually you're going to spread back out. Eventually you won't think we come back into this position. Donk at ramp has Alex waiting behind the smoke.
Yeah, Alex is winning the sandwich. Tanero trying to poke and prod his way up through connector, but the defense here has been much stronger. Alex getting one. Good trade from Donk. 23 seconds left, and it looks like Spirit have done just enough. And Donk decides this one's over. Kenzazor left on short, coming up, but unfortunately for Bait, it'll be coming up short in all regards in this competition. The Esports World Cup comes to an end for Bait. It is Spirit to progress to the quarterfinals, finding their form here in the playoff stage. They looked shaky in the group stages, but they are hoping that they have now got their feet under them to challenge for the title.
And I like that there's no celebration out of Spirit. This is just business as usual. They came in today, a match they're supposed to win to move on to the quarterfinals. Handled business, still working on these problems, but looking much better today.
Business as usual for Spirit indeed, and now they will stride off triumphantly from this stage. A key to crush in another round here at the Esports World Cup earned. And that Mirage looking much more like the complete picture that we're hoping for from Spirit.
Yeah, that was a good outlook for Team Spirit. Very much agree with Jason. Felt like they came in, you know, well aware that this was a game they needed to win, a game they couldn't afford to lose, and they got the job done. Sure, the first map weren't pretty per se. That was the Donk show, but that's always been the case with Team Spirit from time to time. Over the course of 2 maps, Nathan left no room for doubt that they were the better team, in control here, Mirage. Strong CT side, having a couple of almost T rounds before they got the job done. So I think we can allow ourselves to be positive for the first time in regards to Team Spirit during this.
We're definitely positive. I mean, the thing that is very interesting as well, it almost feels like we have 2 different teams on Dust 2 and on Mirage, in the sense that on Dust 2 it's all about one guy, and on Mirage you have the whole team that is performing. Without even really counting Donkin, he was just there at the end, like getting the entries, getting the trades that were very important. Being Donk, just himself. But it was also especially the rest of the team that was very important, getting the entries, especially on the city side. Tanir, that we expected to go big, he was getting the entries, he was controlling A, it was not easy for the T's to get into the site. So yeah, overall, the last thing to do is combining those 2 versions. Get that version from Dust 2, get that version from Mirage, get them together, and you're going to have that team that can claim the #1 spot in the world.
Of course, important to remind that Donk did in fact climb to the top of the scoreboard by the end there, but for us that's pedestrian, that's normal, that's expectation. It is everything else that is much more encouraging, right? I mean, We talk about it a lot. The game plan when you're playing Donk is kind of one of two things. Do you target Donk or do you run away from him? Sure. They tried to probe the peripheries of the map. They wound up running into Tanir. They wound up running into Zontix, and the defense from Spirit held very strong, Jacob.
Yeah, and that's the good thing. That's the good thing to take away from this game if you're Team Spirit. The fact that all the players had moments on Mirage where they were the deciding factor, where they felt that they were the difference maker, so to speak. Tanir had a couple of moments, nice entering. Zontix on the B-bomb side to defend it when Bait were looking towards that one. And overall, that's more likely, you know. That's what you want to see from Team Spirit. It's the other way around, right? You like to have Donk sometimes pop off and win a map out of nowhere, but then your stability comes from the fact that everyone can chime in, instead of the other way around where you always rely on Donk, and then sometimes you have a game where it's the team environment that makes you win. So, as you said, you know, can you combine the two and find a better balance in that? Then Spirit, most definitely, as we know, can be a team that can go all the way at a tournament of this caliber. Yeah, it's just we haven't seen them consistently deliver so far in this tournament. This was the first step in the right direction, however.
It was, and a big part of taking that step was the man on stage with Stunna. We have Shiro for an interview.
Shiro, first and foremost, congratulations. Quite the performance here. Spirit back in their winning ways. Right away, is there anything that you want to say to the crowd?
Широ, во-первых, мы вас поздравляем. Спириты вернулись на траекторию победы, это прекрасно. Скажите, пожалуйста, что бы вы хотели сейчас сказать?
Хотел бы сказать всем спасибо, кто нас поддерживает. Это первое. Второе, ну, завтра будет еще одна игра, постараемся выиграть.
Well, first of all, I would like to say thank you very much indeed for everyone who supported us. And tomorrow we have one more game and we'll try to bring the best of it.
You definitely will. Today, big performance from Donk. Do you wonder sometimes, do you rely on Donk a lot in the server?
Вот это точно. Завтра новый день, новая игра. А вот смотрите, большой перформанс по доку, да, в игре. Скажите, вы прям вот все силы, все ставки делаете на него? Расскажите об этом.
Думаю, нет, мы просто играем. Просто Даня выигрывает 2 эко, там Зигла дает жесткие фраги, нам становится легче играть. Но понятное дело, что у нас есть проблемы в игре, но мы стараемся их фиксить, опять же. Вот. Но игра не только на Донка, но Донк играет.
Well, no, you know, we're using it. We are moving way forward. We have our strategy. And yes, indeed, when we see the challenges, we're trying to fix it. And yes, we are using Donk, but not only. And again, we'll see what happens. We'll move forward.
Last question, I swear to goodness. Hey, it's looking like you're probably going to be playing Vitality in the next round of the playoffs. Tell me about a matchup versus Vitality with Spirit.
И вот последний вопрос. Кажется, что следующую игру вы будете играть с Team Vitality. Расскажите, пожалуйста, об этом. Готовы? Каковы ощущения?
Мы их ни разу не выигрывали за последние 1,5 года. Опять же, это будет интересный матч. Мы постараемся сделать все, что от нас возможно. И постараться выиграть их.
Well, we have not beaten them yet within last year and a half. We're sure that it's going to be an interesting game, and we'll do our best to win. We'll see.
Outstanding. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Спасибо и поздравляем.
Some sharp answers out of Shiro's mouth there on stage. It is a strong victory for Spirit, but potentially Vitality on the next line. That one's not decided just yet, but a tough test for a Spirit roster that, well, they've spread their wings. Maybe we're still seeing the effects here, Nathan.
Yeah, they're still not 100% there. You can see even in his voice, he doesn't have the full confidence, whereas Donk was very like, whatever, I'll destroy them. For Shiro, you can see he's much more cerebral in his approach, where he's always like doubting himself. There was a lot of interviews, a lot of backstage, you know, documentaries, where you could see that he is a very, I'm going to say a bit more stressed, a bit more, you know, careful in that approach. And so he's slightly overcoming that. After years and years of playing, you can see he still has a little bit of that doubt, but like, you know, that's pretty normal. Some players you need that to perform and to be at the best. And yeah, today he has been delivering. Definitely no stress. He was very comfortable doing the difference with like the entries, with the up. Not the highest ADR, but good KD, good presence all over the place. Just very reliable.
He's needed, because tomorrow they will be playing Vitality, who officially now have just beaten FaZe 2-0. And
there we go.
That game is over. And as Shiro was saying, you know, haven't beaten them in a year and a half. Furthermore, we speak about Donk, playing at an absolute surreal level. All I'm saying is Saivu's last 2 best-of-3 series at this tournament. One was a +2 rating over the course of 2 maps was Lin Vision. He just pulled off a 1.51, I believe, against FaZe over the course of 2 maps as well. So you have the 2 best players in the world duking it out head-to-head tomorrow in a quarter-final at EWC. That should be pretty fun.
That is always a treat when it's on our menu. That's what we have to look forward to, but let's spend a little bit more on what we just had. I want to talk about Bait. What did you think of Bait's performance here at the Esports World Cup?
Overall, good. Overall, a step in the right direction, especially when you look at Sissy doing a good job. I think he's coming more into it. I think he's finding more comfort within this lineup, and I think that's needed for them to progress. But again, it's a team that is not... We don't have them in the same conversation, as a G2 or as some of those teams, potentially breaking it into top 5, top 6, making it into deep playoff runs, or always showing up at tournaments. They're still a gatekeeper by some stretch of their imagination, better than the bigs of the world, but worse than the G2s of the world. And they find themselves in that middle pack of teams right now where it's hard to quantify them. I think it's a good team. It's a stable team, but they're nothing extraordinary at the moment.
Yeah, the thing that I just didn't really like was not being more daring in the vetoes. I expected them to go more into cash and show that, we're pretty realistic. We know they're the better team. We're not going to play into their best strength of ours. Let's put a bit of randomness and a bit of chaos into it. Let's do something that nobody's very comfortable with, and maybe that's going to give us the edge. But they went a bit more of a safe route, which is maybe overshooting a bit their own level, like not being very confident or being maybe a bit too confident in your level, whereas you need to bring a bit more randomness. You have to know that you're not there yet, even though you bring a very good youngster in the form of the Upper. That's going to give you the edge, but is it enough to actually take Spirit like a turf that they're very comfortable on? I doubt it. That's the one thing I would have liked seeing more from Bay, to really see them as contenders, and maybe they want to take that step extra. But it didn't. And that's where I'm a bit more conservative. They're in that pack, they're in those teams, but they're going to need to be a bit more daring if they want to go a bit higher.
That's fair. And if you couldn't tell from that shot, there are some Magix fans who were in the audience here. Bait, their time comes to a close here at the Esports World Cup because there is no second chance here in our playoff bracket. We've got our quarterfinal matchup set, and oh my goodness, what a bevy of Counter-Strike that is. G2, Furia, Foot, MOUZ, Legacy, Falcons, and perhaps, best of all, Vitality, Spirit.
Yeah, those are some banging games. We only have quality teams left now, and we even have a quarterfinal taking place today, if I'm not mistaken, over on the A stream on the big stage between Foot and MOUZ, which is a rematch from the group stage where Foot ended up beating MOUZ in that game. So you can make up a great case to watch every single one of those games, Max. 3 of them taking place tomorrow, 1 of them taking place tonight. Counter-Strike is just Counter-Strike is all over the place right now, and it's pretty nice.
One of the beautiful things about the bracket is you can see every single favorite has been through except one. And so you can see that every single team came into this event so prepared. Doesn't matter whether they were favorite or not. They didn't take any single matchup lightly. They were always present, always giving everything they had. And yeah, they were favorites for a reason. And then they all went through except, Navi obviously just completely messed up this morning. But it's a beautiful bracket, one of the best we could get.
I think we'll be having a conversation after this tournament about whether Navi are favorites in many of their future matchups. Bait, their key will be crushed. The phase up from Magix, as that's another key getting crushed elsewhere in the arena. Down it goes.
Ooh,
and the fate of Bait along with it.
Good crush.
I just want to see what Magix does. Yep, okay.
Yep.
It's more phase up. I don't know whether he's looking for a new contract, a new jersey, or if he's just really leaning in.
Magix is Magix, you never know.
That's going to be the interesting thing when it comes to Bait, though, to see how they progress from here. Again, as I said, I think going deep into a playoff of a tournament of this caliber, too much for them right now, but there's plenty of tournaments out there, plenty of tournaments where not all the best teams in the world are showing up at, and that's where we get to see the true level and get to see if they're still moving in the right direction. They have some interesting players. Sissy, stepping up massively and becoming more and more comfortable. NPL has been the star of that lineup for quite some time now, so still interesting aspects to the team, but we need to see a bit more before we can fully buy into it.
And I mean, here at the World Cup, nothing but the best will do. We've seen it. We saw the tournament bracket. We have 8 of the greatest teams in the world of Counter-Strike right now. And if you think you can make heads or tails of who's actually going to be better than who, well, then you should head on over to EWC Play and make your own pick'ems predictions, because I'll be honest, I think you could throw some darts and you might have better success than thinking with your brain. This one's going to get really wild. I think we could have another very surprising finalist. Remember, last year it was the Mongols taking on Aurora in our grand final. I kind of want to see a little magic happen there too.
I mean, with the way it's been going so far, a lot of the favorites have actually deemed to be too much to handle for some of these underdogs. So I don't know about you, Nathan, but I sense the same thing, you know, that they're coming in well prepared, that what we saw during the Major in Cologne is kind of being confirmed. Everyone but Na'Vi so far is looking to be in that position where they actually wanted to be coming into the tournament.
Yeah, and if you remove the names of the teams, if you don't see what player is who or which team is who, I think it's pretty open. I don't really see one team that is above any of the others. I even see some underdogs, Legacy, let's talk about them quickly. They looked extremely good. From a pure CS standpoint, they have nothing to envy to the other teams, to the other big dogs. It's just about the, you know, best of threes, what maps are you going to play, and all that kind of stuff. So, in my opinion, it's all open. I'm not that set where the favorites are going to go on and get into the finals and stuff. I think it's very much wide open. I wouldn't be surprised to see some Legacy going far, some teams really surprising others.
All to be realized upon that stage, and the pressure of that crowd only ramps up from here. We've already had roaring games here on the B stream, but that is going to be the B stream coming to a close here for the Esports World Cup. It's now just into the quarterfinals, so you'll want to head over to Stream A because the first one of those comes through tonight. The action just gets that much more exciting. But for us, good night, goodbye, and enjoy these STC highlights.